Chapter 180. Yang Dingtian, who was at the side, was immediately shocked. What does this have to do with me? What do these pirates have to do with me? Yang Dingtian, blow the horn and prepare for battle. Ling Wu said. After that, she suddenly pulled out her scimitar and said, Yan Nantian, I can see that you have some martial arts. It's up to you whether you want to stay and help or stay in the cabin. Yang Dingtian said, I'll stay and fight. However, I'll go and retrieve my weapon first. After that, Yang Dingtian pretended to walk down from the cabin. He retrieved Chow's heavy sword from his spatial ring and returned to Ling Wu's side. When Ling Wu saw Chow's youngling sword in Yang Dingtian's hand, she couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This is your weapon. This iron rod doesn't look like an iron rod, nor does it look like an iron ruler. It's so ugly. I have a better weapon here. I'll get someone to get one for you. No need. This sword of mine is very good, Yang Dingtian said. Very soon, 3 ships appeared in Yang Dingtian's field of vision. They were about a few dozen miles away from Ling Wu's ship. When he looked at the flag again, it was indeed the flag of Cloud Heaven City's Black Blood Castle. Without a doubt, this was the enemy's attempt to frame him. Great. In order to frame Yang Dingtian, the Northwest Qin clan and Shimanju were really unscrupulous in their methods. Previously, when he returned from the southwest continent, he had also encountered the Black Blood Cavalry pirates on their deck. Today he encountered them again. It could be seen that the surrounding sea was filled with pirates pretending to be brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry. However, what exactly had happened to the Black Blood Cavalry? Why did Shimanju and the Qin clan use such methods? The Black Blood Castle was a few thousand miles away from here. Even if they wanted to frame the Black Blood Cavalry, their reason wasn't sufficient. Do these pirates frequently rob the ships that come and go? Yang Dingtian asked. Not only frequently, there wasn't a single ship that hadn't been robbed in the past few months. Ling Wu said coldly and hatefully, furthermore, these bastards bully the weak and fear the strong. They don't dare to offend anyone who hangs the flag of the Taiendo League. They even shamelessly escorted others. When they encounter us who are weak, they are like poisonous snakes and ferocious tigers. If it wasn't for the fact that the island couldn't hold on any longer, I wouldn't have taken this risk. The goods on the ship are the last of my family's belongings. If they are robbed, my family will be finished. Aren't they draining the pond to catch all the fish? If there are no more merchant ships on the sea, who else can they rob? Yang Dingtian asked. As long as you give them 3 women and 300 gold coins every month, they will let you go. Ling Wu said, we don't give them women. However, we're willing to give them 500 gold coins every month. Originally, they had agreed to it as well. However, later on, that bastard Yang Dingtian took a fancy to me and wanted me to become his concubine. I wasn't willing, so they specially robbed our ships. Furthermore, they would launch sneak attacks on our Inferno Island every 2 to 3 days. My father was injured by that bastard. After she finished speaking, Ling Wu's beautiful eyes turned red, and her entire face was filled with bone-deep hatred. As for Yang Dingtian, he was about to explode from anger at this moment. That group of bastards. It was one thing to let someone impersonate him to rob the ships on the sea, but now they were actually forcefully robbing women. They were trying to turn Yang Dingtian into a public enemy. Yang Dingtian asked, Miss Ling Wu, have you seen that Yang Dingtian before? Yes, I have. Ling Wu said coldly, long face, high nose, deep eyes. He's a pretty good-looking gigolo. However, he's a bastard. I don't know how many innocent women he has robbed on the Black Blood Island. I don't know how many decent women have been defiled by him, and I don't know how many women have committed suicide after being defiled. Bastard. Yang Dingtian roared furiously. He gritted his teeth and hissed, This bastard should be torn into pieces. Ling Wu's description of this Yang Dingtian was exactly the same as her own appearance. At this moment, the 3 pirate ships were getting closer and closer. Yang Dingtian had already seen the appearance of the pirate leader. It was truly a small world. It was the pirate leader who had robbed the passenger ship previously. He had even taken Ningro and her daughter as hostages. In the end, he had even chased after Yang Dingtian until he consumed a water avoidance pill and fled. At that time, because he was a great mystic martial master, Yang Dingtian was far from being his match. Now it was different from the past. Yang Dingtian was already a great mystic martial master expert. Since he had delivered himself to his doorstep today, he must tear him into pieces. It was also a good opportunity for Yang Dingtian to test how strong he was. "Miss Ling Wu, we meet again." That pirate leader laughed heartily and said, "Why? Obediently follow me back to be our young master's woman. Otherwise, we'll rob all the goods on the ship, snatch all the women on the ship, and kill all the men on the ship." "In your dreams," Ling Wu said coldly. "Even if I die in this sea, I won't let that bastard Yang Dingtian defile me." Immediately, Yang Dingtian's face twitched violently. Others said that one would be shot even when lying down. Yang Dingtian was shot even when lying down. "That's not up to you." The pirate leader sneered and said, "If you fall into our hands, I'm afraid it'll be hard for you to die even if you want to." Following that, the sexy and seductive female pirate at the side discovered Yang Dingtian. She pushed the pirate leader at the side and said, "Big brother, look. It's the one who escaped earlier. He snatched away 2 exceptional beauties from your hands." The pirate leader's face was covered in scars, and his flesh was exposed. He looked incomparably ugly and sinister. However, his 2 eyes were indeed deep and threatening. At this moment, he looked at Yang Dingtian like lightning and sneered, "It's really you, my dear. What the fuck are you? Wherever there are beauties, you'll go there. Wear those 2 exceptional beauties by your side. Give them to our young master, Yang Dingtian. I guarantee that you'll enjoy a lifetime of glory, splendor, wealth, and rank." Yang Dingtian didn't argue with him. He just stared at him coldly. "Sister, don't you like pretty boys the most? I'll give him to you in a while. Kill him after you're done with him. Chop off his head and let him be my plaything." The pirate leader laughed cruelly. That female pirate stuck out her chest towards Yang Dingtian. She stuck out her bright red tongue and licked it. Then she revealed a licentious smile towards Yang Dingtian. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian discovered that this female pirate looked somewhat familiar. However, he couldn't recall where he had seen her before. At this moment, all the sailors on Ling Wu's cargo ship had already ascended to the deck. They were holding swords in their hands. On the deck, 7 to 8 giant crossbows suddenly opened up. Even though there were quite a number of people on the cargo ship, they were, after all, only sailors. Therefore, their faces were filled with fear when they faced the pirates who were charging towards them. Even their hands that were holding swords were trembling. "Yan Nantian, have you met them before?" Ling Wu asked. "A few months ago," Yang Dingtian replied. "You couldn't defeat them?" Ling Wu asked. "I couldn't defeat them at that time, so I ran away." Yang Dingtian replied. "In that case, you can take advantage of the chaos to sneak away. There's no need for you to die together with us." Ling Wu said, "I'm already very satisfied that you were able to stay on the deck and stand with me for a while." Yang Dingtian sneered. "This is no longer entirely your problem." At this moment, the 3 pirate ships were getting closer and closer. After that, they actually changed their direction and came from 3 different directions to outflank them. When the people on the cargo ship saw that they were surrounded, the fear on their faces became even more intense. As long as someone took the lead, everyone would probably throw away the weapons in their hands and jump into the sea to escape. The 3 pirate ships were getting closer and closer. When there were still 300 meters left, Ling Wu suddenly ordered, "Fire the crossbows." Immediately, a few sailors took up their hammers and smashed the giant crossbows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Giant arrows that were as thick as an arm were suddenly shot out and shot towards the 3 pirate ships. Ha ha! That pirate leader laughed heartily. He actually stood at the bow of the ship and stared at the giant crossbows that were shooting towards him. He didn't even try to dodge. When the giant crossbows were in front of him, that pirate leader suddenly slashed down with the broadsword in his hand. At the same time, the experts on the other 2 ships also slashed down with their swords. Bang! Immediately, all of the giant arrows shot out from the giant crossbows were smashed into pieces. My dear, I'm coming. After that, a loud roar suddenly sounded. That pirate leader, that seductive female pirate, and another thin and pale youth suddenly straightened their bodies and pounced towards a cargo ship from over 100 meters away. The 3 of them pounced over from 3 different directions like eagles. Yang Dingtian discovered that the martial arts of this pirate leader wasn't the strongest among the 3 of them. The strongest one was that thin and pale youth. Kill! Kill! That pirate leader pounced towards Ling Wu. That thin and pale youth pounced towards the numerous sailors on the deck. As for that seductive female pirate, she pounced towards Yang Dingtian with a machete in her hand. Yang Dingtian circulated the profound energy in his entire body and slashed towards the seductive female pirate's machete. Ha! My dear, you're not this sister's match. The seductive female pirate teased with a sweet voice. Clang! A loud sound suddenly sounded. Yang Dingtian's Cho stood firmly on the female pirate's machete. PFFF. That female pirate suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. And at the same time, that thin and pale youth rushed into the crowd. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people died tragically under his sword. All of them died without an intact corpse. This thin youth's sword technique was vicious, strange, and as fast as a ghost. As for that pirate leader's ghost head blade, it stood firmly on Ling Wu's sword. Clang! A fierce collision sounded. Ling Wu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her delicate body retreated more than 10 steps, and she nearly sat on the ground. Little beauty, I'm being merciful. Next, have a taste of my ghost head blade. That pirate leader shot out an evil radiance from his eyes. The ghost head blade in his hand was like splashing ink as it slashed towards Ling Wu. His moves were truly shameless to the extreme. All of them were aimed towards her lower body. Ling Wu was greatly alarmed. She wanted to raise her sword to resist. However, her entire body was in severe pain and she didn't have the slightest bit of strength. She looked at the ugly and disgusting face of that pirate leader, the ghost head blade that was slashing towards her lower body, and then looked at the clan sailors that had fallen to the ground and were massacred. I'd rather die than suffer such humiliation. Ling Wu shouted crisply. She suddenly placed her sword horizontally across her neck and was about to commit suicide. Clang! Suddenly, her sword was flicked away. Her arm suddenly trembled and went numb. The sharp sword in her hand had nearly flown out of her hand. It was Yang Dingtian who flicked away the sword that she was about to commit suicide. After that, he suddenly grabbed onto Ling Wu's arm and pulled her behind him. Then he turned around to face this pirate leader. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Last time, you fled upon hearing my news. This time, I'll let you have a taste of how powerful I, Yang Dingtian, am. Chapter 181. It's you? You've actually become more powerful? The pirate revealed an astonished expression. Then he revealed a ferocious gaze and sneered. Since it's you, there's no need to be merciful. It's just nice that I cut off your thing and soak it in wine. Immediately, the profound energy in the pirate leader's entire body rose to the extreme. His speed was also extremely fast. The ghost head blade in his hand was incomparably ferocious as it slashed towards Yang Dingtian's vital part between his legs. Go! Yang Dingtian roared furiously. He aimed at the ghost head blade of the pirate leader and fiercely slashed it down. Bang! A loud sound resounded. Immediately, The ghost head blade of the pirate leader was directly chopped off and flew out. As for the pirate leader, he retreated over 10 steps. Immediately, he looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. A few months ago, Yang Dingtian was still so weak and was chased away by him. But now he was actually so powerful that he directly repelled him with a single slash. Third brother, this idea is powerful. Come over here, let's attack together. The pirate leader said to the skinny, white-faced youth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. That skinny youth slashed a few more times at lightning speed and took away the lives of a few people. Then, like a zombie, he suddenly shot to the side of the pirate leader. His corpse-like gaze stared fixedly at Yang Dingtian. And at this moment, that seductive female pirate also crawled up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Sister, you deal with that bitch Ling Wu. The two of us will kill this gigolo, the pirate leader said. All right, that seductive female pirate said. However, if you let me take action, this delicate beauty won't be able to live. Up to you. The pirate leader sneered. Leave the corpse intact. It's the same as giving it to the young master. When these words were spoken, Ling Wu's face suddenly turned ghastly pale. Suddenly, the corner of her mouth felt warm. It was Yang Dingtian's hand and a medicinal pill. This was the Holy Spirit pill. With Ling Wu's injuries, after consuming the medicinal pill, it was guaranteed that her combat strength would completely recover. Miss Ling Wu, what's your cultivation level? Yang Dingtian asked. 5-star black, Martial Master. Ling Wu replied. That's barely enough. Although that female pirate is a great mystic martial master, she's already injured. You should be able to barely hold on. Yang Dingtian said, You and I are back to back. I'll deal with these two, and you deal with that female pirate. All right. Ling Wu replied. After that, her delicate body stuck close to him. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt something soft on his back. The moment Ling Wu's delicate body came into contact with Yang Dingtian, it clearly trembled slightly. Sweetheart, let's get intimate in hell, the pirate leader said coldly. Go, kill him. Immediately, the two of them charged over ferociously. One sword light was like a ghost, while the other's blade light was like ink. These two people were both great mystic martial masters. Yang Dingtian could feel that this skinny, white-faced youth's mystic qi cultivation was not inferior to his. Dang, 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 dang. In an instant, the two pirates were in front of him. The ghost head blade madly attacked Yang Dingtian's lower body. The zombie-like sharp sword fiercely pierced towards Yang Dingtian's chest. It was both vicious and cunning. Yang Dingtian actually stood there motionlessly, as if he had completely ignored the two's blade and sword. The skinny youth's sword was even faster. Like lightning, it ruthlessly pierced towards Yang Dingtian's chest. A burst of intense pain. However, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't pierce through. The blade of the sword suddenly bent. Immediately, the two pirates were shocked. And at this moment, the pirate leader's ghost head blade also fiercely chopped towards Yang Dingtian's vital points. The third move of the pig-slaying swordsmanship beheading. The sword in Yang Dingtian's hand fiercely chopped down. Ah! The pirate leader only felt his wrist turn cold. Then, fresh blood violently spurted out. His wrist, along with the broken blade, directly flew out. After the skinny youth's complexion changed, the sharp sword in his hand trembled. Like a viper, it pierced towards Yang Dingtian's throat. Yang Dingtian's throat wasn't protected by the deep-sea Xian clothes. Among all the opponents that Yang Dingtian had encountered, the swordsmanship of this skinny youth before him should be the best. However, compared to Yang Dingtian, he was still far inferior. The sharp sword in Yang Dingtian's hand spun. The fourth move of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, digging out heart and lungs. Immediately, Yang Dingtian's sword coiled towards the skinny youth, like a viper. Clang, 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 clang. Countless times, the blades of the swords collided with each other. PFFF! Yang Dingtian's sword fiercely pierced through the skinny youth's sword net and directly pierced into his left chest. Immediately, fresh blood violently spurted out. Yang Dingtian was about to continue to fiercely stab and directly take the life of this skinny youth. And, unexpectedly, Ling Wu, who was behind him, let out a miserable groan. She had been struck by the female pirate's blade. Yang Dingtian suddenly pulled Ling Wu away. Like lightning, he turned around to face the female pirate's blade and fiercely chopped down. Clang! The female pirate's scimitar was directly chopped off and sent flying. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian fiercely stabbed his sword towards the female pirate's chest. That female pirate was startled as she used all her strength to dodge. However, she still wasn't able to dodge Yang Dingtian's sword, and her entire shoulder was directly pierced through. The sword in Yang Dingtian's hand fiercely trembled. Profound energy was suddenly spat out, and the female pirate was ruthlessly sent flying dozens of meters away. Ah! That female pirate suddenly let out a miserable shriek. Fresh blood violently spurted out, and she fiercely fell to a corner of the ship. It was unknown whether she was dead or alive. At this moment, the 3 ships had already approached. Countless hooks hooked onto Ling Wu's cargo ship. Hundreds of pirates climbed up like ants and began to massacre the sailors on the ship. Miss Ling Wu, go and kill the pirate minions. Leave the rest of the pirate leaders to me, Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Ling Wu replied. Her delicate body suddenly sprung as she rushed towards the pirates that were swarming towards her. When Yang Dingtian turned around to save Ling Wu, that skinny youth from earlier had rapidly retreated dozens of meters away. He covered the wound on his chest as he looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. At this moment, the sharp sword in his hand had already been twisted into a ball of fried dough twist. In terms of profound energy cultivation, I'm not outstanding. However, in terms of sword techniques, I've yet to meet an opponent. You're the only one who can defeat me in terms of sword techniques. Who exactly are you? That skinny youth said coldly. It's not important who I am. However, the key point is that I know who you are. Yang Dingtian said coldly. You're the Northwest Qin clan's youth sword instructor, Zombie Sword Wang Luan. I didn't expect that you'd actually degenerate and impersonate a pirate. Humph, humph. What future can I have by being an instructor for a child? Why don't I give it a shot? Zombie Sword Wang Luan said coldly. I'm afraid that I won't be able to have any future. Instead, I'm going to die here, Yang Dingtian said coldly. Not necessarily. Wang Luan said coldly. Qin Bao, let's join forces and use our profound skills to kill him, Wang Luan said coldly. So the pirate leader was called Qin Bao. He was indeed someone from the Northwest Qin clan. At this moment, Qin Bao's severed arm had already stopped bleeding. He looked at Yang Dingtian with eyes filled with endless hatred. A combined profound skill attack required an extremely high degree of compatibility. The 2 people in front of him were sworn brothers and were as close as real brothers. Moreover, they had practiced countless times, which was why they were able to use a combined profound skill attack. Moreover, the power of a combined profound skill attack wasn't just 1 + 1 = 2. It was far more than that. Therefore, no great profound martial master in the world would be able to withstand the combined profound skill attack of 2 great profound martial masters. Immediately, Qin Bao's body swelled and emitted a fiery red light. As for Wang Luan, his entire body instantly turned ice blue. He looked even more like a zombie that crawled out from the ground. He suddenly roared. Immediately, a fire dragon burst out from Qin Bao's body. As for a frost dragon, it burst out from Wang Luan's body. The twin dragons of ice and fire intertwined and rotated in the air. Like a laser cannonball, they suddenly shot towards Yang Dingtian. As for Yang Dingtian, he still stood at his original position without moving. Don't. Ling Wu, who was currently killing pirates, let out a miserable cry. After that, she suddenly charged towards Yang Dingtian. However, it was very obvious that her speed was too late. The two enormous dragons of ice and fire ruthlessly struck Yang Dingtian's chest. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's entire body was engulfed by raging flames and frost-cold energy. His figure was completely invisible. Ha! Qin Bao immediately laughed out loud. After that, he looked towards Ling Wu with an evil gaze and said, "Little beauty, your dear friend is already finished. Originally, I wanted to gift you to our young master. However, I'm injured today, so I can't make up for it. Therefore, you're mine to eat today." After he finished speaking, Qin Bao suddenly charged towards Ling Wu like a wild beast. As for Ling Wu, she stood at her original position in a daze. She looked at Yang Dingtian, who was engulfed in raging flames, and her face was filled with despair. "You're too impatient." Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's voice resounded in the air. Qin Bao was startled. He suddenly looked towards Yang Dingtian. After that, he was completely dumbstruck. He could only see that the frost-cold energy on Yang Dingtian's left side seemed to be engulfed by something all of a sudden. It decreased and disappeared at lightning speed. As for the raging flames on his right side, it had even turned into a ray of light and completely disappeared into Yang Dingtian's enormous sword. Yang Dingtian was wearing the deep-sea profound robe, which had a frightening defensive ability against profound skills. Moreover, he also had an ice attribute, profound talisman on him, which just happened to engulf Wang Luan's enormous frost dragon completely. After that, Yang Dingtian clearly felt that there were some changes to this ice attribute jade talisman. Its color had slightly deepened. Although it was still an elementary, profound talisman, compared to before, it already contained some ice attribute energy. "Lao San, this guy is tricky. Let's go." Qin Bao was startled. He shouted loudly and then turned around to escape. "You guys won't be able to leave." Yang Dingtian then activated his profound qi and rushed towards the two of them. "Big brother, you go first. I'll cover you," Wang Luan said. "Good brother." Qin Bao's eyes turned hot as he said emotionally. He patted Wang Luan's shoulder and was about to escape. But he didn't expect that just as his palm patted Wang Luan's shoulder, his entire body was completely unable to move. "Big brother, just die for me." Wang Luan laughed sinisterly. Then he grabbed Qin Bao's body and smashed him towards Yang Dingtian. "Wang Luan, fuck your mother." Qin Bao roared loudly. Then his entire body smashed towards Yang Dingtian. All of the profound qi in his body was immediately released. "Darling, let's die together." Then Qin Bao burst out with all of his profound qi and pounced towards Yang Dingtian. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Yang Dingtian's sword suddenly scattered out countless sword flowers, piercing Qin Bao's body that was flying over. Ah! An incomparably mournful howl sounded. Note: Chapter 182. Ah! An incomparably mournful and miserable howl resounded. Before Qin Bao could even approach Yang Dingtian, he was dismembered in the air and sent flying out into 8 pieces. As for Wang Luan, he didn't run away immediately. Instead, he actually grabbed Ling Wu at lightning speed, after which he dragged her and jumped into the ocean at lightning speed. Ling Wu wasn't his match in the first place. Moreover, she thought that Yang Dingtian had been killed earlier. Therefore, she stood at her original spot in despair. Therefore, when Wang Luan placed his sword on her neck, she didn't have the slightest strength to retaliate. Even though Wang Luan hadn't been a pirate for long, his swimming ability was undoubtedly very good. Dragging Ling Wu along, he immediately escaped at lightning speed, like a fish in the ocean. As he ran, he laughed heartily and said, "Kid, I've said that you can't kill me. This chick is also mine." In a short span of 10 seconds, he had already swam a few dozen meters away. Yang Dingtian, quickly took out a water avoidance pearl and placed it in his mouth, after which he suddenly jumped into the ocean. It was as though he was walking on land as he chased after Wang Luan at lightning speed. Wang Luan was immediately shocked. He didn't expect that Yang Dingtian's speed in the water would actually be so astonishing. He was about to catch up to him immediately. He hurriedly hid behind Ling Wu and placed his sword on her neck. Then he smiled nastily at Yang Dingtian and said, "Brother, let me go. How about I let this chick go?" "All right, let her go first. After that, I'll let you go," said Yang Dingtian. "That won't do. After I reach a safe place, I'll definitely let her go. There's no enmity between us. Why do you have to do this?" Wang Luan sneered. His gaze landed on Ling Wu's moving back. His eyes immediately revealed a greedy gaze. If they really reached a safe place, Ling Wu would probably suffer a fate worse than death. "That's impossible," Yang Dingtian said indifferently. "Don't you want this woman's life anymore?" Wang Luan smiled nastily and said, "As long as I give her a light chop, this beautiful head of hers will roll off and never to be reattached." After saying that, Wang Luan suddenly pressed down with a sharp blade. Immediately, a trace of blood flowed out from Ling Wu's neck. "I'll count to 3. Get back to the ship immediately. Otherwise, I'll kill this chick immediately. 1, 2. Yan Nantian, kill this bastard." Ling Wu shouted. "Little girl, shut up," Wang Luan said coldly. "Brother, do you really want to watch this woman die? Hurry up and get back to the ship," Wang Luan roared. "In your dreams," Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Wang Luan's face turned ferocious as he shouted, "Then I'll drag this little beauty down with me." "Ling Wu, close your eyes," Yang Dingtian suddenly shouted. 3. Wang Luan's blade fiercely slashed towards Ling Wu's neck. It seemed that Ling Wu was about to die. At the bottom of the water, Yang Dingtian suddenly opened his palm. Bang! Under the water, a huge bolt of lightning suddenly burst out. Lightning attribute profound skill, mountain split. Instantly, all of Wang Luan's movements were frozen. His entire body was instantly charred black. As for Ling Wu, who had her eyes closed, she only felt her entire delicate body go numb, and she instantly fainted. Yang Dingtian held his sword and rushed out like a bolt of lightning. He fiercely pulled Ling Wu to one side and aimed at Wang Luan, who was floating in the water. He raised his sword and slashed down ferociously. Suddenly, Wang Luan's body was cleaved into 2 by Yang Dingtian. Fresh blood dyed the seawater red. Yang Dingtian carried Ling Wu's unconscious body and swam back to the ship at lightning speed. Currently, Ling Wu was completely unconscious. Even though Yang Dingtian's bolt of lightning didn't strike her body, the electric energy that passed through the seawater still instantly suffocated her. Seeing that all 3 of their leaders had been killed, the remaining pirates didn't have the slightest bit of morale. They were chased and killed by the sailors who didn't have much martial arts and jumped into the seawater to escape. At this moment, the sailors on the cargo ship were holding bows and arrows, shooting at the pirates on the surface of the water. Seeing Yang Dingtian carrying Ling Wu onto the ship, the sailors swarmed over one after another. "Thank you, Hero Yen, for saving our lives. Hero Yen is mighty." "Hero Yen, how's our miss?" "Your miss is fine. She's just temporarily breathless." Yang Dingtian said, "Find a girl among you and come with me." "Can I?" A girl walked out charmingly. She was holding a sword in her hand, and her face was stained with blood. She was the little girl who delivered fruits to Yang Dingtian previously. He didn't expect that she would actually be holding a sword. "All right," Yang Dingtian said. "That female pirate? Is she dead?" Yang Dingtian asked. "She's here, Hero Yen. She doesn't seem to be dead yet. We've tied her up," a sailor said. Then he pushed the female pirate, who was tied up like a dumpling, over. Yang Dingtian carried the unconscious Ling Wu with one hand and the female pirate with the other. Then he walked down to the cabin below the deck. Continue to shoot and kill these pirates. Every one of their hands is stained with the blood of innocent people, Yang Dingtian said. Yes, all the sailors shouted. Did you hear that? Lord Yen has instructed us to continue killing these pirates. Immediately, the numerous sailors picked up their bows and aimed at the pirates on the surface of the water, killing them one by one. That after arriving at the cabin, Yang Dingtian placed Ling Wu on the ship. Go and loosen your young Miss swimsuit slightly. It's too tight. She won't be able to breathe, Yang Dingtian said. Ah, yes. That maid was surprised at first. Then she immediately obeyed. She used a knife to cut a hole in the swimsuit on her back, making it less tight. Pinch your young Miss nose. Then put your mouth to hers and inhale. After taking a few breaths, press on her chest, Yang Dingtian said. Oh, yes, yes. Then that maid hurriedly followed Yang Dingtian's orders. Perhaps she was too flustered, or perhaps she was doing something wrong. Even after a while of artificial respiration, Ling Wu still didn't recover her breathing. After pressing on her chest for a long time, there was still no heartbeat. All right, stand aside. I'll do it, Yang Dingtian said. Yes. The little maid hurriedly stepped aside as though she was liberated. However, she still looked at Ling Wu with concern. Yang Dingtian went forward and pinched Ling Wu's nose. Then he forcefully inhaled. After he finished inhaling, he forcefully pressed on the area above her heart. However, Ling Wu still didn't breathe and didn't have a heartbeat. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but become anxious. She might die if she didn't have a heartbeat or breath for too long. Perhaps the energy of the electric current earlier was too strong. Ling Wu's body was completely unable to withstand it. Turn around, Yang Dingtian said to that little maid. Yes, that little maid hurriedly turned around. She even forcefully closed her eyes. It was very obvious that this little maid had thought too much. It was just that Yang Dingtian wanted to execute the lightning art and couldn't let her see it. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and began to brew an extremely weak, profound energy. Then he organized it into the lightning attribute, profound skill, mountain split. Pow! A weak bolt of lightning struck on the area above Ling Wu's heart. That's right. This was the primal chaos realm's version of lightning. Ling Wu trembled slightly and didn't wake up. Yang Dingtian slightly increased the energy, and another bolt of lightning struck down. Immediately, a faint scorch mark was left on Ling Wu's skin. Ling Wu's delicate body bounced up and then fell back down. Yang Dingtian placed his ear on the area above her heart. Sure enough, a weak heartbeat was restored. However, there was still no breath. Then he inhaled again in succession. After doing it a few times in succession, Ling Wu's eyes finally opened as she slowly woke up. Miss, you've woken up. That little maid immediately turned around and said in pleasant surprise. Then she hurriedly said, Don't misunderstand. Great hero Yen did it to save you. He's really amazing. You weren't breathing and your heartbeat was also gone. Yet he still managed to save you. I know. Ling Wu's face reddened. She said in a low voice, Thank you, Yen Nantian. You're welcome. Yang Dingtian turned around. At this moment, Ling Wu recalled what had happened in the sea earlier. She could clearly feel that the scoundrel Wang Luan's sword was about to cut her neck. After that, Yen Nantian asked her to close her eyes. Then her body went numb, and she didn't know anything. At the instant she fainted. She even thought that she was dead. She didn't expect that Yen Nantian would actually save her. After putting on her clothes, Ling Wu walked to the front of Yang Dingtian. Then she bowed in a very formal manner. Ling Wu thanks Big Brother Yen for saving the lives of several hundred of us. She indeed didn't expect that a person she had casually picked up would actually be so powerful. He killed the pirate leaders consecutively and saved the lives of most of the people on the ship. Miss Ling Wu, you're welcome, Yang Dingtian said. Then Yang Dingtian said to that little maid and Ling Wu, I'm going to interrogate this female pirate next. The scene might be more brutal. Both of you can leave now. Oh, yes. Ling Wu and the little maid immediately walked out of the cabin and closed the door. While they were at it, Yang Dingtian took a basin of water and poured it directly on the female pirate's head. In an instant, that female pirate's delicate body suddenly trembled as she woke up. You're not a pirate. Who exactly are you? Yang Dingtian asked coldly. That female pirate spat out a mouthful of water. Then her beautiful eyes shot a glance at Yang Dingtian as she spoke in a delicate voice. It doesn't matter who I am. The key is who are you? Yang Dingtian's expression changed as he sneered and said, I am Yang Dingtian. Don't change the topic. No, you're Yang Dingtian. That female pirate spoke in a hoarse voice. Yang Dingtian, I have been wanting to sleep with you for a long time because you had beaten Qin Xiaobai into a cripple. Yang Dingtian was suddenly startled. How did this female pirate in front of him recognize that he was Yang Dingtian? This was completely impossible. She wasn't an absolute expert like Dugu Fengwu. How was it possible for her to recognize that he was Yang Dingtian? Note: Chapter 183. Wang Luan stabbed your chest just now, but he couldn't pierce your skin at all. I didn't see you wearing any mystic iron silk treasure clothes either. The female pirate said indifferently, in Cloud Heaven City, you fought Tang Li and Qin Xiaobai, and you were invulnerable. That's why people said you were wearing the legendary deep sea Xian clothes. There might only be one deep sea Xian clothes in the world, so if you aren't Yang Dingtian, who are you? Yang Dingtian took a deep breath. This was indeed a flaw. Who exactly are you? Why do you know so much about Yang Dingtian? Yang Dingtian said coldly. The girl giggled and looked up. Take a good look. Don't you find my face familiar? It was very familiar, but he couldn't quite remember. When you and Shimin Ningning passed by the Qin family's territory and the abyssal town, the female pirate reminded. You are Qin Hongmian? Yang Dingtian suddenly asked. You finally remembered. You only saw Shimin Ningning pretending to be me. You didn't really see me, so you can't remember, the female pirate said. Yang Dingtian was puzzled. You are a branch of the Qin family, the young mistress of the Crimson Stone Castle. How did you end up pretending to be a pirate? It's all because of the sins you committed. Qin Hongmian sneered. Qin Xiaobai was completely destroyed in your hands, so that tyrant of the Qin family vented his anger on countless people. I was one of them, but I'm already considered good. Qin Xiaobai's mother, Yang Shishir, has already been chased out to sing. She was almost forced to be a prostitute. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be shocked. The Qin family's patriarch was actually so ruthless and heartless to his own wife. Since you have already spoken, then let's just finish it. Yang Dingtian said, why did you pretend to be the Black Blood Cavalry and commit crimes? What happened to Black Blood Castle? You still don't know? Qin Hongmian glanced at Yang Dingtian and said, Shimin Lai's Black Blood Cavalry has long abandoned the Black Blood Castle. They have been wandering in the northwest continent for more than half a year. Otherwise, who would believe us if we impersonate the Black Blood Cavalry to do evil from a few thousand miles away? What? Yang Dingtian was shocked and said, Didn't I not lose Black Blood Castle after my battle with Qin Xiaobai? We didn't lose it at that time, but the soldiers of Qin City kept coming and besieged the Black Blood Castle. The two sides were in a deadlock for half a month. Furthermore, the parasitic poison in Madame Shimin's body flared up. Shimin Ju went to Black Blood Castle to negotiate with Shimin Lai. They were willing to hand over the antidote to Madame Shimin's parasitic poison. In exchange, Shimin Lai had to lead the Black Blood Cavalry out of Black Blood Castle unconditionally. Qin Hongmian said, In order to save Madame Shimin's life, and the Black Blood Castle is indeed in a desperate situation, Shimin Lai agreed. From that day onwards, they withdrew from Black Blood Castle and wandered around the northwest continent. They didn't have a fixed residence for half a year and were chased out by countless factions. Before Yang Dingtian finished listening, Yang Dingtian suddenly roared and smashed the table beside him into pieces. Once he thought about Madame Shimin and Shimin Lai leading the Black Blood Cavalry to wander around. Yang Dingtian's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Qin Hongyan chuckled and said, "Yang Dingtian, Black Blood Castle has been lost. Now, you don't even have a place to stay." Yang Dingtian quickly calmed down and sneered, "It doesn't matter. After I take back Cloud Heaven City, Black Blood Castle will be even less of a problem. There are less than 8 months to take back Cloud Heaven City. Are you dreaming? Do you know how powerful Shiminju is?" Qin Hongyan sneered and said. Yang Dingtian ignored her words and directly asked, "Madame Shimin was poisoned with parasite. How did this happen? When did it happen?" "It's all because of that bastard Qin Xiaobai. He coveted Madame Shimin. Not long after he arrived at Cloud Heaven City, he secretly poisoned her with parasite. His original plan was to kill you and let the parasite take effect on Madame Shimin. Then he would take the opportunity to dominate her." Qin Hongyan sneered and said, "But who would have thought that before his dream could come true, he would be beaten into a cripple by you?" Yang Dingtian wasn't interested in an enemy that was already dead. He directly asked, "On Black Blood Island, who is the pirate leader that pretended to be me?" "The illegitimate son of the Qin clan, Qin Huaiju," Qin Hongyan said, "a pitiful and shameless person." "How is his cultivation?" Yang Dingtian asked. "1 star, martial mystic. You aren't his match." Qin Hongyan sneered and said, "He has already pretended to be you and killed hundreds and thousands of people. He has also kidnapped hundreds of innocent women. You are now notorious." 1 star martial mystic expert was 6 levels higher than Yang Dingtian. More importantly, he was fighting above his level. Yang Dingtian still couldn't use lightning-attributed mystic skills. Even though it was a little difficult, Yang Dingtian was still filled with confidence to defeat him. Moreover, this bastard must be eliminated. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how many people he would harm by pretending to be him. Whether I am his match or not, it's not up to you to decide. After I kill him, I will send you to the underworld to accompany him," Yang Dingtian said coldly. Then he suddenly struck her with his palm and directly knocked her unconscious. At this moment, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside. Ling Wu said, "Big Brother Yen, we found a few captives on the pirate ship. They said that they are from Cloud Heaven City's Black Blood Castle. They also said that this group of pirates is impersonating their Black Blood Castle to do evil." Yang Dingtian was suddenly startled. Then he said, "Bring them in." He took a deep breath. If they were really people from Black Blood Castle, didn't that mean that Madame Shimin and Big Brother Shimin Lai were nearby? Moreover, even if they were ordinary soldiers of the Black Blood Cavalry, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but view them as brothers in his heart. Very quickly, for brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry were brought over. Then, without waiting for Yang Dingtian's instructions, Ling Wu left the cabin and closed the door. These 4 brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry were all injured. It was very obvious that they had suffered torment in the hands of that group of pirates. They should be the brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry. Although Yang Dingtian couldn't remember their faces, the Black Blood Cavalry had a special flag. They looked like soldiers and didn't look like martial artists. Suppressing the urge to hug them, Yang Dingtian asked, "How many of you are there? What are you doing in this sea region?" A few brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry stepped forward and bowed. "We are the Black Blood Cavalry. We thank this hero for saving our lives. We have a total of over 20 brothers. This time we are here for 2 missions. First, We heard that there are pirates impersonating our black blood cavalry and committing evil deeds everywhere. Commander Shimin sent us to investigate. Second, there are rumors that the hidden sect's disciple, young Lord Wu Ming, had once come to West Arrival Island to cultivate. Therefore, Madam specially sent us to search for him and ask young Lord Wu Ming to head to Cloud Heaven City to uphold justice. Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat as he asked, "What justice?" That brother of the Black Blood Cavalry revealed a furious expression as he said, Shiminju, Yang Yan, and the other thieves slandered young Lord Yang Dingtian as an infiltrator of evil ways. They said that he used the evil soul art to defeat Qin Xiaobai. Therefore, they held a meeting in the Tiando League and prepared to cancel young Lord Yang Dingtian's qualification to participate in tomorrow's City Lord Martial competition. Furthermore, they wanted to order the Tiando League to hunt down and kill young Lord Yang Dingtian. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was enraged. This group of bastards really wanted to kill him. It seemed like he had to make a trip to Cloud Heaven City. Hero Yen, I heard that your ship came from the direction of West Arrival Island. Have you seen or heard of young Lord Wu Ming's whereabouts? The brother of the Black Blood Cavalry asked. I heard that Wu Ming had already left West Arrival Island a long time ago. Yang Dingtian continued. However, if he really is a disciple of the hidden sect, then he will definitely uphold justice for you. Then Yang Dingtian instinctively wanted to ask how Madame Shimin and Shimin Lai were doing. He almost asked, but he quickly stopped himself because Yan Nantian didn't even know them. How could he ask about them? Thank you for your kind words, Hero Yen, the brother of the Black Blood Cavalry said. We still have important things to do. May I ask if Hero Yen can give us a small boat? We still have more than a dozen brothers who have been captured and imprisoned in Black Blood Island. Their lives are at stake. We have to rush to the northwest mainland with the fastest speed and gather all the brothers nearby to go to Black Blood Island to rescue our brothers. How many brothers do you have in total around here? Yang Dingtian asked. A total of more than 100, the brother of the Black Blood Cavalry said. One group is at sea, a total of 30. The other group is on land, about 100. That's great. Yang Dingtian continued. I'm also preparing to go to Black Blood Island to eliminate the evil thief who impersonated Yang Dingtian. Follow me to Fire Island first. Then I'll give you a fast boat. Go to the mainland with the fastest speed and gather all the brothers here. In at most 2 or 3 days, we'll kill our way to Black Blood Island and kill all those bastards to rescue your brothers. Thank you so much, the brother of the Black Blood Cavalry said excitedly. Hero Yen is really chivalrous. It's a pity that our commander isn't here. Young Master Yang Dingtian isn't here either. Otherwise, you would definitely become good friends. At this moment, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask, I have a question, but I don't know if I should ask. Please ask, the brother of the Black Blood Cavalry said. Because of Yang Dingtian, all of you have to wander around and drift from place to place. Do you regret it? Yang Dingtian asked. No, how can we regret it? The eyes of the Black Blood Cavalry instantly revealed a radiance of faith. He said passionately, Our young master Yang Dingtian is the #1 genius in the world. We are now in the darkness before Nirvana. Tomorrow, young Master Yang Dingtian will lead us to kill our way back to Cloud Heaven City and take back what is ours. Once he said that, Yang Dingtian's eyes instantly became hot, and his heart surged with emotions. Although he had never seen these brothers in front of him before, they believed in him very much and were willing to sacrifice their lives for him. Yang Dingtian turned around and didn't let them see his excited expression. He said, Then all of you go and rest for a while. When we reach Fire Island, all of you will immediately depart to the mainland. Thank you, Hero Yen. Instantly, the 4 brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry left. Chapter 184. After more than 2 hours of sailing, the cargo ship docked at the pier of Inferno Island. Inferno Island was a barren island with an area of more than 10 square kilometers. It couldn't grow any food and could only rely on sea trade. There were 2,000 to 3,000 people living on the island. However, most of them were ordinary people. There were also many elderly and children. Therefore, it could only be considered as a very small force. It was no wonder that they were pressured by the Black Blood Island to the point that they couldn't breathe. At a glance, the entire island was indeed not prosperous and wealthy. Most of the houses were also old. When the knight and the cargo ship were still more than 10 kilometers away from the pier, many people on the island were already waiting anxiously. When the cargo ship approached, the people on the island immediately cheered. It was very obvious that they had been looking forward to Ling Wu's ship for a very long time. Furthermore, when they saw that the ship had returned safely, the stone in their hearts could finally be put down. However, when the ship docked at the pier, they discovered that dozens of people were missing. The pier immediately burst into cries again. When the ship had just docked at the pier, Ling Wu jumped down impatiently and ran towards an old man on the pier. That old man was already unable to move. He could only sit on a chair and be carried by 4 young men. He should be Ling Wu's father. All the meridians in his body had been broken by that bastard, Qin Huaiju. Father. Ling Wu immediately knelt on the ground and threw herself into the embrace of that old man. It's good that you've returned safely. It's good that you've returned. That old man immediately burst into tears and said, "It's all Father's fault for being useless. I've made a girl like you travel thousands of kilometers on a ship and take risks on the sea. As long as Father can recover, I'm willing to do anything." Ling Wu cried. Following that old man discovered traces of a battle on the ship and the corpses that were carried down from the ship. His complexion immediately changed as he said, "Wu, did you encounter that group of bastards on the sea?" Ling Wu nodded and said, "We met them today." That old man said while trembling, Then how did you escape?" "It's a big brother called Yan Nantian. He killed that group of bastards and saved everyone on the ship. He also saved my life," Ling Wu said. At this moment, Yang Dingtian had also disembarked from the ship. Ling Wu hurriedly came over and pulled his hand as she walked to the front of the elder. "Father, this is hero Yan Nantian who had saved this daughter's life." Immediately, the old man tried his best to stand up from the chair and salute Yang Dingtian, but he couldn't do it and almost fell to the ground. "Daughter, help your father up. I want to thank Hero Yan for saving my life," said the old man. Yang Dingtian hurriedly said, "Uncle, you don't have to be so courteous. Everyone has the right to punish those evil thieves. This is what I should do." However, that old man still bowed to Yang Dingtian with Ling Wu's support. Yang Dingtian hurriedly returned an even more respectful bow. That night, Yang Dingtian became the most honored guest on the island. Although the resources on the island were very tight, they still held a sumptuous banquet for Yang Dingtian. Everyone came to propose a toast to Yang Dingtian. Everyone looked at Yang Dingtian with gratitude. Some women even brought their children to kowtow to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian drank more and more. In the end, he was drunk to the point that his eyes were blurred and his footsteps staggered. It had been over 100 days since he had eaten a proper meal or drunk a single drop of wine. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the banquet dispersed. Island Masterling, Zhong, accompanied Yang Dingtian to drink tea. "All right, all of you can leave now. I have something to say to Hero Yan." After that, all the servants and maids left and closed the door. After that, only Ling Zhong, Yang Dingtian, and Ling Wu were left in the room. Immediately, the atmosphere in the room became slightly strange. Yang Dingtian felt a strange feeling. He could only lower his head and drink his tea quietly. Ling Wu obviously felt this strange aura as well. Her face turned red. She lowered her head and didn't say anything as she poured tea for Yang Dingtian and her father. Ling Zhong suddenly raised his head and stared at Yang Dingtian for a long time. Immediately, Yang Dingtian felt unnatural from his stare. Mr. Yen, what do you think of my daughter's appearance? Ling Zhong suddenly asked. When these words were spoken, Ling Wu's face and ears immediately turned red. She was charming and alluring. However, her bold gaze still looked at Yang Dingtian as if she was waiting for his answer. Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. He said 1 in a million. Then, what do you think of my daughter's temperament? Ling Zhong asked again. Generous, brave, dignified, and virtuous, Yang Dingtian said. Then, does Hero Yen like my daughter? Ling Zhong asked. With Miss Ling's character, who wouldn't like her? Yang Dingtian said. When these words were spoken, Ling Wu's beautiful eyes immediately lit up. Her face also appeared even more charming. Then, how about this old man betroth my daughter to Mr. Yen? Although my Inferno Island has declined, it still has a few thousand people. In any case, it's still a foundation. If you marry my daughter, all of this will belong to you. Moreover, no matter if it's this island or your children in the future, their surname will be Yen and not Ling. How about it? Ling Zhong said. After that, he looked at Yang Dingtian with a burning gaze. At this moment, even though Ling Wu was extremely shy, she was also waiting for Yang Dingtian's reply with her big, beautiful eyes. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation and nervousness. She was truly a cute and bold girl. I'm really overwhelmed by your favor, Yang Dingtian said. Before he could finish his words, Ling Wu's beautiful eyes immediately revealed boundless joy and a trace of tenderness. Ling Zhong also said impatiently, then Mr. Yen has agreed. Yang Dingtian said, It's a pity that I already have a wife. Moreover, she has deep feelings for me. I can't let her down. Otherwise, I would have taken the initiative to pursue Miss Ling long ago. When Yang Dingtian said these words, Ling Wu's beautiful face suddenly turned deathly pale. After that, tears almost gushed out from her eyes. Ling Zhong's body trembled. After looking at Yang Dingtian for a long time, he sighed and said, So be it. It's my daughter who doesn't have good fortune. After that, the room fell into an awkward silence. A few minutes later, Ling Zhong smiled and said, It's already late. Mr. Yen should be tired by now. We've already prepared a good guest room. You should have a good rest. Tomorrow, I'll let my daughter take you on a tour around my Inferno Island. Uncle, Yang Dingtian said. After that, he left this place as if he was escaping. This should be the best room on the island. In fact, everything was new. Inferno Island had indeed treated Yang Dingtian as the most distinguished guest. Not long after Yang Dingtian entered the room, a maid prepared a tub full of hot water for him to take a bath. After taking off his clothes, Yang Dingtian comfortably lay down in the hot water, enjoying a rare moment of shyness. Just when Yang Dingtian was lying in the bathtub so comfortably that he was about to fall asleep, a series of light footsteps came from behind him. It should be the maid who was specially in charge of serving him. It's already late. You don't have to serve me anymore. Quickly go to sleep, Yang Dingtian said with his eyes closed. However, a chuckle came from behind him. Yang Dingtian was shocked. He hurriedly opened his eyes and discovered that it was actually Ling Wu. Her slender and hot body appeared incomparably moving under the light. Her beautiful little face was also flushed red, appearing tender and alluring. Miss Ling Yu. Yang Dingtian was so shocked that he stood up abruptly. Ling Wu suddenly clenched her teeth and pounced over, her arms tightly wrapped around Yang Dingtian. Yan Nantian, I like you. I want to marry you. Ling Wu's little mouth was filled with the smell of alcohol. The words she spoke were hot, and so was the breath she exhaled. Yang Dingtian tried to pry her arms away slightly. However, her arms were extremely strong. Yang Dingtian was afraid of hurting her, so he didn't dare to forcefully pry her arms away. Miss Ling, I've already said that I have a wife. Yang Dingtian said. I don't believe you. That's just an excuse. Ling Wu said. Who wouldn't be moved by a beauty like you? Yang Dingtian sighed and said, however, I really have a wife. I owe her a lot. She's suffering because of me. I can't let her down. Perhaps she had heard Yang Dingtian's deep feelings. Ling Wu's beautiful eyes looked at Yang Dingtian for a long time. Finally, she confirmed that what Yang Dingtian said was true. Immediately, the blurriness in her beautiful eyes gradually faded away. After that, she smiled sadly and said, then Ling Wu really doesn't have this blessing. Yang Dingtian said gently, you're so beautiful and cute. You'll definitely be able to find your ideal husband. It's too late, Big Brother Yen. Ling Wu said with a sad expression, that evil thief on Black Blood Island has already given my family an ultimatum. If I don't deliver myself to him within 3 days, he'll bring his men and kill everyone on Inferno Island. Following that, Ling Wu's beautiful eyes became hot as she said, I don't care if you have a wife. I like you. 3 days later, I'll let that evil thief obtain a corpse. Miss Ling listened carefully. Yang Dingtian held her face and said, that evil thief won't be able to live past 3 days. 2 days later, I'll gather my men and kill everyone on Black Blood Island. We'll kill everyone on that group of bastards. Ling Wu was stunned for a moment. After that, she shook her head and said, no, they have the advantage in numbers. Moreover, that evil thief's martial arts are very high. You're not his match. They have the advantage in numbers, but so do we. You'll see our helpers coming in an endless stream very soon. Yang Dingtian said, moreover, we'll only know if I'm that evil thief's match after we fight. In short, I'll definitely not leave until I kill that bastard. Ling Wu looked at Yang Dingtian for a long time and said, so what if you kill that evil thief? My father will leave this world very soon. The man I like doesn't like me. What's the point of me living? Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, Miss Ling Wu, maybe I can save your father. However, I can only try. I can't guarantee that I'll succeed. Note, brothers, I beg for a few monthly votes. Chapter 185. Really? Ling Wu's beautiful eyes were filled with incomparable surprise as she said, as long as you can save my father, I'm willing to pay any price. Then she said embarrassedly, however, I don't have anything that can catch your eye. As long as you don't seduce me to make a mistake and don't test my willpower, I'll be very grateful. Yang Dingtian said, all right, I'll leave immediately. Ling Wu let go of Yang Dingtian. You must save my father tomorrow. Then she ran out like a butterfly. The next morning, Ling Wu ran to Yang Dingtian's room and pulled him up from the bed before the sun had even risen. Quickly go and treat my father. Yang Dingtian woke up with sleepy eyes. Then he washed up and dressed under her service. When he arrived at the hall, he immediately saw Ling Zhong sitting there neatly dressed. He couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Uncle Ling, you're early. It was really early. If it was converted to Earth's time, it wasn't even 5:00 in the morning. Ling Zhong smiled embarrassedly. Yang Dingtian realized that his eyes were red, his expression was excited, and he was incomparably nervous. When he looked at Ling Wu again, it was the same. Then Yang Dingtian said, the two of you couldn't have not slept for the entire night, right? Immediately, Ling Zhong's smile became even more embarrassed as he said, initially, I didn't want Wu, or to wake you up so early. However, she really couldn't hold it in. This father and daughter pair actually didn't sleep and sat for the entire night waiting for Yang Dingtian to wake up to treat Ling Zhong. At once, Yang Dingtian felt that the burden on his shoulders was very heavy. Ling Zhong sighed and said, I've really embarrassed myself in front of you. It's not that I want to live an ignoble life, but I really can't bear to part with my daughter. I really can't bear to let her bear this heavy burden. If I don't see her get married and have children, I really won't be able to rest in peace even if I die. After he finished speaking, Ling Zhong's tears flowed down his face as he sobbed. I can understand, Yang Dingtian said. However, I can only say that I'll try my best. I really can't guarantee that I'll succeed. Yang Dingtian really couldn't guarantee. The thing he wanted to use to save Ling Zhong was, of course, the holy water he stole from the Five Elements Hall's secret realm. He originally wanted to steal it for Yan Yan, but seeing Ling Zhong in such a state, he couldn't bear to leave him in the lurch. However, he really didn't dare to guarantee that this holy water would still be effective after leaving the mystic realm. If it really was ineffective, then Ling Zhong and his daughter would really fall from heaven to hell. As long as Mr. does his best, this Ling will be eternally grateful. Ling Zhong said, even if there's only a 1% chance, it's still worth our boundless joy. Ling Wu's beautiful eyes turned red as she said, Mister, please start the treatment. Regardless of whether you succeed or not, you are the greatest benefactor of our Ling clan. Okay, Yang Dingtian said. Miss Ling, please prepare a bucket of water. Don't put anything in it. Yes, I'll go right away. After Ling Wu finished listening, she immediately flew out. Not long after, she came in with a large wooden bucket filled with clear water. She carried something that weighed a few hundred kilograms by herself. Give me a bowl, Yang Dingtian said. What kind of bowl? Jade, gold, or crystal stone? Ling Wu asked. At this moment, she felt that it was better to use something that was more precious. No need, no need. Just an ordinary one will do, Yang Dingtian said. All right, I'll go get it right away. After Ling Wu finished speaking, she flew out again. Very soon, she came in with a pile of bowls. There were bowls of all shapes and sizes. Yang Dingtian smiled bitterly at once. Then he casually picked up a bowl. After that, he fished out an elixir from his bosom and placed it into the bowl. Of course, this was just an ordinary Holy Spirit elixir. It was only used to deceive others. However, at this moment, Ling Zhong and his daughter's eyes were fixed on Yang Dingtian's actions. That tense situation made them feel as though they were about to suffocate. Yang Dingtian placed the bowl in his sleeve. After that, he scooped out a small half bowl of holy water from his spatial ring. He had probably only stolen a basin. Therefore, he could only give him a small half bowl. The rest was left for Yan Yan. That elixir dissolved in the holy water very quickly. After that, Yang Dingtian passed it to Ling Zhong and said, Uncle Ling, drink half of this medicine and soak half of it. Ling Wu was slightly surprised at once and said, It's just that simple. She had originally thought that it would be extremely complicated and mysterious. She didn't expect it to be so simple. Yes, it's just that simple, Yang Dingtian said with a smile. Ling Zhong received the bowl with trembling hands. His breathing became incomparably hurried, and his lips were also trembling. He used all his strength to stop his hands from trembling so badly. He was afraid that he would spill even a little bit of this incomparably precious medicine. After that, he used the last of his strength to open his mouth and drink this medicine bit by bit. He drank half of it with incomparable care. After that, he passed the bowl to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian poured the rest of the medicine directly into the clear water and said, Uncle Ling, soak in it for a while. We should be able to see the result in 15 minutes. If it's effective, then it's effective. If it's ineffective, then there's nothing I can do. Okay. Ling Zhong said with a trembling voice. After that, Yang Dingtian went forward, carried Ling Zhong, and placed him into the clear water with the medicine. He was really skinny. He was completely bony. His body was 180 centimeters tall, yet he seemed to only weigh 80 to 90 kilograms. He was practically all skin and bones. It could be seen how serious his injuries were at that time. All of this was the fault of that fake Yang Dingtian. After soaking in the medicine, Ling Wu became incomparably nervous. Even her breathing had become abnormal. Her beautiful eyes stared fixedly at her father. Not even half a minute had passed before she hurriedly asked, Father, how do you feel? Silly girl, how can it be so fast? Ling Zhong said with a trembling voice. 3 minutes later, Ling Wu asked again, "Father, how do you feel?" "Silly girl, how can it be so fast?" Ling Zhong replied. 8 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Ling Zhong didn't change at all. There wasn't any improvement. Ling Wu's expression became more and more fearful. Her little face became more and more pale. Ling Zhong's smile became more and more bitter. On the other hand, Yang Dingtian's heart became more and more cold. Could it be that the holy water was really useless after leaving the secret realm? Please don't be like this, okay? Lan Ling really couldn't bear to see the disappointment of the person in front of her. Half an hour later, Ling Wu had almost given up hope. She asked with a sobbing voice, "Father, how do you feel?" At this moment, Ling Zhong had already gotten over it completely. He smiled faintly and said, "Silly girl, what's there to cry about? As long as you're fine." Immediately, Ling Wu started to cry. Yang Dingtian was also sad in his heart. He bowed deeply and said, "Uncle Ling, Miss Ling, I'm sorry." "What are you saying?" Ling Zhong laughed and said, "Life and death are up to the heavens. I'm already incomparably grateful that Mister has tried his best to save me." "That's right." Ling Wu smiled at Yang Dingtian and said, "Big brother Yin clearly knows that the chances are slim, yet he's still willing to give it a try. He's even used up an incomparably precious medicine. Ling Wu is truly incomparably grateful. Just like what father said, all of this is fate." Ah! Right at this moment, Ling Zhong suddenly cried out in surprise, "So hot! So hot!" Then, under Ling Wu's and Yang Dingtian's incomparably pleasantly surprised gazes, a red light rapidly spread throughout Ling Zhong's entire body. Immediately after, under Yang Dingtian's and Ling Wu's even more astonished and incredulous gazes, Ling Zhong actually became younger at a speed visible to the naked eye. His old muscles became rosy and lustrous. Boundless vitality and strength rapidly recovered within his body. This holy water is actually so miraculous. Wah! Ling Wu, who was incomparably pleasantly surprised, actually cried out directly. Then, she suddenly turned around and pounced toward Yang Dingtian. She hugged Yang Dingtian tightly and completely ignored Ling Zhong's presence. Her small mouth fiercely kissed Yang Dingtian's lips. Thank you, big brother Yin. This holy water was indeed incomparably miraculous. In just a few short hours, Ling Zhong's injuries had actually completely healed. His originally unbearably old body actually seemed to have become younger by 20 to 30 years. He looked like he was in his 40s. He had completely recovered his previous heroic and extraordinary appearance. Not only that, his profound energy and martial arts were actually recovering rapidly as well. This effect was completely better than what he had expected. That day, all the meridians in Ling Zhong's body were broken. Such a fatal injury actually only required half a bowl of holy water to completely heal him. Didn't that mean that Yin Yan would also be able to recover completely? After recovering, Ling Zhong's first sentence was, "Wu, you must not speak of today's matter. Otherwise, it will bring endless trouble to Mr. Yen." Ling Wu nodded heavily and said, "Don't worry, father. I'd rather die than let Mr. Yen fall into a dangerous situation." Hearing Ling Wu's words, Ling Zhong was slightly startled. This daughter of his seemed to have fallen deeply. After Ling Zhong recovered, Yang Dingtian began to speed up the arrangements for the annihilation of the Black Blood Island within 2 to 3 days. In the afternoon after Ling Zhong recovered, the brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry actually arrived one after another. Because they were spread out rather widely, they couldn't all arrive at once. After the brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry arrived, Ling Zhong and Ling Wu's morale immediately soared. This was because the Black Blood Cavalry clearly carried a strong military aura. They were completely powerful helpers. With this, they had more confidence in taking down the Black Blood Island within 2 days. At night, Yang Dingtian, Ling Wu, Ling Zhong, and a few officers of the Black Blood Cavalry began to carry out the battle deployment. What was drawn on the wall was the schematic diagram of the Black Blood Island. This was something that Ling Zhong had obtained after paying a huge price. However, with this diagram, a lot of information became clear. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles. Note: brothers, please give me a few monthly tickets. Chapter 186. In the end, what disappointed Yang Dingtian was that this Black Blood Island was actually easy to defend and hard to attack. The surroundings were filled with towering cliffs and precipitous rock faces, and there was only one way to enter. The two sides of that place were completely filled with precipitous rock faces that could only allow 3 people to pass through side by side. This wasn't just easy to defend and hard to attack. It was simply a case of one man holding the pass, while 10,000 men couldn't pass through. It seemed like it wouldn't work to bring men to attack the island, as that would only be courting death. Have a decisive battle on the sea. Gather dozens of ships and have a decisive battle on the sea. Yang Dingtian pointed at the schematic map on the wall and spoke ruthlessly. Instantly, the few people below were slightly startled as they felt strange, but they didn't dare to voice out their doubts. The one who spoke was still Dugofengwu, as she said, "Big brother Yen, we might not have any chance of winning a decisive battle on land. However, it is even more difficult to have a decisive battle on the sea because they have more ships than us in terms of quantity and quality. Furthermore, they are pirates and are experts in naval battles. We are at a greater disadvantage on the sea." Once Ling Wu said this, the others immediately nodded in succession. "Don't worry, I have a secret weapon," Yang Dingtian said. "In the remaining 1 or 2 days, prepare a large amount of charcoal, white flint, and ardent sulfur crystals." Yang Dingtian listed dozens of items before he said, "I have great use for these items." After that, Yang Dingtian said again, "In addition, send men to forge dozens of special wooden machines in the next 2 days. I will draw out the specific structure in a while. You just have to forge according to the blueprint." Even though everyone still had doubts in their hearts, they still responded loudly. Yes, 2 days later, everything was prepared. A few hundred sets of secret weapons had been made, and dozens of large-scale wooden machines had also been forged. Over 100 brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry had also arrived. At this moment, the envoys of the Black Blood Island had boarded the Inferno Island and were incomparably arrogant. "I am here to bring someone. Quickly wash your young Lady Ling Wu clean and send her onto the ship. The ship must be filled with gold coins, and let me bring her along to the Black Blood Island. Otherwise, when my Black Blood army arrives, I will definitely not spare even the chickens and dogs of the Inferno Island." Once these words were spoken, the brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry were about to explode with anger. "Seize them!" Yang Dingtian gave the order. Immediately, dozens of warriors from the Inferno Island stepped forward and captured all of the messengers. The emissary of the Black Blood Island was shocked and angry. He said coldly, "Don't you want to live? How dare you be so rude to us? Aren't you afraid that our young master Yang Dingtian will tear you into pieces? Open your mouth," Yang Dingtian said sternly. Suddenly, the brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry couldn't hold it in any longer. They took out an iron ruler and fiercely swung it at the arrogant messenger. Ah! Ah! Instantly, a wave of tragic wailing and howling could be heard. In just a moment, all of the emissary's teeth flew out. His entire head swelled up like a pig's head, and his cheeks were completely mangled. The other messengers were trembling and almost wetting their pants. They knelt before Yang Dingtian and kowtowed to beg for mercy. "Behead him as a sacrifice," Yang Dingtian ordered. Immediately, the messengers, as well as Qin Hongyan, who had been captured earlier, were pushed to their knees on the ground. The few of them were horrified. Other than Qin Hongyan, who couldn't make a sound, the others screamed and peed in their pants. "How dare you? My young master will tear all of you men into pieces and make your family members suffer a fate worse than death. Kill!" Yang Dingtian ordered. Immediately, The blade light flew out and blood spurted out. A few heads flew out. Board the ships. With this order, more than 100 brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry and more than 300 warriors of the Inferno Island boarded the dozens of ships. Even Ling Zhong, who had just recovered, insisted on boarding the ships. Yang Dingtian boarded the largest flagship. The dozens of ships carried hundreds of secret weapons and dozens of large wooden machines. They majestically charged towards the Black Blood Island. The Black Blood Island master, Qin Huaiju, who was impersonating Yang Dingtian, didn't wait for the great beauty Lingwu. Instead, he waited for the dozens of warships of the Inferno Island. Immediately, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, he laughed loudly and said, "Did I hear wrongly? The people of the Inferno Island actually want to start a war with me? They want to have a decisive battle with me, with dozens of broken ships and hundreds of weaklings who haven't even held a weapon before. Moreover, they want to have a decisive battle on the sea?" Ha 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 ha! Immediately, everyone in the hall burst into laughter. This was indeed the funniest joke they had ever heard. Qin Huaiju suddenly stood up and said loudly, "Since you don't want to do this the hard way, all brothers board the ships. After killing all of these weaklings, we will directly charge towards the Inferno Island. Kill them all, burn them all, and plunder them all." After he finished speaking, Qin Huaiju's sharp sword suddenly slashed at a beautiful woman beside him. He wanted to chop off her beautiful head and use it as a sacrifice. An hour later, more than 100 pirate warships formed a formidable and neat formation and charged out of the Black Blood Island's dock with incomparable ferocity. More than half an hour later, the two armies met. The distance between them was less than 10 miles. The difference between the battle array of both sides was like heaven and earth. On the pirate side, there were more than 100 ships and thousands of pirate warriors. On the Inferno Island side, there were merely 30 ships and less than 500 people. On the pirates' side, their battle array was formidable, and their ships were sturdy and sharp. On the Inferno Island side, their battle array was scattered. There were all kinds of ships, and even fishing boats. Seeing this, Qin Huaiju once again burst into laughter and said, "Crazy! The people of the Inferno Island have all gone crazy!" Then he abruptly ordered, "Charge over there and kill everyone." Immediately, more than 100 pirate warships increased their speed and charged towards the dozens of ships of the Inferno Island with incomparable ferocity. The pirate ships were getting closer and closer, and so was Yulao. One could even see their ferocious faces and their terrifying bows and arrows. Other than the brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry, all the warriors on the Inferno Island began to tremble in fear. In this battle, the disparity in strength between both sides was too great. No matter how one looked at it, the Inferno Island's side would definitely lose and die. The pirate ships were getting closer and closer. 5 miles, 3 miles, 2 miles. The expressions on the pirates' faces became more and more ferocious and excited. Very soon, they would be able to start a massacre. As long as they got closer, the people on the Inferno Island ships would be like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Even though they had already seen that each ship of the Inferno Island had a strange wooden frame that was about 3 to 4 meters tall, they didn't care about it at all. Even if it was a giant crossbow, they wouldn't be afraid, let alone this kind of wooden frame. Wooden frames couldn't possibly be used to kill people. When there were still 500 meters left, Yang Dingtian suddenly shouted loudly, "Release!" Following Yang Dingtian's command, the wooden frames on the dozens of ships suddenly shot out, throwing out dozens of silk packages and oiled paper bundles. There was also a string of sparks burning continuously. Each bundle was about a dozen kilograms in weight. Looking at the silk bundles that were getting closer and closer, the pirates immediately burst into laughter and said, "The people of the Inferno Island actually used cloth bundles to throw at us. I have never seen anything more fun than this, haha." Immediately, all the pirates burst into laughter. A portion of the dozens of silk bundles fell into the sea. However, because the pirates' ships were too secretive, even though the trebuchets that Yang Dingtian made were only average. There were still dozens of them that fell into the middle of the ships. Boom! 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 Suddenly, these 10 or so silk bags let out a loud noise, and then flames soared into the sky, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. On the surface of the sea, there seemed to be countless loud thunderclaps. Countless huge and terrifying flames were blooming. Suddenly, everything in the dozens of meters around the flames was smashed into pieces. Countless pirates were smashed into pieces. Blood spurted out and severed limbs flew everywhere. More than a dozen ships were directly blown into pieces. Even the ships that were slightly further away from the explosion were suddenly overturned by the powerful waves. All of a sudden, everyone was stunned. Not only were the pirates stunned, but even the people of the Inferno Island were stunned. The brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry were also stunned. All of them looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. Although they obeyed Yang Dingtian's order, it was because Yang Dingtian had done them a great favor. In their hearts, they didn't dare to have too much hope for Yang Dingtian's secret weapon. After all, it was just a pile of soil and some wooden frames inside the silk bundles. Never did they expect that these two seemingly unremarkable things would have such astonishing power. Chapter 187. In an instant, their gazes towards Yang Dingtian were filled with reverence. They were completely shocked, like a celestial being. Of course, what Yang Dingtian was making was gunpowder. Charcoal was everywhere. As for saltpeter, it was called white flint in this world. It was much more powerful than the saltpeter on Earth. As for sulfur, it could be replaced by sulfur crystals in this world. It was much more powerful than sulfur. Therefore, the gunpowder made in this way was several times more powerful than the gunpowder on Earth. Every silk bag contained 10 to 20 kilograms of gunpowder. Of course, its power was incomparably shocking. In order to avoid self-injury, Yang Dingtian had split up the Fire Island's fleet very quickly. Otherwise, if a bag of gunpowder were to explode in the fleet, the consequences would be too serious. Of course, for the sake of secrecy, Yang Dingtian had Ling Wu personally prepare dozens of things. However, only 3 of them were used. In the end, the preparation of gunpowder was completed by Yang Dingtian alone. In the end, wrapping the gunpowder in silk and oil paper was completed with the help of the brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry. Qin Huaiju, who was at the back, was completely stunned when he saw all of this. He had never expected such an outcome. Merely a dozen large cloth bags had actually caused him to lose over 20 ships and a few hundred pirates. Moreover, the other pirates were so frightened that their faces had turned ashen. There were even some who were kneeling on the ship and kowtowing with all their might, because they thought that everything that had happened earlier was caused by the god of thunder. Don't tell me that I have to retreat just like this? Qin Huaiju said inwardly, No, I'm definitely not resigned to this. From an illegitimate child who was bullied by everyone to the current overlord of a region, I absolutely cannot admit defeat. After that, he suddenly roared, Charge over, charge over. It's only 2 miles away. If we charge over, they'll be dead for sure. They only have a dozen of those heavenly thunders. They've already used them up. Following his command, those little pirate leaders who weren't afraid of death immediately drove their ships with all their might and charged towards the Fire Island's fleet. All of the pirate ships rushed over. This Qin Huaiju had a frightening gambling nature. Yang Dingtian smiled coldly and said, I was just afraid that you wouldn't charge over. Release, Yang Dingtian ordered. Instantly, dozens of silk explosives were thrown out by the trebuchet. Boom, 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 another earth-shattering explosion. Countless pirates were torn to shreds, and more than a dozen ships were torn apart. Release, release, release. Following Yang Dingtian's orders, wave after wave of explosives were thrown out. Countless earth-shattering explosions. Countless sparks burst forth. More than 100 pirate ships were almost all destroyed in the short 2 to 3 li of their journey. Only 3 or 4 ships broke into the fleet of the Fire Island, but it was only a coincidence. The pirates on the ships were so scared that their bodies were broken, and they were peeing and shitting. Before they could get close to the ships, more than 100 brothers of the Black Blood cavalry rushed forward impatiently and slaughtered the pirates on the ships. Half an hour later, all the pirates were wiped out. 5 kilometers away, there was only one pirate ship left. It was Qin Huaiju's flagship. When the ships were destroyed in the sea and countless of his subordinates were torn to shreds, he felt as though he was struck by lightning. At first, he felt that his heart was bleeding, but later on, it was so painful that he was numb. This was his foundation. In the northwest Qin city, he was nothing. Even Qin Huayu's servants didn't look him in the eye. Over there, he was living like a dog. Later on, when Qin Huayu proposed to impersonate the Black Blood cavalry to ruin Yang Dingtian's reputation, no one in the northwest Qin city was willing to accept this mission. This was because this was a dirty job. Moreover, it was a dirty job that couldn't be reversed. It was a dirty job that could be sacrificed at any time. However, Qin Huaiju accepted it and then took over a group of people from the northwest Qin city who were angered and frustrated. He formed a team of a few hundred people. After more than half a year of discovery, the team grew bigger and bigger until it reached a few thousand people. Here, he felt the taste of being a new man. Then, it rose to the taste of being an emperor. He was the emperor of the surrounding 1,000 kilometers of sea region. He could kill whoever he wanted. He could sleep with whoever he wanted. In the past half a year, he really didn't know how many people he had killed and how many women he had harmed. He was crazy with jealousy towards Yang Dingtian because he was just an idler. However, he could become Dongfang Minmi's disciple and Shimin Wuya's son-in-law. Most importantly, he actually had Shimin Yanyan. He had seen Yanyan Shimin and was completely shocked. However, he didn't even dare to dream of having Shimin Yanyan. He had many women, but all of them added together couldn't even compare to a single finger of Shimin Yanyan. However, Yang Dingtian could have Shimin Yanyan completely. Why? Therefore, when he pretended to be Yang Dingtian and did evil, he had a special feeling of satisfaction in his heart. Of course, he was also a little grateful towards Yang Dingtian because Yang Dingtian had turned Qin Shaobai into a cripple. He was only jealous of Yang Dingtian. However, he had a bone-deep hatred towards Qin Shaobai. In the northwest Qin city, Qin Shaobai was second only to Qin Huayu's favorite. Usually, when Qin Huayu met Qin Huaiju, he would still be polite. However, when Qin Shaobai met him, he would completely treat him like a pig or a dog. But now he was filled with endless hatred towards the person who had destroyed everything in front of him. It even surpassed the hatred he felt towards Qin Shaobai. He didn't know who that person was, but he knew that he definitely wasn't someone from Fire Island. If Fire Island had such a talent, it wouldn't be in such a state of decline. Endless hatred devoured his heart, and endless flames burned wildly. Who is it? Who is it that destroyed the foundation of Qin Huaiju? I will tear you into pieces, he suddenly roared. In his extreme madness and anger, he even forgot to pretend to be Yang Dingtian. Then he crazily gave the order, and the large ship charged towards Fire Island's fleet. In the beginning, the sailors who were already scared out of their wits didn't dare to charge over. Wasn't that seeking death? Qin Huaiju was instantly enraged. He raised his sword and started a massacre on his own ship. In an instant, hundreds of people died under his sword. The remaining people all jumped into the sea to escape. In an instant, Qin Huaiju was the only one left on the large ship. The entire ship was spinning on the sea. Qin Huaiju had a special characteristic. He was afraid of water. That's right. Even though he was a martial, profound realm expert, he was still afraid of water. This was because when he was 5 years old, his mother brought him to see his biological father for the first time, who was also the northwest Qin city's ruler. He didn't receive any love. The Qin city's ruler directly threw him into the pool to drown him. This was because his mother was a woman who couldn't be seen. Of course, he didn't die in the end. He was saved by the Qin city's ruler's first wife. However, the hellish pain in the water and watching his mother being thrown down from a building to her death made him afraid of water. He didn't even dare to enter a bathtub. He was so afraid of water. However, he still accepted the mission of pretending to be Yang Dingtian and becoming the pirate leader. However, he spent all his time in the base and never went out to sea personally. Today, they had a great battle with Fire Island. Moreover, he thought that it would be a completely one-sided massacre. That was why he went out to sea in high spirits. However, he didn't expect to encounter such an ending. At this moment, he was the only one left on the large ship. He couldn't sail the ship alone. In an instant, he was trapped on the ship alone and could only roar with all his might. When Yang Dingtian saw this, he smiled coldly and said, "Surround him!" In an instant, dozens of ships charged towards Qin Huaiji's ship and surrounded it in a semicircle. "Release!" Yang Dingtian suddenly gave the order. In an instant, all the catapults on the ships were activated and threw dozens of packs of explosives over like raindrops. In an instant, that spinning ship was completely surrounded by dozens of packs of explosives. Boom! 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 A series of earth-shattering explosions and endless flames on the surface of the sea. The giant ship was instantly torn into pieces like a toy. Countless pieces flew into the sky. Release! 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 Although that large ship was completely engulfed by the flames and was completely smashed into pieces, Yang Dingtian still gave the order to keep throwing the packs of explosives, because there were still a lot of packs of explosives that hadn't been used up. This kind of destructive weapon couldn't be left behind. Therefore, the catapults were tirelessly throwing. The sea around that large ship was still raging with flames. It was earth-shattering. After exploding for more than 10 minutes, only then did Yang Dingtian give the order to stop. He left behind dozens of packs of explosives for him to personally look after in case he needed to use them during the attack on Black Blood Island. At this time, no trace of the large ship could be seen on the surface of the sea. The surface of the sea was filled with wood fragments. It was a complete mess. As for Qin Huaiju, he had completely disappeared. Hooray! Suddenly everyone cheered wildly. They won. Before this, they didn't even think that they would win. However, they didn't expect that not only did they win, but they also won so easily. There were almost no casualties. Bang! At this time, a ship in front of them suddenly exploded. It was the entire ship that exploded fiercely. The warriors on the ship flew straight into the sky with blood splattering everywhere. Then, a figure covered in blood suddenly shot into the sky from the water. With a sharp sword in hand, he rushed into the fleet like lightning and crazily massacred. It was Qin Huaiju. When the explosives exploded, he finally overcame his fear of the sea. He jumped into the sea and drilled into the bottom of the sea to avoid the damage of the flames. The moment he jumped into the sea, he thought that he was going to die, because even in the bathtub he felt that he was going to suffocate. However, he didn't expect that the moment he jumped into the sea, his fear of the water would disappear without a trace. Instead, it was replaced by endless flames that soared into the sky. Then, under the water, he rushed towards the blazing flame fleet. He wanted to rely on himself to kill all the enemies. Then he wanted to rely on himself to make a comeback and lay a bigger foundation. Chapter 188. Qin Huaiju is a martial mystic expert. After he rushed into the fleet, he was like a fierce tiger rushing down the mountain into a flock of sheep. No one was his match as he crazily slaughtered. In just a few seconds, he killed dozens of people. Furthermore, all of them died without an intact corpse. He is completely like a god of death from hell. Yang Dingtian was instantly enraged. He suddenly took out his youngling sword and soared into the sky. He roared, "Qin Huaiju, your opponent is me." Then he brandished the enormous sword in his hand and suddenly shot towards Qin Huaiju. Clang! In the sky, Yang Dingtian borrowed the momentum and fiercely chopped down with his sword. Qin Huaiju circulated all the profound energy in his body, and raised his sword to meet the attack. A loud sound echoed. Incomparably powerful, profound energy suddenly shot out and raised a dozen-meter tall wave on the sea surface. Yang Dingtian's body suddenly flew backwards, but he did not vomit blood. A one-star martial mystic expert is very strong. However, with his youngling sword, he could no longer cause any serious damage to Yang Dingtian, because his youngling sword was able to devour a large portion of fire attribute profound energy. The fire attribute energy that entered Yang Dingtian's body through the youngling sword was greatly weakened. Furthermore, after his youngling sword devoured the energy, not only did it not feel any pain, it instead felt a kind of jubilant feeling. Yang Dingtian could even feel its growth at that time. He had once asked his master if other people's youngling swords had the ability to devour damage. His master said no. He said that he had never seen a youngling sword like Cho before. It seems like Yang Dingtian had forged a peerless sword. Furthermore, it was continuously giving Yang Dingtian surprises. After Qin Huaiju received Yang Dingtian's sword, he did not retreat half a step. After all, he is a martial mystic expert. However, he still looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. Who exactly are you? How do you know my name? Your profound energy is merely at the middle level great mystic martial master. Why are you not injured after receiving my sword? This is impossible. Yang Dingtian sneered. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you're going to die here today. Ha ha ha. Qin Huaiju laughed loudly and said, You? A great mystic martial master wants to kill me? Dream on. The person who will die today will be you. I will use your head as a urinal to commemorate today's battle. Having said that, a murderous aura burst out from his body as he suddenly flew up tens of meters into the air. Then he used his powerful momentum to fiercely slash at Yang Dingtian. Die in your dreams! Yang Dingtian roared as he fiercely slashed at Qin Huaiju's sharp sword. Clang! There was a deafening explosion. Sparks that were a few meters long appeared. The surrounding seawater suddenly exploded. An incomparably powerful, profound qi energy swept out. Yang Dingtian's body trembled violently as he was forcefully pushed into the water. His entire arm felt an intense pain as if it was being torn apart. His chest and abdomen churned, and there was a sweet taste in his throat as he was about to spit out a large mouthful of blood. However, he swallowed it down, even though he knew that it would be even more harmful to his body. However, what he wanted was an incomparably resolute willpower, a strong willpower. Then he bounced out of the water and shot into the sky like a cannonball. Yang Dingtian laughed loudly and said, How is it? You can't kill me, right? Qin Huaiju was completely shocked. Who exactly was this person in front of him? He was merely a great mystic martial master. He was a whole level higher than him, yet he was completely helpless against him. Who exactly was he? Why was he so heaven-defying? Your profound qi can't kill me. The one who will die now is you. Yang Dingtian laughed loudly. Because he possessed the #1 sword technique in the world, he could completely engage in close combat. His profound qi couldn't harm Qin Huaiju, but his sword could chop off his head. As long as Qin Huaiju's profound qi couldn't kill him, he had nothing to fear. Of course, Qin Huaiju's sword could also chop off Yang Dingtian's head. However, Yang Dingtian possessed the #1 sword technique in the world. If he still couldn't block Qin Huaiju's sword technique, then he could just slit his own throat and commit suicide. Now let me, a great mystic martial master, trample on you. Yang Dingtian laughed loudly. He waved the huge sword in his hand and fiercely charged over. Clang, 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 clang. In an instant, Yang Dingtian slashed out a few dozen times. Qin Huaiju blocked with all his might. His speed was very fast, so he was still able to block the few dozen strikes. However, he had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. Once Yang Dingtian engaged in close combat with him, he would fall into a passive defensive disadvantage. Pig-slaying sword technique, piercing the throat and letting out blood. Pig-slaying sword technique, disemboweling. Pig-slaying sword technique, chopping off the head. Pig-slaying sword technique, digging out the heart and lungs. Pig-slaying sword technique, cleaning the intestines. Immediately, Yang Dingtian became more and more courageous as the battle progressed. The pig-slaying sword technique in his hand was completely at his whim. There were no fixed moves at all. However, it possessed a frightening destructive power. Qin Huaiju had a shocked expression as he retreated repeatedly. Although he was still blocking with all his might, it was getting more and more strenuous. It was getting more and more dangerous. As for everyone on the ship, they were completely intoxicated by the battle. As Ling Wu looked at Yang Dingtian's incomparably valiant figure, her beautiful eyes were completely intoxicated. Her delicate body trembled violently, as if countless electric currents were striking her body. The contact she had with Yang Dingtian for the past few days instantly replayed in her mind like a movie. Her entire heart trembled as she completely fell for him. Pig-slaying sword technique, chopping off the limbs. Pig-slaying sword technique, scraping the bones and slicing the flesh. Pig-slaying sword technique, stabbing the sword into the chopping board. The more Yang Dingtian fought, the more ferocious and courageous he became. Finally, the change in quantity led to a change in quality. Qin Huaiju staggered. At this moment, I'll kill you at this moment, Yang Dingtian let out a loud shout. Die! Immediately, the enormous sword in his hand slashed down with incomparable ferocity, bringing along a soaring, killing intent. Qin Huaiju was horrified. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood as he spat out a mouthful of stone. Heavenly demon bloodthirst technique. Immediately, an incomparably powerful, profound energy violently shot out from his body. Like a cannonball, his body was suddenly pushed several dozen meters away. He wanted to dodge Yang Dingtian's shocking sword strike. However, he still couldn't dodge it. Yang Dingtian's sword slashed across fiercely. Immediately, he felt a sudden chill on his face. After that, he felt an intense, burning pain. After that, the entire right side of Qin Huaiju's face was completely slashed off by Yang Dingtian. Blood dripped, and the white bones could be seen. Instantly, half of his face was covered with a face, while the other half was covered with a face. Qin Huaiju looked sinister and terrifying, completely like a malicious spirit. Qin Huaiju floated in midair, allowing the blood on his face to drip down. He looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. His eyes were completely bloodthirsty and red. You're very strong. Even though you're only a great mystic martial master, you're the strongest person I've ever seen. Qin Huaiju said coldly, Today I won't be able to live, but you'll also die. Let's all perish together. After Qin Huaiju roared, his laughter shook the heavens. Then his entire body suddenly swelled up. Bang! All the skin and flesh on his body suddenly exploded. A bloody mist burst out from the ground. In an instant, his height grew to close to 3 meters. His entire body swelled up like a demon from hell. The expressions of the people on the Inferno Islands ship suddenly changed. Their hearts were filled with boundless fear. They were infinitely worried about Yang Dingtian. Violent demon explosion technique. With a devil-like roar, Qin Huaiju's entire body suddenly exploded with a terrifying energy that soared into the sky and shook the sea. Boom! His surroundings suddenly exploded with huge waves that were 100 meters tall. Heavenly demon hellfire! Qin Huaiju's devil-like body suddenly burned fiercely, emitting raging flames that soared into the sky. The blood-red raging flames carried an incomparably terrifying energy. Die! With a furious roar, Qin Huaiju's fiercely burning body suddenly shot towards Yang Dingtian like an incomparably fast cannonball. Because this was a completely suicidal mystic skill that possessed an extremely shocking destructive power. Yang Dingtian couldn't sit and wait for death. His opponent's speed was completely fast to the extreme. Furthermore, he had firmly locked onto Yang Dingtian. He was completely unable to dodge. The further he went, the more astonishing his opponent's energy became. Ah, Cho, our life and death trial this time has come. Yang Dingtian tightly grasped Ah Chao's youngling sword in his hand, and suddenly charged towards Qin Huaiju's human nuclear bomb that was charging towards him. Don't! Ling Wu let out a horrified cry. Immediately, it was as if Mars had collided with Earth. Two powerful energies collided with incomparably ferocious. Mother, I'm coming. Your son is coming to accompany you. Qin Huaiju let out an incomparably sorrowful cry. The huge sword in Yang Dingtian's hand fiercely slashed down at the instant of collision. Boom! An explosion that shook the heaven and earth, a blazing light that soared into the sky and covered the sun, and an astonishingly huge wave that overflowed into the sky. Qin Huaiju's body instantly shattered into pieces and turned into countless flames. Like resplendent fireworks, they splashed onto the entire sea surface. Chapter 189. Qin Huaiju's body instantly shattered into pieces and turned into countless flames. Like resplendent fireworks, they splashed onto the surface of the sea. After that, the entire sea became deathly silent. Everyone was incomparably terrified as they waited for the fireworks to disperse. They looked forward to seeing that majestic figure once again and hoped that their hero wouldn't die. The fireworks had dispersed. Everyone could clearly see that Yang Dingtian was still floating in the air. The clothes on his entire body had been completely shattered. His majestic body was completely covered in blood. His eyes were tightly shut, but he was still tightly holding onto that huge sword. His entire body was still bursting with soaring, killing intent. This scene would forever be fixed in the hearts of everyone today. It would be impossible to erase it for the rest of their lives. Ah! Ling Wu wailed as she suddenly rushed out. Yang Dingtian was fine. He even woke up very quickly. Even though he was severely injured, Qin Huaiju's final suicidal attack was truly too shocking. It was completely several times more powerful than his usual strength. Ah Chao's youngling sword had helped him to resist the majority of the damage. Yang Dingtian's entire body was drenched in blood, and he was severely injured. Ling Wu rushed over immediately. After that, she carried the badly mutilated Yang Dingtian in her arms and rushed back at lightning speed. After that, she used the fastest time to rush back to Inferno Island. After that, she used the fastest time to place Yang Dingtian into the wooden barrel that was filled with holy water. It was the same barrel of clear water that was used to treat Ling Zhong's injuries. There was a small half bowl of holy water inside. Ling Zhong had planned to use it as a family heirloom to be passed down from generation to generation. Even though the holy water was already extremely thin, Yang Dingtian's injuries weren't as severe as Ling Zhong's. Furthermore, his profound veins were far from what Ling Zhong could compare to. Therefore, he woke up in merely a day. The first thing he saw when he woke up was Ling Wu's deeply affectionate and intoxicated eyes. They were like a lingering net. During the day when Yang Dingtian was unconscious, she had practically never left his side. Her beautiful eyes had always been looking at Yang Dingtian. She couldn't even feel the time. Seeing that Yang Dingtian had woken up, she revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. However, she didn't avoid him in the slightest. Instead, her beautiful eyes became even more affectionate. Yang Dingtian, you lied to me, Ling Wu said in a tender voice. Her voice had completely changed. It had become tender and soft, completely unlike her previous self. Seeing that she actually called out his name, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be shocked, and then he touched his face. Yesterday, during the final battle, your mask was destroyed. Ling Wu said, your appearance is exactly the same as that evil thief's disguise. This face, I remember it to the bone. It's just that I used to hate her to the core, but now I love her to the core." After hearing her bold and fiery words, Yang Dingtian was speechless for a moment. "Don't worry. Other than me, no one else has seen your true face. I immediately hugged you, and you were covered in blood at that time. After I carry you to this room, I won't allow anyone to enter, including my father." Ling Wu said, "They should be burning with anxiety right now." "After that, did you conquer Black Blood Island?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Yes, it's a piece of cake." Ling Wu said, "Those brothers of yours from Black Blood Castle were also rescued. However, 4 of them died. After that, our men and your brothers wiped out all the remaining pirates on the island. We rescued hundreds of women and seized countless gold coins and treasures." "That's good, that's good." Yang Dingtian said, "Your Black Blood Cavalry brothers seem to have received an order to leave in an extremely urgent manner. It seemed like your mother-in-law and Commander Shimin had summoned them urgently." Ling Wu said, "However, they still left 4 of them behind to wait for you to wake up. Then let them in. Just put a towel on my face." Yang Dingtian said. After the 4 Black Blood Cavalry brothers entered, they immediately bowed deeply and kowtowed. "The Black Blood Cavalry thanks Hero Yen for saving our lives. It's our honor to see Hero Yen wake up." With a towel on his face, Yang Dingtian said, "Don't mention it." It wasn't that he was pretentious and unwilling to meet his brothers. However, he still had important matters to attend to and couldn't reveal his identity. "Originally, we should kneel down and thank you for saving our lives. However, our Black Blood Cavalry had only kneeled to City Lord Shimin Lai. Later on, we only kneeled to young Lord Yang Dingtian. Hero Yen, please don't mind." Yang Dingtian said solemnly, "All of you have an indomitable spirit. You don't have to kneel to anyone. Sometimes kneeling on one knee is also a kind of honor." The Black Blood Cavalry brothers said, "Is there anything important that your commander has summoned all of you after his advancement?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Of course, if you mind, you don't have to answer. Our Black Blood Castle is open and above board. There's nothing that we can't tell others." The Black Blood Cavalry brothers said the Tiando League is about to convene the Northwest Conference. They want to completely pin the crime of being an infiltrator of evil ways on young Lord Yang Dingtian. They want young Lord Yang Dingtian to lose his reputation and be hunted down by the entire world. They want young Lord Yang Dingtian to completely lose the City Lord Martial Arts Contest next year. We weren't able to find the successor of the hidden sect, young Lord Wu Ming. Therefore, Madam Shimin and Commander Shimin have gathered all of our brothers outside. We will be fully armed and kill our way back to Cloud Heaven City." Instantly, Yang Dingtian's heart shuddered violently. This group of bastards, this group of shameless bastards, Shiminju, Yang Yan, Qin Huayu, and Tang Guizhao actually wanted to exterminate Yang Dingtian completely. They wanted him to be condemned by the masses, and even if he grew stronger, he would never be able to make a comeback. Now, the Tiando League's Northwest Conference is completely controlled by scoundrels. If the conference really goes through, our young lord will really become an infiltrator of evil ways and be hunted down by the entire world. Then, my 2,000 Black Blood Cavalry brothers will definitely use our own blood and sharp swords to protect young Lord Yang Dingtian's honor. Don't go." Yang Dingtian almost blurted out the words in his heart, but he held them back, because they would never listen to him unless he revealed his true identity and used his identity as young Lord Yang Dingtian to command them. But he couldn't. He couldn't let anyone associate Yang Dingtian with the successor of the hidden sect, Wu Ming. Where will the conference be held? When will it be held? Yang Dingtian asked. It will be held in Cloud Heaven City in 5 days. 5 days. This place was close to 6,000 miles away from Cloud Heaven City. It was a long journey, so 5 days was more than enough. He had to use the fastest time to rush back to Cloud Heaven City and stop all of this from happening. No matter if the Tyando League listed him as an infiltrator of evil ways and issued an order to hunt him down, if that was the case, he would never be able to make a comeback. Or the sacrifice of the 2,000 brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry. If this really happened, then they were destined to be Don Quixote rushing towards a windmill, destined to be waves crashing towards a reef. They were destined to be smashed into pieces, destined to sacrifice in vain, including Ximen Lai and Madame Ximen. Yang Dingtian would never allow any of his relatives or brothers to sacrifice themselves for him and bleed for him in vain. Never. Hero Yen, time is of the essence. We shall take our leave now. We have to rush back and fight alongside our brothers. The brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry said, "If we're lucky enough to survive, Hero Yen only needs to write us a letter if you have any errands for us in the future. No matter if it's to shed our blood or to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames, we will not hesitate. Take care." Yang Dingtian said while trembling, "Also, pass a message to your madam and Commander Ximen. Don't give up hope. A miracle will happen. Don't sacrifice in vain. Our sacrifice will not be in vain, but we will pass on Hero Yan's message. Goodbye. We wish Hero Yen a speedy recovery." The brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry said one last time. Then they bowed deeply and left respectfully. "Are you leaving?" Half a minute later, Ling Wu walked out and asked gently. Yang Dingtian nodded. "What about your injuries?" Ling Wu asked. "I'll be fully healed by tonight," Yang Dingtian said. Then he stood out from the wooden barrel. Ling Wu found some clothes and gently and meticulously helped Yang Dingtian put them on. "Will it be dangerous?" Ling Wu asked gently. "It shouldn't be too dangerous," Yang Dingtian said. Then Ling Wu didn't ask any more questions. She just gently tidied up everything for Yang Dingtian. After tidying up, she said to Yang Dingtian, "Then I'll go and prepare the things for you to leave tomorrow." "All right," Yang Dingtian said. After Ling Wu left, Yang Dingtian sat cross-legged on the bed. Then he poured out half a cup of holy water from his spatial ring and drank it. In just a short moment, his entire body started to heat up. Then a warm energy started to circulate throughout his body, clearing away the obstructions and deposits brought about by his injuries. Yang Dingtian quickly circulated his profound energy and expelled this warm energy to every part of his body. In just a little over an hour, Yang Dingtian's injuries had already disappeared without a trace. This holy water was indeed tyrannical and powerful. He really didn't know why a secret realm would have such a powerful thing that defied the natural order. He really didn't know what the ancient world was like to actually be able to create such a powerful holy water that could create such a magnificent and mysterious secret realm at the bottom of the sea. At this moment, Ah Chao's youngling sword was right beside him. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but take it over. He inserted a strand of profound energy and waited for its response. This was the intimate communication that Yang Dingtian had to do with it every day. Every time, the primal chaos divine sense in Ah Chao's youngling sword would jump up and respond. Moreover, it would be more and more enthusiastic every time. However, Ah Chao's youngling sword actually didn't have the slightest reaction after he inserted it this time. Yang Dingtian was immediately shocked. Could something have happened to Ah Chao? Please don't. Ah Chao's youngling sword is completely his lifeblood now. He inserted profound energy again, but there was still no reaction. Yang Dingtian was immediately greatly shocked. Yesterday at the sea, Ah Chao's youngling sword had helped Yang Dingtian take the majority of the damage from the flames. In the past, every time it swallowed the fire energy, it would be as happy as a baby drinking milk. Could it be that it was injured by that incomparably powerful fire energy? If that was the case, Yang Dingtian would really regret it to the point that he would commit suicide. So much so that he would rather go and resist those crazy raging flames himself, and not let Ah Chao do it. "Master, what's wrong with my? Ah Chao's youngling sword. Yang Dingtian hurriedly summoned Dongfang Minmi in his mind. Note: Brothers, please give me a few monthly tickets. Chapter 190. Master, what happened to my youngling sword? Yang Dingtian hurriedly summoned Dongfang Minmi in his mind. Dongfang Minmi immediately woke up from Yang Dingtian's mind. Child, a day has just passed, and I can't feel your existence again. What happened? Are you all right? Dongfang Minmi asked with incomparable concern. Although Dongfang Minmi didn't necessarily communicate with Yang Dingtian every day, but at the very least he would greet him every day. I'm fine. I only killed a 1-star martial profound expert. Yang Dingtian said. You didn't use any lightning attribute profound skills? Dongfang Minmi asked. I didn't. Yang Dingtian said. Dongfang Minmi immediately sighed and said, Child, you're truly amazing. That's right. With Yang Dingtian's current cultivation, he was actually able to kill a 1-star martial profound expert without using any lightning attribute profound skills or anything else. It was truly heaven-defying. Yang Dingtian said sadly, Master, this is nothing. Actually, it was my youngling sword that helped me block the enemy's fatal attack. Otherwise, I might have died long ago. What happened? Dongfang Minmi asked in shock. Yang Dingtian narrated the course of the battle tirelessly. Hearing this, Dongfang Minmi was endlessly shocked. After he finished talking about the battle, Yang Dingtian said, Master, just now when I entered my youngling sword, it didn't have any reaction at all. Quickly help me see if anything happened to it. Yesterday, when Qin Huaiju's final heaven-shattering attack, it helped me take the majority of the damage. Nothing must happen to it. Haha, it should be fine. Dongfang Minmi said. With Ah Chao's aptitude, a mere martial profound expert's energy won't be able to support it. I'll immediately help you take a look. After that, Dongfang Minmi's divine sense entered Ah Chao's youngling sword and examined it carefully. After a few minutes, Dongfang Minmi smiled and said, Don't worry, Ah Chao is fine, it's just sleeping. Sleep? Yang Dingtian asked in surprise. That's right, sleep. Just like all babies, it eats and sleeps. That's how it grows, Dongfang Minmi said. It has a big appetite. It hasn't eaten its fill before, so it's always awake. This time he was finally full and could have a good sleep. When it wakes up, it will grow a little bigger. It was unheard of for a fledgling sword to be able to grow. Little Tian, the speed at which you cultivate a sword soul will shock everyone. It will definitely be a speed that has never been seen before in 1,000 years. Furthermore, your sword soul will become unimaginably powerful in the end. Indeed, for Yang Dingtian's soul sword to be so heaven-defying, Dongfang Minmi had never thought of it. It definitely will. Yang Dingtian said excitedly. In front of his master, he had always acted like a child. That's right, master. Yang Dingtian said. Why do other people's fledgling swords not have divine sense? But my fledgling sword actually has divine sense. It's not just other people's fledgling swords that don't have divine sense. Other people's soul swords, even after being forged, would need a few years to have their own divine sense. Dongfang Minmi said, Your fledgling sword had divine sense from the start. I think this is related to the 10,000-year-old bloody black gold. Because normal bloody black gold is 100 years old, at most 1,000 years old. It hasn't had the time to grow spirit energy. And 10,000-year-old bloody black gold already has its own soul. Even though this soul is very weak and very simple, but it is already close to being a living thing. So, a fledgling sword forged from 10,000-year-old bloody black gold would have divine sense. The reason why this divine sense is close to you is because your blood was spilled on the sword, deeply penetrating into every inch of the fledgling sword. It can be said that if the fledgling sword has blood, then the blood flowing in its body is your blood, so it is connected to your blood vessels. It is an inseparable, intimate relationship. I understand. Yang Dingtian then looked at Ah Chow's fledgling sword in his arms and suddenly felt that it was even cuter, looking silly and silly. After being relieved, Yang Dingtian continued to hold Ah Chow and breathe in and out. Even though there were more impurities in the profound qi during the battle at night, but time was pressing and he couldn't care so much. Tomorrow morning, he would be on his way to Cloud Sky City. For the safety of the journey, he had to keep himself in the best condition. As for when Ah Chow's soul sword would wake up, as long as it was fine, it didn't matter when it woke up. Of course, the sooner it could wake up, the better, because sometimes Yang Dingtian still needed its help. Moreover, Yang Dingtian was full of expectations for its performance the next time it woke up. After 3 hours of profound qi breathing, Yang Dingtian completely filled his energy vessel and profound veins, adding on the few high-grade, profound gathering pellets in his spatial ring. It was enough for him to use even if he were to encounter any sudden situations along the way. At this moment, there were still 4 hours before daybreak, so he seized the last moment to sleep. Even though the current Yang Dingtian didn't really need to sleep anymore, but he had just fought a big battle, and his body was injured and had just recovered. So, it was always good to have enough time to rest. Then, Yang Dingtian laid on the bed, slept without his clothes, and hugged Ah Cho to sleep. He had just fallen asleep for a few minutes, when he suddenly woke up with a start, because he heard a series of footsteps, and all the hair on his body suddenly stood up. He tightly grasped Ah Chow's fledgling sword in his hand, and was ready to fight at any time. But soon he relaxed again, because these footsteps were very familiar, and at the same time there was a unique fragrance that was familiar. It was Ling Wu. She had sneakily entered Yang Dingtian's room. Yang Dingtian was somewhat unable to resist this hot, bold, affectionate, and cute woman. In order to avoid awkwardness, he hurriedly closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. He hoped that this woman wouldn't do anything stupid and would just leave after taking a look. But his hopes were quickly dashed. Ling Wu directly sat beside him and stared at his face without moving an inch. Yang Dingtian soon became unnatural. Even though his eyes were still closed, his eyelids were constantly trembling. Many times, Yang Dingtian's psychological quality could only be considered as ordinary, and he couldn't keep his composure. Yang Dingtian, I know you haven't slept. Don't pretend anymore. Ling Wu said. Yang Dingtian could only open his eyes and said, Miss Ling Wu, why are you here? Are you here to bid farewell to me? Ling Wu looked at Yang Dingtian boldly. No, you obviously know why I'm here. Yang Dingtian couldn't resist her words and opened his mouth, wanting to speak. Unexpectedly, his mouth was covered by Ling Wu's little hand, and she said, Don't speak. I know what you're going to say. I've already heard it countless times. Then Ling Wu said, I'll speak and you'll listen. Yang Dingtian nodded with a complicated expression. Ling Wu said, I know that you love your wife very much and even owe her a lot. Therefore, you don't dare to do anything that would let her down. Yang Dingtian hurriedly nodded his head vigorously. Ling Wu said, You can rest assured. Even though I love you very much, I don't need you to take any responsibility. I won't enter your family either. I won't fight with your wife for you, and your wife won't know about it at all. You can even treat everything that's going to happen next as a dream. She was really straightforward and bold. I'm very tempted. Who wouldn't be tempted when facing a woman like you? Yang Dingtian gasped for breath, but it's also because of this that I have to be responsible for you. You and I are destined to not have a happy ending in this lifetime. You still have to marry someone else. I hope that you can give your complete self to your future husband. Otherwise, you'll get hurt. This world isn't that tolerant of women. Fool, Ling Wu said tenderly. Do you think that I can still marry someone else? Do you think that I can still hold someone else in my heart? Even though I, Ling Wu, am ordinary in every aspect, the only exception is that I'm proud and arrogant. Otherwise, I would have already married someone else. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future. Yang Dingtian sighed. It wasn't that there weren't people who were faithful to one person, but they were indeed very few. Yes, who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Ling Wu looked at Yang Dingtian with her beautiful eyes. I don't know what will happen in the future, but at least for now, I feel that I won't fall in love with another man. This time I've fallen in love with a man, and it's already very, very tiring. Therefore, I definitely don't want to do it a second time. Yang Dingtian, perhaps your second time won't be so tiring. On the contrary, it'll be very sweet. Let me finish speaking. Ling Wu stopped Yang Dingtian once again. You're destined to leave this place, and I'm destined to stay here for the rest of my life. In the beginning, I'll be accompanying my father. In the future, I'll be accompanying everyone on this island. I'm the only person on this island who's slightly stronger in martial arts. I want to protect them. Therefore, I know that there won't be a happy ending between us. As for me, I won't marry anyone in the future. There shouldn't be a second you appearing on this island, and so many unforgettable things won't happen. Yang Dingtian, if you want to leave, I'll definitely not urge you to stay. What I want is only a child. Ling Wu was filled with longing. It doesn't matter if it's a boy or a girl. However, it'll be best if it's a son. Don't worry, I'll definitely not bring him to look for you. I'll nurture him and let him integrate Fire Island in the future. His father is so outstanding. Therefore, he'll definitely be very outstanding as well. Yang Dingtian, there are many women on the sea who are in such a situation. Ling Wu said, many women aren't willing to get married and are willing to live a carefree life. Therefore, they'll look for the most outstanding man, give birth to a child, and raise it by themselves. I love you. Therefore, I must definitely achieve my goal. Ling Wu said resolutely and decisively. The gaze she used to look at Yang Dingtian was filled with absolute determination. Yang Dingtian stared at her for a long time. After that, he shook his head and said, no. Ling Wu was stunned. Her delicate body trembled as tears gushed out from her eyes. Suddenly, she snatched Yang Dingtian's treasured sword and placed it on her neck. Yang Dingtian, you can reject me. However, if you do that, I'll die in front of you. Of course, your martial arts are much stronger than mine, and you can easily snatch my sword away. However, you'll be leaving tomorrow. How are you going to snatch the sword away from my hand? Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. He had truly never met such a resolute and decisive woman. For a moment, he was actually at a loss. Note, brothers, please give me 2 monthly tickets. Chapter 191. Yang Dingtian was truly at his wit's end. At this moment, Ling Wu was also on the verge of collapse. As it turned out, her shrewish and resolute behavior earlier was mostly an act. After all, she was a woman. Moreover, she was a rarely seen, beautiful woman. She was also the daughter of the Inferno Island and the dream lover of many men on the Inferno Island. Of course, she would have her own self-esteem and restraint. However, she was truly at her wit's end when it came to Yang Dingtian. Therefore, she went to seek advice from the women on the island. Those women taught her this method. They said that this method worked every time. However, Yang Dingtian still rejected her in the end. This had nearly caused her self-esteem and willpower to collapse. Therefore, she directly placed her sword on his neck. Yang Dingtian knew that he was in trouble. He had to say some words to salvage the situation. Otherwise, it would really lead to a disastrous situation. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian said seriously, "It's not like that, Ling Wu. You're such an extraordinary woman. If I were to agree to your request rashly, it would be irresponsible to both of us. However, I'm not that pedantic. I feel that we both need time to be baptized. A few years later, if you hear that I'm still alive after my battle with Dongfang Bingling and that you're not married to another man, you can come and look for me if you're still willing. All right? However, don't let anything happen so easily. Otherwise, I'll be deeply guilty." "Really?" Ling Wu said in ecstasy. "Really?" Yang Dingtian said. All right then. However, you'll have to give me a deposit first, Ling Wu said. After that, she kissed him directly. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt pain on his mouth. Ling Wu had bitten him fiercely. It was really painful, and fresh blood gushed out in an instant. I've bitten you so that you won't forget me in the future. When Ling Wu saw that Yang Dingtian's mouth was filled with blood, tears immediately flowed out from her heart. She said with a trembling voice, "The more painful the bite, the deeper the memory." After that, Ling Wu stretched out her small hand and gently stroked the wound on his mouth. She wiped away the bloodstains on it. Gently releasing Yang Dingtian, Ling Wu said softly, "I'm leaving. Otherwise, I'm really worried that you'll go back on your words after a while." After that, Ling Wu left step by step reluctantly. "I'm leaving. When you leave tomorrow, I won't see you off," Ling Wu said in a gentle voice. After that, her beautiful eyes emitted boundless emotions, as if she wanted to deeply remember Yang Dingtian's face. In the end, she turned around and left. Yang Dingtian's heart was in a mess, as if he had lost something. The next day, Yang Dingtian woke up before dawn. Of course, he did not sleep at all, and it was impossible for him to sleep. Wearing the mask, hiding Ah Chao's youngling sword, taking out another treasured sword, wearing a black cloak that covered his entire body, and draped himself in the remaining darkness of the night. Under the escort of Ling Zhong alone, he boarded a small boat and left Blaze Island. As expected, Ling Wu kept her word and didn't come to see him off. "Nephew Yen, I don't care who you are, but you must remember that the Fire Island can be your home at any time." Ling Zhong had remained silent throughout the journey, but he suddenly said when Yang Dingtian boarded the ship. "I'll remember," Yang Dingtian said. "I'll always remember the Fire Island, remember you and Miss Ling Wu." After that, Yang Dingtian leaped onto the small boat and gently rowed. He left the Fire Island and headed towards the northwest continent. Just when he was a few hundred meters away from the Fire Island, a delicate and charming figure suddenly ran over from the island. It was Ling Wu. She was actually wearing a fiery red long dress. It was a dress that she had never worn before. She lifted her long dress as she ran along the pier. She said loudly, "Yan Nantian, I know that you were lying to me last night, but I took it seriously. Right now, I'm wearing a fiery red wedding dress. Remember this. I married you last night, and you personally agreed to it. Remember this. From today onwards, I'm your woman." Immediately, Yang Dingtian was completely dumbfounded. He really didn't expect that Ling Wu would actually use such a move. She would wear a fiery red wedding dress to send him off and express her final determination. Those words he said last night were really just a delaying tactic. However, he didn't expect that he would completely fall into the trap of this fairy-like woman. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's heart surged with emotions. He couldn't say a single word and could only row the ship with all his might. Ling Wu was still holding her dress and running with all her might on the shore. However, she was getting further and further away from Yang Dingtian. In the end, she was wailing loudly as she ran. She used all her strength to grab onto him. However, the thing she loved the most was still getting further and further away. In the end, he completely disappeared in the remaining darkness of the night and disappeared in the morning fog. Her delicate body couldn't hold on any longer. Her legs went soft, and she sat on the muddy ground. She cried out in pain. The beautiful red wedding dress on her body was stained with T daybreak. Yang Dingtian had already stepped onto the land of the northwest continent. He bought a fast horse and traveled day and night. He rushed towards Cloud Heaven City, which was more than 6,000 miles away. He wanted to save Madame Shimin, save Shimin Lai, and save the 2,000 over brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry. He wanted to prevent them from flying into the fire like moths. He wanted to save his reputation that was about to be ruined. He wanted to save his qualification to compete for Cloud Heaven City. He wanted to save everything. He wanted to save everything from the hands of his shameless enemies. He wanted to save everything from the hands of his sanctimonious enemies. During these few days, the air around Cloud Heaven City seemed to have condensed. It was as though countless dark clouds were accumulating layer by layer. Finally, it was brewing a world-destroying thunderbolt. First, many people realized that the black blood cavalry that had disappeared for a long time was gradually returning. They were returning one after another. Then they just stood in the plaza in front of Cloud Heaven City without saying a word. When they arrived, they dismounted from their horses and sat beside them quietly. Then more and more people came. In the end, the 2,000 over-brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry filled half of the plaza in front of Cloud Heaven City. Instantly, the plaza in front of Cloud Heaven City's gate was filled with black people. They didn't say anything. Their faces were filled with complete determination. There was only the coldness of facing death. There was only the soaring, murderous aura and flames in their hearts. There was only the determination of moths flying into the fire. Then Shimin Lai came. Then Madame Shimin came too. Everyone in Cloud Sky City suddenly felt a suffocating pressure. However, Shimin Ju didn't have any reaction. Yang Yin didn't have any reaction either. Then a few thousand cavalrymen of the Tiando League's Northwest Division marched towards Cloud Heaven City. Finally, they stopped in front of the plaza in front of Cloud Heaven City's gate. They were all wearing golden armor and wielding golden greatswords. The Tiando League's golden cavalry was on the left. There were 3,000 of them. The Black Blood Cavalry was on the right. There were 2,000 of them. The black and gold cavalrymen didn't speak, but coldly faced each other. They were ready to draw their great swords and kill at any time. Everyone in Cloud Heaven City felt an extremely stifling atmosphere. They didn't dare to speak loudly or walk forcefully. It was as though any movement would completely ignite this powder keg and cause a shocking explosion. On the last day of the 5th day, Qin Huaiyu appeared and led 3,000 cavalrymen of the Qin family into Cloud Heaven City. They silently climbed up the city walls and silently opened their crossbows, aiming at the Black Blood Cavalry below. Then the members of the Tiando League arrived in Cloud Heaven City, one after another. When they passed by Madame Shimin and Shimin Lai, they only glanced at them indifferently. They didn't say anything and left. Every one of them led hundreds of warriors into Cloud Heaven City. When the sun rose, Shimin Nu led close to 1,000 cavalrymen and appeared outside Cloud Heaven City. They formed a formation behind the Black Blood Cavalry and blocked their path. At 8 or 9 in the morning, another infantry of the Northwest Qin family appeared outside Cloud Heaven City and blocked all the paths on Cloud Heaven Mountain. Instantly, the 2,000 brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry were surrounded by over 10,000 people. They had no way out. Once the battle started, they were destined to be like moths flying into a flame. At noon, in the tallest castle in Cloud Heaven City, the Tiando League Northwest Conference was officially held. The 39 members of the Tiando League in the Northwest were all present. The outcome of the conference would determine Yang Dingtian's fate, the fate of the Black Blood Cavalry outside, and the fate of Madame Shimin and Shimin Lai. Furthermore, he had to obtain the crucial 3rd stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship from the wolves of Cloud Heaven City. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was 50 miles away from Cloud Heaven City. His body was covered in dust as he crouched on his horse and madly rushed towards Cloud Heaven City. In less than 5 days, he had rushed over 6,000 miles on his horse. Hopefully he wouldn't be too late. In view of the fact that Yang Dingtian used the evil soul arts during the trial duel with Yang Xiaobai, and there is a large amount of evidence that shows that before the duel, Yang Dingtian had gone to the land of chaos. There are signs that prove that he was heading towards the temple of 10,000 blood, Yang Yan said loudly. Therefore, we have sufficient reason to believe that Yang Dingtian has become a traitor of the evil ways in the Tiando League. Yang Yan, you are slandering me. Madame Shimin suddenly stood up and said, "What evidence do you have to prove that Yang Dingtian used the evil soul arts when he defeated Yang Xiaobai?" Yang Yan said coldly, "Then let me ask Madam Shimin." At that time, Yang Dingtian's cultivation was 1 stage and 11 levels lower than Yang Xiaobai's, but he still defeated Yang Xiaobai. In the 1,000 years of history, is there such an example? That's right, there is such an example. 200 years ago, when Li Tianxiao fought against third young Master Qin, he was also 1 stage and 10 levels lower, but he still defeated his opponent. However, in the end, it was proven that Li Tianxiao was a traitor of the evil ways. He used the evil soul arts. Li Tianxiao was like that, and so was Yang Dingtian. Madam Shimin sneered and said, "Didn't you hear what Yang Dingtian said that day? He didn't use the evil soul arts, but released the sword soul? Ridiculous!" Yang Yan shouted coldly. "How many people in this world have managed to cultivate the sword soul? There are only 3 people: Sect Master Dongfang, City Lord Shimin, and the Hidden Sect Master. Now, Sect Master Dongfang is missing. City Lord Shimin is dead, and the Hidden Sect Master has been in seclusion for 100 years. In other words, no one in this world has managed to cultivate the sword soul. How old is Yang Dingtian? What is his cultivation level? He used the sword soul to defeat Yang Xiaobai? Madam Shimin, are you looking down on everyone's intelligence?" When he said that, everyone present sneered. If Yang Dingtian used the sword soul to defeat Yang Xiaobai, then it would be impossible unless the 2 suns rose from the west and set from the east. Yang Yan said firmly, "Therefore, Yang Dingtian must have used the evil soul arts to defeat Yang Xiaobai. In this world, only the evil soul arts have such great power. Therefore, Yang Dingtian is a traitor of the evil ways. There is no doubt about it." Chapter 192. Evidence. Great Elder Yang Yan, please take out your evidence. Shimin Lai, who was present at the meeting, said coldly, "Evidence." Yang Yan laughed loudly and said, "Can't we punish Yang Dingtian without evidence? Do we have to wait until Yang Dingtian is like Li Tianxiao, or until there are hundreds of thousands of people in the Tiando League before we punish him? Then, who will bear the consequences? Can you, Shimin Lai, bear the consequences?" At this moment, a beautiful woman said indifferently, "My Sky Wind Pavilion is in the southwest continent. Originally, I didn't want to speak at this meeting, but recently I have been advocating for the unification of the North and South, so I dare to say something. As for whether Yang Dingtian is a spy of the evil ways, I wasn't present at that time, so I don't know. But I know that in the past few months, there has been a group of pirates burning, killing, robbing, raping, and committing all kinds of crimes. Even my Sky Wind Pavilion's disciple, Ning Ro, was kidnapped by these pirates when she was on her way to the northwest continent. Fortunately, she was rescued, or else the consequences would be unimaginable. Later on, I found out that these pirates were actually the Black Blood Cavalry." Shimin Lai's lungs were about to explode from anger. He never thought that there would be such a shameless person in this world. The beautiful woman from the Sky Wind Pavilion ignored Shimin Lai's sneer and took out a large stack of things. I have a large number of victims' documents here, as well as a portrait of the pirate leader. Everyone can take a look and see who this person is. Following that, the Sky Wind Pavilion's female representative unfolded the portrait. The person in the portrait had a delicate appearance with a slight evil aura. His appearance was indeed Yang Dingtian, but his demeanor wasn't Yang Dingtian's demeanor. Yang Dingtian wasn't that evil. That's right, this person is Yang Dingtian. Yang Yan yelled out, "In order to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, in order to redress the grievances of the innocent victims, I suggest that the Heaven Dao Union immediately issue a worldwide bounty on Yang Dingtian. Anyone in the world, no matter what faction, as long as they see Yang Dingtian, they are to kill him unconditionally. The killer will receive special merits from the Tiando League." Shimin Lai smiled coldly and said, "Great Elder Yang Yan, regarding the pirates, don't you know better than anyone else?" "Shimin Lai, what do you mean?" Yang Yan said coldly, "You're desperate." You are the ones who are desperate. You are worried that young Master Yang Dingtian will make rapid progress and that he will be completely defeated in the Cloud Heaven City, Lord's martial arts competition in a few months. Therefore, you are shamelessly slandering young Master Yang Dingtian and trying to kill him, Shimin Lai said coldly. Shimin Lai, how dare you? Yang Yan immediately roared. Enough! Qin Wanshan, who was presiding over the meeting, said indifferently, This isn't an auction house. Don't curse here. Yang Yan's Yang's Qin Yan, what is there? Instantly, the entire place fell silent. Qin Huaiyu said calmly, Then I'll tell you my opinion. Qin Huaiyu said indifferently, according to what Grand Elder Yang Yan said, Yang Dingtian might be an infiltrator of the evil Tao and would bring great danger to the Heaven Tao Union. Therefore, we cannot treat him as an insignificant matter. However, we don't have any concrete evidence. So, directly announcing that Yang Dingtian is a spy of evil ways and issuing a kill order may be too hasty. So, I suggest that we use the Taiando League's name to issue a kill order for Yang Dingtian. Anyone in the world, no matter what faction, as long as they see Yang Dingtian, immediately arrest him. If he resists, kill him. Great Elder Yang Yan asked, Then, does Yang Dingtian have the qualifications to participate in next year's City Lord competition? Qin Wanshan said, Before Yang Dingtian can prove his innocence, of course, he doesn't have the qualifications to participate. All right, let's proceed to the final vote. Qin Wanshan said, Those who agree with Qin Huaiyu's suggestion to issue a kill order for Yang Dingtian and disqualify him from participating in next year's Cloud Sky City Lord competition, please place your weapons on the table. Immediately, everyone present placed their weapons on the table one after another. Yang Yan and Madame Shimin were both parties involved, so they didn't have the right to vote. The final result was out. Other than the two parties, everyone present agreed with Qin Huaiyu's suggestion. Then it's decided. Qin Wanshan said coldly, Immediately issue a command to the world and announce that Yang Dingtian is a suspect of evil ways. Immediately arrest him. Any faction or sect in the world, once they see him, do their best to arrest him. If he resists, kill him. At the same time, disqualify Yang Dingtian from participating in next year's Cloud Sky City Lord competition. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Shimin Lai laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with impudence and ridicule. Shimin Lai, what are you laughing at? Qin Wanshan shouted coldly. Are you looking down on the Taiando League's authority? Shimin Lai sneered. I have never seen such a shameless scene. Today has really opened my eyes. Qin Wanshan said coldly, The Taiando League's decree is sacred and inviolable. Are you going to defy it? Shimin Lai grabbed the huge sword in his hand, stood up and walked out. I will use our blood to defend our final honor. Qin Wanshan's face turned cold. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he said, You are seeking your own death. That's still better than living a cowardly life, Shimin Lai said. Then he and Madame Shimin walked out and returned to the Black Blood Cavalry's formation. They suddenly pulled out their long swords. Shimin Lai leads all the Black Blood Cavalry and requests the Taiando League to change its decree. Otherwise, we will use our weapons to carry out a blood remonstrance. Phew! Instantly, all the Black Blood Cavalry stood up. Swish! All the Black Blood Cavalry suddenly pulled out their huge swords. Instantly, a forest of sharp swords appeared. Shimin Lai, you want to rebel against the Taiando League? Qin Wanshan said coldly, The Taiando League has the right to deal a destructive blow to those who rebel. I will count to 10. Immediately throw away the weapons in your hands, kneel on the ground, and await your punishment. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. Shimin Lai's face was unyielding as he said coldly, I request the Taiando League to retract its unreasonable decree. After saying that, Shimin Lai took a step forward. Behind him, more than 2,000 Black Blood Cavalry wielded their huge swords and also took a step forward. Like a black tide, they brought about an incomparably huge pressure. 10, 9, 8. Following Qin Wanshan's countdown, Shimin Lai led the black, tide-like, black blood cavalry forward step by step. They approached the city, gate step by step. Shimin Lai was the first to walk. 5. I request the Taiando League to retract its decree. Otherwise, my black blood cavalry will use our weapons to carry out a blood remonstrance. 4. Shimin Lai led the black blood cavalry and still did not retreat. They continued to press forward step by step. Instantly, Qin Wanshan and Yang Yan revealed a cruel sneer on their faces. All Taiando League troops, prepare to suppress the rebels. Clang! Instantly the sound of swords being drawn could be heard. The troops on Cloud Sky City pulled out their sharp swords and drew their large crossbows. A few thousand cavalry troops from the Northwest Qin family mounted their horses and pulled out their sharp swords. A few thousand infantry troops from the Northwest Qin family pulled down their steel masks and pulled out their sharp swords. The cavalry troops of the Taiando League's Northwest Division pulled out their swords. Shimin Nu led a few thousand cavalry troops and pulled out their swords. The tens of thousands of troops that surrounded the black blood cavalry all pulled out their weapons. As long as Qin Wanshan gave the order, the war would instantly erupt. The tens of thousands of troops would carry out the final strangulation of the black blood cavalry. 3, 2, 1. Instantly, the faces of Yang Yan, Tang Guizhou, and the others became extremely sinister and proud. Shimin Lai, you are indeed seeking your own death. Kill the traitors, Qin Wanshan shouted. Boom! The tens of thousands of troops rushed towards the black blood cavalry like a tide. The war instantly erupted. More than 2,000 black blood cavalry were about to be completely submerged in an instant. Stop! Suddenly, a cold voice came from the air. Then, a figure dressed in white floated down to the square of Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian, disguised as a hidden sect disciple, Wu Ming, had finally arrived. However, the war had already begun. The massacre had already begun. Blood was already splattering everywhere. Stop! Yang Dingtian said coldly. If you don't stop, both sides will be equally guilty. Everyone present will be killed. Instantly, the expressions of Qin Huaiyu, Qin Wanshan, Yang Yan, and the others on the city gate changed. Stop it! Qin Wanshan suddenly roared. Then, he took the lead and jumped down from the city gate. Then he bowed respectfully. Northwest Qin City, Qin Wanshan, greets young Lord Wu Ming. At the same time, everyone on the city gate jumped down from the city gate and bowed respectfully. Taiando League Northwest Branch, greets young Lord Wu Ming. Shimin Lai's body trembled. He suddenly stabbed his giant sword into the ground and bowed. Cloud Sky City Shimin Lai, greets young Lord Wu Ming. Greets young Lord Wu Ming. All the black blood cavalry knelt down on one knee. Tens of thousands of Northwest Qin family and Taiando League allied troops knelt on the ground and shouted respectfully, greets young Lord Wu Ming. This was the power of the hidden sect. Once a hidden sect disciple walked the world, no matter who he was, he would become the absolute leader of the Taiando League. At this moment, everyone bowed down. Only Yang Dingtian was left standing. He was handsome and refined. He fluttered in the wind like an immortal. But at this moment, his face was cold. There was no smile on his face. He ignored everyone's respect and walked straight into Cloud Sky City. When he passed by all the important figures of the Taiando League Northwest Branch, Yang Dingtian said coldly, "Follow me in." Instantly, everyone followed behind Yang Dingtian and walked into Cloud Sky City. Back in the meeting room, Yang Dingtian sat at the highest position in the center. He looked down and asked plainly, "Yang Yan, you said that Yang Dingtian is a spy of the evil ways." "Yes." Yang Yan bowed. "Where's the evidence?" Yang Dingtian asked plainly. Yang Yan's eyes trembled. He then gritted his teeth and said, Yang Dingtian's cultivation is lower than Yang Xiaobai's by more than 10 levels. But he still defeated Yang Xiaobai and even took his life. In this world, only the evil soul art can do that. Moreover, the situation is exactly the same as Li Tianxiao's duel 200 years ago. Yang Dingtian ignored Yang Yan's words and asked plainly, where's the evidence? Chapter 193. After hearing Yang Dingtian ask for evidence again, Yang Yan's expression changed, and he said, Young Master Wu Ming, Li Tianxiao almost destroyed the entire Taiando League 200 years ago. It was such a painful lesson, so I feel that special circumstances should be handled differently. Yang Dingtian's matter doesn't require evidence and can be handled directly. Then, Yang Yan continued, Moreover, the Taiando League's Northwest Conference has already passed a vote. If Yang Dingtian was really a disciple of the hidden sect, then Yang Yan's actions were already very disrespectful. What he meant was that they had already passed a vote, so Wu Ming shouldn't be a busybody. His words actually treated the disciple of the hidden sect as a bodhisattva on the stage. He was respectful on the surface, but in reality he was disobeying on the inside. No one objected to Yang Yan's disrespect towards the disciple of the hidden sect. It could be seen that the hidden sect had not traveled the world for 200 years. Although everyone still followed the tradition of the disciple of the hidden sect being the leader of the Taiando League on the surface, their hearts were filled with doubts and dissatisfaction, especially when it involved their own interests. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian fell into a dangerous situation. His eyes narrowed. I came out this time for 2 matters. First, investigate the disappearance of the Maori barbarian tribe. The Maori barbarian tribe occupied the entire ice snow continent. Tens of millions of people have completely disappeared from this world. This is some kind of omen, so you have to send a large number of people to investigate this matter. Yang Dingtian didn't continue to argue with Yang Yan and changed the topic. Yes, young Master Wu Ming. Everyone shouted in unison. For matters like this that didn't affect their interests, they were happy to show their respect and obedience to the disciple of the hidden sect. The second matter is regarding the spies of the evil ways in the Taiando League. Yang Dingtian said calmly. Once he said this, Yang Yan's expression changed, and he revealed an excited expression. It turned out that young Master Wu Ming was also supporting them. Shimin Lai and Madame Shimin's expressions darkened, and they were furious. It turned out that the disciple of the hidden sect was also so realistic. However, according to my information, the sects with evil ways are not from Cloud Sky City, but from other sects that are even more prominent. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, I won't name names here, but I will talk to the relevant people. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed. As for Yang Dingtian, I have heard of him, but I don't know much about him. Yang Dingtian said faintly, however, regarding the matter of him being an infiltrator of evil ways and conducting a worldwide manhunt, this cannot be passed. I want to veto it. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present immediately cried out in alarm. Young Master Wu Ming, please reconsider. This is the decision of everyone in the Taiando League's Northwest Branch, Yang Yan said coldly. There was a hint of threat in his words. This is an order. You can choose to obey or disobey, Yang Dingtian said calmly. Instantly, everyone's faces showed signs of struggle and anger. They really wanted to flip the table over and say coldly, Who the fuck are you, John Doe? How dare you give us orders? They really wanted to do so, but they didn't dare. Who wants to disobey? Say it. At this moment, Yang Dingtian revealed a smile and looked at everyone calmly. He was gambling. He was gambling that no one dared to stand up and take the risk. Do you have any objections to my order regarding Yang Dingtian? Yang Dingtian asked calmly. Although Yang Yan was unwilling, he could only grit his teeth and lower his head. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Everyone replied in unison. That's good, Yang Dingtian said calmly. Then the worldwide manhunt for Yang Dingtian is cancelled. Yang Yan hurriedly said, Young Master Wu Ming, what about Yang Dingtian's qualifications to participate in next year's contest for the position of City Lord? Yang Dingtian said calmly, this is Cloud Sky City's internal affairs. It is not within the scope of the Tiando League's discussion. Therefore, everyone present who is not from Cloud Sky City, leave. Yes, sir. Instantly, the dozens of people present, other than those from Cloud Sky City, all left, including Qin Wanshan and Qin Huayu. Those from Northwest Qin City, stay, Yang Dingtian suddenly said. Qin Wanshan and Qin Huayu immediately stayed at AT this moment. There were only Yang Dingtian, Madame Ximen Lai, Yang Yan, Tang Guozhao, Qin Wanshan, and Qin Huayu in the main hall. Regarding whether Yang Dingtian's qualifications to participate in next year's contest for the position of City Lord, this is Cloud Sky City's internal affairs. Even I can interfere. Yang Dingtian said calmly, however, regarding the division of Cloud Sky City, I have enough authority to interfere. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's expression became stern. As a member of the Tiando League, how can Cloud Sky City be divided and have a civil war? Ximen Lai hurriedly said, Young Master Wu Ming, please listen to me. This is because of Yang Yan and the others. I'm not listening. Yang Dingtian directly interrupted Ximen Lai and said coldly, the main point of my trip this time is to investigate the disappearance of the Mari barbarians. I'm not here to be a judge for Cloud Sky City. I'm not here to decide who is right and who is wrong. Yes. Ximen Lai immediately stepped back and lowered his head. Instantly, Yang Yan's expression relaxed. As long as Wu Ming didn't deliberately lean towards the other side, he wasn't worried. My hidden sect has never interfered with the internal affairs of any sect in the Tiando League, so I'm no exception. I don't care who is right and who is wrong. As long as it doesn't involve evil ways, I don't care. Yang Dingtian said calmly, your own matters will be decided by your own weapons. Yang Dingtian's words were, of course, very straightforward. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Yang Yan, Ximen Lai, and the others were instantly more certain of Wu Ming's identity as the successor of the hidden sect. The successor of the hidden sect should be so domineering and not hypocritical. Then I have an opinion. Yang Dingtian said coldly, it's only an opinion, not an order. It's still up to you whether to accept it or not. My first opinion is that it's not right for the Black Blood Cavalry to wander outside like this. Moreover, they're wandering in the Tiando League's territory and will only increase the number of incidents. I've already heard of many cases where the Black Blood Cavalry has committed crimes. Ximen Lai said, Young Master Wu Ming, this is someone's framing. Yang Dingtian said coldly, do you think I'll care about this? Once he said this, Ximen Lai was instantly speechless. Yang Dingtian continued, so, Ximen Lai, bring the Black Blood Cavalry back to your Black Blood Castle. I don't care whose force is stationed in Black Blood Castle. All of them must leave. No one is allowed to stay. Once he said this, Qin Wanshan and Yang Yan's expressions changed drastically. On the other hand, Ximen Lai and Madame Ximen were pleasantly surprised. But Yang Dingtian continued, in the martial arts contest for the position of the City Lord next year, if Yang Dingtian loses, he won't be able to inherit the position of the City Lord. Then, Ximen Lai, you have to completely hand over the Black Blood Cavalry and Black Blood Castle. You, Madame Ximen, Yang Dingtian, your force will be completely expelled from Cloud Sky City. From then on, you will have nothing to do with Cloud Sky City. I only have one opinion, which is that there can only be one voice in Cloud Sky City. Don't cause any division. I don't care who is in charge of Cloud Sky City, but there can only be one voice in Cloud Sky City. Once he said this, Ximen Lai and Madame Ximen's expressions changed slightly. In the end, Yang Dingtian said indifferently, If you accept my mediation, then we will stop fighting. The time limit is 1 day. Evacuate everyone in Black Blood Castle. Shimin Lai will bring the Black Blood Cavalry and station them in Black Blood Castle. If you don't agree, then start a civil war until one side is completely annihilated. However, only people from Cloud Sky City can participate in the war. No other forces are allowed to interfere. Shimin Lai hesitated and struggled. Then he looked at Madame Shimin and gritted his teeth. We are willing to listen to young Master Wu Ming's orders. What about you? Yang Dingtian looked at Yang Yan and the rest. Yang Yan, Tang Guizhou, and the rest were silent. They didn't answer. It was obvious that they weren't willing. Yang Dingtian frowned slightly. Then he said to Shimin Lai and Madame Shimin, "You can leave first." Yes. Shimin Lai and Madame Shimin walked out of the hall. After Shimin Lai and Madame Shimin left, Yang Dingtian looked at Qin Wanshan and said, "Your Northwest Qin City sent people to impersonate Yang Dingtian and the Black Blood Cavalry to commit all kinds of crimes at sea. What is going on?" Instantly, Qin Wanshan's expression changed. He was about to explain. "I don't want to listen to explanations." Yang Dingtian waved his hand and interrupted. "I have already appeared. Why are you still doing this? Aren't you making things difficult for me? Moreover, you are full of flaws and unscrupulous. Where is the righteousness of the Tiando League? Do you want me to interfere or not? It's fine to do things, but don't expose yourself. Don't eat your fill." Qin Wanshan was stunned. Then a strange smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Yes, understood." Then Yang Dingtian's expression suddenly became serious. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Actually, I came out this time for an even more important matter. Keep this matter in your hearts and don't reveal it to anyone in the future." Instantly, Yang Yan and the others were shocked. They hurriedly said, "Yes." Shimin Ningning. Yang Dingtian said, "That day, after Yang Dingtian defeated Qin Shaobai, there was an internal battle in Cloud Sky City. Was it Shimin Ningning who single-handedly blocked several thousand of your people and killed close to 1,000 of your people?" Speaking of this, Yang Yan's expression changed. Thinking of the situation that day, he said with lingering fear, "Yes, she killed close to 1,000 of our people. Moreover, we were completely defenseless. To be honest, I have never seen such a terrifying person. Normally, she doesn't even have the slightest ability to attack." Yang Dingtian took a deep breath. Actually, during the entire process, Qin Huaiyu didn't say a word. However, he had been observing Yang Dingtian. Just now, Yang Dingtian had vetoed Yang Dingtian's punishment and insisted on letting Yang Dingtian participate in next year's martial arts contest for the position of City Lord. This was enough to arouse suspicion. Now, Yang Dingtian was asking about Shimin Ningning again, which would easily arouse Qin Huaiyu's suspicion. Therefore, in order not to expose himself, he really shouldn't continue to ask about Sister Ningning. However, he couldn't help it. What happened to Shimin Ningning in the end? Yang Dingtian still asked. Chapter 194. When he asked this, Qin Huaiyu's gaze trembled slightly, and Yang Yan's face already showed a slightly doubtful expression. On that day, she repelled a few thousand of us. After killing nearly 1,000 of us, none of us dared to approach her. Subsequently, she vanished without a trace. None of us dared to chase after her. Yang Yan explained, after which he looked at Yang Dingtian and asked, "Young Lord Wu Ming, why did you mention her?" Yang Yan had already expressed his doubts in the latter half of the sentence. If Yang Dingtian could not justify himself, then the situation would become dangerous again. Sister Ningning has already run away? Is this Yang Yan lying? Yang Dingtian thought to himself. Then he adjusted his emotions and said calmly to them, "Do you know why she could kill nearly 1,000 of you?" Yang Yan said, "Please enlighten me, young Master Wu Ming." "Because of the deep-sea Xian poison," Yang Dingtian said calmly. "Deep-sea Xian poison?" Yang Yan said in shock. As for everyone present, their expressions changed. Deep-sea Xian poison, the world's #1 poison. Naga's last life-saving item. If Shimin Ningning used deep-sea Xian poison to kill them, then the whole thing would be troublesome and complicated. It's good that she ran away, Yang Dingtian sighed. Her identity is too complicated, and her background is too big. Even if she was captured, we really don't know what to do. Before we figure out her identity, we can't kill her, let her go, or even lock her up. She ran away herself. This is the best-case scenario. Then what is her background? Yang Yan said with a trembling voice. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, I'm not sure yet, but her background is very big, maybe even bigger than mine. Then Yang Dingtian stood up and said, Okay, anyway, don't talk about this woman in the future. Just treat her as a taboo. My elders have not made a final decision on how to treat this woman. Let's wait until the sect confirms her true identity and makes a final decision about her. Yes, Yang Yan and the others said. All right, that's all for today. Find me a room. I'll stay in Cloud Sky City for one night, Yang Dingtian said. Cloud Sky City is truly honored. Young Master Wu Ming, please wait for a moment. We will prepare the biggest banquet in history for you, Yang Yan said. No need. Yang Dingtian said resolutely and decisively, I don't want to see anyone. I'll just find a room and stay there for the night. I'll leave tomorrow. The investigation into the disappearance of the Maori barbarians is very urgent. I cannot delay it. Yes. Yang Yan and the others bowed. Then Yang Dingtian walked out. When he reached the door, Yang Dingtian suddenly turned around and asked, Elder Yang Dingtian, you still haven't answered me about the matter of Yang Dingtian participating in the martial arts contest for the Castellan's position next year and handing over Black Blood Castle. Yang Yan's expression changed slightly. He lowered his head and said, Young Master Wu Ming, you also said that this is Cloud Sky City's internal affairs. So, please give me one night and I'll give you a reply tomorrow. How about that? Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly jumped. If he was the successor of the hidden sect, then Yang Yan's actions would be considered very rude. Making himself qualified to participate in the martial arts contest for the Castellan's position next year was only the first thing Yang Dingtian did when he came to Cloud Sky City. Next, there were two other things. One was to see the 1,000-year Black Fox Demon and ask about the Foxman race's language. Another thing was to obtain the 3rd stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Furthermore, obtaining the 3rd stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship was the most important thing. But now he couldn't even complete the first thing. Yang Yan personally brought Yang Dingtian to Tianbin Pavilion to rest. Young Master Wu Ming, have a good rest. I'll take my leave first, Yang Yan said. He looked like he wanted to say something, but stopped. Yang Dingtian said plainly, There's only the two of us here. You can say whatever you want. Yang Yan hesitated for a moment and said, Then forgive me for being presumptuous. Speak, Yang Dingtian said. Young Master Wu Ming knows Yang Dingtian. Yang Yan asked. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, I've heard of him, but I've never seen him before. Then why would young Master Wu Ming protect him time and time again? Yang Yan said, First, you rejected the decision to capture him. Then, you want him to participate in the martial arts contest for the Castellan's position next year. If you say it's for no reason, it's really hard to believe. If not for your unique skills, to be honest, I can't help but suspect that you're Yang Dingtian. Once these words came out, Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly jumped. Yang Yan's words were already very rude. Yang Dingtian looked at him plainly and said, That's right. There's indeed a reason. Then, may I be so bold as to ask what's the reason? Yang Yan stared at Yang Dingtian's face closely. Because the pig-slaying swordsmanship has a great relationship with the hidden sect. It might even be left behind by the seniors of the hidden sect. Yang Dingtian said plainly, What? Yang Yen cried out in surprise, his face revealing an expression of disbelief. Actually, I came out this time for another important mission, which is to bring the pig-slaying swordsmanship back to the hidden sect. Yang Dingtian stared at Yang Yen and said slowly, "This is a powerful and mysterious swordsmanship. I believe you've already felt its prowess, so it can't be left behind in the outside world." Of course, Yang Yen felt it. Yang Dingtian learned the pig-slaying swordsmanship. That kind of terrifying cultivation speed could be said to have overturned all of his knowledge, breaking the historical record that had never been seen in thousands of years. Otherwise, why would they be so impatient and shameless to want to kill Yang Dingtian? It was because Yang Dingtian's cultivation speed was too shocking. Yang Yen calmed down his astonished emotions, took a deep breath, and asked, "Then may I ask, what's your sect's attitude towards Yang Dingtian?" "I can't tell you," Yang Dingtian said coldly, "but there are 2 points. The swordsmanship that Yang Dingtian learned is related to our hidden sect, so he definitely can't be associated with evil ways. The hidden sect will never allow such a thing to happen." Yang Dingtian's meaning was very clear. Since Yang Dingtian couldn't be associated with evil ways, then Cloud Sky City naturally didn't have the right to disqualify him from participating in next year's city Lord Martial Arts contest. Yang Yen suddenly revealed a slightly strange smile and said, "You just said that you want to bring the pig-slaying swordsmanship back to the hidden sect. What if Yang Dingtian wants to learn the pig-slaying swordsmanship?" Yang Dingtian, who was disguised as John Doe, turned around and said calmly, "That has nothing to do with us. What I'm concerned about is that Yang Dingtian can't be associated with evil ways no matter what. We don't care about anything else. Furthermore, if it's a swordsmanship left behind by the hidden sect, outsiders don't have the right to learn it." "Understood." Yang Yan's eyes immediately revealed a trace of a smile as he asked, "What if Yang Dingtian is truly related to the evil Tao?" "There's no such possibility," Yang Dingtian said firmly. "Even if he's dead, there's no such possibility." "I understand," Yang Yen said. "I'll give you a reply tomorrow." "Okay," Yang Dingtian said calmly with his back facing Yang Yen and the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Yang Yen said, "I'll give you a reply tomorrow for the pig-slaying swordsmanship." "Be quick," Yang Dingtian said calmly. "You have to know that we're very generous. If you make things easy for us, I just have to move my mouth and Cloud Sky City will enjoy it endlessly." Yang Yan's face lit up and he nodded. "Yes, yes, I'll take my leave." Then Yang Yan bowed and left. Obviously, the Northwest Qin family had the final say in Cloud Sky City, so Yang Yan couldn't agree to Yang Dingtian's request directly. The next morning, Yang Dingtian woke up early. The beautiful maidservant had already delivered an exquisite and sumptuous breakfast, but Yang Yan, Tang Bozhao, and the others didn't appear. Yang Dingtian suddenly felt a slight uneasiness in his heart. His current identity was Wu Ming, the successor of the hidden sect. The people of Cloud Sky City couldn't wait to curry favor with him, so it was inevitable for him to go to the hidden sect in the morning and evening. Now that he had woken up at dawn, none of the important figures of Cloud Sky City had appeared. This was a little abnormal. Could it be that they had doubts about his identity? Today, Yang Dingtian had another important matter, which was to meet the 1,000-year Black Fox enchanting and ask her about the Foxman race's language. However, as a disciple of the hidden sect, it was unreasonable for him to ask to meet a 1,000-year Black Fox. Moreover, the existence of the enchanting was considered a secret even in Cloud Sky City. As an outsider, how could he know about the existence of the enchanting? Therefore, he had to find a convincing reason. Before coming to Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian had already thought of several reasons. But now the situation had changed. Things didn't go as smoothly as he had imagined, so those reasons weren't sufficient. Therefore, Yang Dingtian racked his brains to think of a reason to meet the enchanting naturally. It was obviously impossible to sneak in without being discovered. There were countless pairs of eyes staring at the small building where he lived. Qin Huaiyu of the Northwest Qin family is here to visit. At this moment, Qin Huaiyu's gentle and elegant voice came from outside. Yang Dingtian's expression changed slightly and his heart skipped a beat. Qin Huaiyu. Since Yang Dingtian appeared as Wu Ming yesterday, he hadn't said a word. Today, when the sun had just risen, he had actually come to visit. Why was that? Did he discover something? No matter what, Qin Huaiyu was undoubtedly the most dangerous person. Come in, Yang Dingtian said lightly. This was the most dangerous person. He had to be 120% alert to deal with him. Qin Huaiyu greets young Master Wu Ming. After entering, Qin Huaiyu bowed. His attitude was neither servile nor overbearing. Yang Dingtian returned the bow and said lightly, Young Master Qin, is there anything I can help you with? Yang Dingtian's character, Wu Ming, was an arrogant and indifferent person. Therefore, he didn't need to be so polite to Qin Huaiyu. I do have something to ask. Qin Huaiyu also said directly, I heard that the disciples of the hidden sect are all knowledgeable people. There is nothing in the world that they don't know and do. Therefore, I have something that I don't understand. This was a test. The hair on Yang Dingtian's back suddenly stood up. The dangerous moment had arrived. Qin Huaiyu was going to test him. Once Yang Dingtian answered incorrectly, he would most likely be exposed and put himself in a life-threatening situation. Although his heart was tightly clenched, Yang Dingtian still had to play the role of Wu Ming very realistically. He frowned slightly and said, Speak. Qin Huaiyu took out a white handkerchief and opened it gently on the table. I obtained this by chance. It doesn't have much value. However, I have always been interested in words. I know most of the words in the world. However, I don't know any of the words on this white handkerchief. The disciples of the hidden sect are knowledgeable people. Can you solve my confusion? Yang Dingtian took a step forward and saw that there were indeed dozens of words on the white handkerchief. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. Coincidence? Or was there some other reason? Because the words on the white handkerchief were exactly the same as the words on Yang Dingtian's Earth Obsidian Flame map. Although Yang Dingtian didn't know these words, he could tell at a glance that they were the same kind of words. From the structure of the words, the style, and other aspects, he could tell at a glance. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian also realized there were at least dozens of words on the handkerchief, and they were the same as the words on Yang Dingtian's Earth Obsidian Flame map. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. He used all his strength to suppress his breathing and emotions so that Qin Huaiyu wouldn't be able to see any flaws. Then, one thing could be proven now. The other half of the Heaven and Earth Obsidian Flame map was in the hands of the Northwest Qin family and Qin Huaiyu. Yang Dingtian's half of the Obsidian Flame map was obtained by Ning Ro, or from Li Tianxiao. If the other half of the map was in Qin Huaiyu's hands, did that mean that the damned man who molested Ning Ro, and gave birth to little Ningning, was the Qin family's young lord, Qin Huaiyu? Chapter 195. Did that mean that little Ningning's biological father was Qin Huaiyu? That's right, it should be him. Firstly, the man who defiled Ning Ro, should have a very high status. Otherwise, when Ning Ro, returned to the northwest mainland, the Sky Wind Pavilion disciples who looked down on her wouldn't have welcomed her with such fanfare. Furthermore, the senior sister of the Sky Wind Pavilion stronghold in the northwest mainland had a very strange attitude towards Ning Ro. She looked down on her and was jealous of her. Yesterday, the Sky Wind Pavilion completely followed the Northwest Qin clan's lead. That's right, that bastard should be Qin Huaiyu. Back then, Qin Huaiyu might have received some news and found out that the traitor Li Tianxiao lived in seclusion and died 200 years ago. Furthermore, he knew that Li Tianxiao definitely had treasures on him. Therefore, he went to the secret cave on the mountain peak where Li Tianxiao lived in seclusion. Unexpectedly, he met Ning Ro, from the Sky Wind Pavilion there. Perhaps it was because of Ning Ro-er's beauty or some other reason. Qin Huaiyu defiled Ning Ro-er and crippled her cultivation, causing her to be pregnant with little Ningning. Instantly, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but reveal extreme hatred in his heart. Not only did this bastard defile such a beautiful woman like Ning Ro-er, but he also had wild ambitions towards Yan Yan. If he had the chance, he would definitely tear him into pieces. Young Master Wu Ming, do you recognize this language? Qin Huaiyu asked. Instantly, Yang Dingtian quickly suppressed the hatred in his heart. After all, it was more important to get through the current crisis. The hidden sect controlled the entire world, so the hidden sect disciples knew much more than ordinary people. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were knowledgeable people. If Yang Dingtian couldn't answer, it would be bad. At this moment, Qin Huaiyu's eyes were staring at Yang Dingtian. Although this gaze wasn't directly threatening, it made one feel as if there was a thorn in one's back. Obviously, because he was overly concerned and protective of Yang Dingtian, Qin Huaiyu was suspicious of Wu Ming's identity. Therefore, he came up with this difficult question to test him. However, fortunately, Yang Dingtian just happened to know the answer to this question. Otherwise, it would really be dangerous. Yang Dingtian slightly frowned and said, "This is the language of the Foxman race." He didn't say much and only said this impatiently. Qin Huaiyu's expression changed slightly, and he said, "Senior Brother Nameless is indeed a learned man. Then do you know the meaning of these words?" Yang Dingtian said, "The Foxman race is just the most remote race in the Dongli wilderness. There are only tens of thousands of them. What's the point of learning their language?" Qin Huaiyu smiled and said, "It's already a pleasant surprise to know that this is the language of the Foxman race. I will remember young Master Wu Ming's kindness in answering my questions. I will take my leave now." After that, Qin Huaiyu took his leave. He came quickly and left even faster. There were very few people who knew the language of the Foxman race, so Yang Dingtian should have successfully dealt with Qin Huaiyu's probing. However, why was Qin Huaiyu's attitude still somewhat lukewarm after probing? This was somewhat strange. Of course, Yang Dingtian wouldn't really think that Qin Huaiyu didn't know that it was the language of the Foxman race. The other half of the map of the Heaven and Earth Obsidian Flame should have been in Qin Huaiyu's hands for many years. With the power of the Northwest Qin clan, they should have already investigated the words on it clearly. Now, they only lacked the other half of the map that Yang Dingtian had. Yang Dingtian really didn't expect that the other half of the map of the Heaven and Earth Obsidian Flame was actually in the Northwest Qin clan. This was troublesome. It was simply too difficult to obtain the other half of the map of the Heaven and Earth Obsidian Flame from the Northwest Qin clan. However, without the other half of the map, Yang Dingtian couldn't find the exact location of the Heaven and Earth Obsidian Flame. Without the Heaven and Earth Obsidian Flame, Yang Dingtian's strength was completely out of the question. He couldn't win the martial arts contest for the city lord position next year. He couldn't forge the soul sword or cultivate the sword soul. There was even less hope for the battle with Dongfang Bingling 4 years later. It could be said that without the Heaven and Earth Obsidian Flame, Yang Dingtian had no hope at all. Moreover, the time left for Yang Dingtian to search for the Obsidian Flame was at most half a year or so. However, what kind of place was the Northwest Qin clan? It was the most powerful force in the entire Western mainland. It was truly a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. It was completely the most dangerous place. How could he get the other half of the map from them? Steal, rob, cheat? It was completely tantamount to pulling a tooth from a tiger's mouth. For a moment, Yang Dingtian couldn't sort out any clues, so he temporarily put it aside. After all, the most important thing now was how to make Yang Yan and the others submit and how to obtain the secret manual of the pig-slaying swordsmanship after the 3rd stage. However, there was one thing that he was certain of, and that was that he couldn't meet Yao Rao anymore. Now, The entire Cloud Heaven City was controlled by Qin Huaiyu, and of course Yao Rao was included. If he took the words on the map of the obsidian flame for Yao Rao to identify, then Qin Huaiyu would very likely know that the other half of the map was in his hands. The heaven and earth obsidian flame could make even Grandmaster-level experts go crazy. Yang Dingtian wouldn't let anyone know that the other half of the map was in his hands. Yang Dingtian even suspected that if Qin Huaiyu knew that the other half of the map was in his hands, even if he was the real successor of the hidden sect, Wu Ming, he would very likely make a move on him. After all, this was the heaven and earth obsidian flame. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's heart was in a mess. Just then, Yang Yan's voice came from outside. "I am Yang Yan. Greetings to young Master Wu Ming." He was finally here. Yang Dingtian had been waiting for him for a long time. Yang Dingtian said, "Come in." After Yang Yan came in, there was a faint smile on his face. His expression seemed to be very respectful, but there was another meaning in his gaze. "Why, have you thought about Yang Dingtian and the pig-slaying swordsmanship?" Yang Dingtian asked indifferently. Yang Yan said, "These things aren't urgent. Now, there is another more important matter." Yang Yan's tone was very strange. There was even a hint of sarcasm. Who gave him such courage? What is it? Yang Dingtian's tone suddenly turned cold. Yang Yan said, after knowing that the successor of the hidden sect had arrived in Cloud Sky City, all the forces in the world moved. All the sects and forces in the Tiando League rushed to Cloud Sky City to pay their respects. 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 factions were all present. Among them, the sect leaders of 29 sects came personally. Because the sect leaders of 10 sects were unable to leave, they also sent important envoys. After Yang Dingtian heard this, his heart suddenly beat wildly. He suddenly felt as if his soul had left his body. This time he had really gone overboard. The reason why he could pretend to be the successor of the hidden sect was because he knew the Pa-Sha tribulation swordsmanship. Also, the hidden sect had been in seclusion for 200 years. Everyone who had seen the hidden sect was basically dead. Another important reason was that when he pretended to be the successor of the hidden sect, the people with the highest cultivation were Qin Huaiyu, Qin Wanshan, and Yang Yan. The cultivation of these 3 people had not surpassed the level of a martial honorable. Therefore, without exchanging blows, it was impossible to see through his own cultivation. Actually, it was very easy for them to expose him. They just had to exchange blows with him. Even if it was just one move, they could completely expose him. When he was at the Divine Weapons Mountain Villa, Yang Dingtian and Qin Huaiyu did not exchange blows directly. They only performed 2 moves of the Pa-Sha tribulation swordsmanship. As long as they exchanged blows, he would not be able to hide his great mystic martial master cultivation. How could the successor of the hidden sect only have the standard of a great mystic martial master? Without a doubt, he was an impostor. However, they did not dare to take this risk. Therefore, Yang Dingtian, this impostor, had not been exposed. However, if it was a great grandmaster or even a master realm expert, without exchanging blows, they would be able to see through the other person's cultivation. Therefore, as long as he met a great grandmaster, his identity would definitely be exposed. Even if he met a master realm expert, there was a high possibility that he would be seen through. Now, the experts of the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 factions were all rushing to Cloud Sky City. Among them, there were at least dozens of Master Realm experts and 2 or 3 great Grandmaster Realm experts. If he met with them, his imposter identity would definitely be exposed and he would definitely die. Even death would be the lightest punishment. Impersonating the successor of the hidden sect could be said to be the biggest sin in this world. It was even more heinous than being an infiltrator of evil ways. No wonder his master, Dongfang Minmi, had always been against him impersonating the successor of the hidden sect, Nameless. Yang Yan continued, because the distance is too far. Most of the sect masters have not arrived yet. The fastest, the Qin family master, will probably only arrive at Cloud Sky City at night. Along with him is our Cloud Sky City's general manager, Shimin Ju. The moment he said that, Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly jumped. The Qin family master, Qin Wancho, was also coming. He was going to arrive at night? Yang Dingtian suddenly felt that his heart was going to cramp because the Qin family master, Qin Wancho, was a great Grandmaster realm expert through and through. Once he saw him, he would be able to see through his cultivation and see that he was an impostor. By then, he would definitely be consigned to eternal damnation. It was all his fault for thinking too simply. He thought that as long as he revealed his identity as the successor of the hidden sect, Yang Yan and the rest would obediently give in. But in reality, this old fox was respectful on the surface, but in reality, he was just pretending to be obedient. He was trying his best to stall for time and leave everything to Qin Wancho. It seemed that this old fox had long suspected his identity as the successor of the hidden sect. No, he had to quickly think of a way to escape. He had to leave before evening. Otherwise, when Qin Wancho arrived, everything would be over. Since you are only coming at night, why are you looking for me now? Yang Dingtian asked coldly. Yang Yan said, although Master Qin Wancho will only arrive at night, all the forces and sects near Cloud Sky City have already arrived. There are a total of 179 people, and they are all waiting in the meeting hall for an audience with young Master Wu Ming. Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. He hoped that there wasn't a Master Realm expert among them. However, the closest Master Realm expert to Cloud Sky City was the Master of the Northwest Qin City, Qin Wancho. Yang Dingtian was instantly relieved. Oh! Yang Dingtian asked casually, who are they? They are all small sects and sects nearby, Yang Yan said. Yang Dingtian frowned slightly and said, then I won't meet them. Young Master Nameless, you should meet them. Yang Yan's expression suddenly became strange and said, although most of them are from small sects and sects, there is a big figure among them who is very close to the hidden sect. Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, who is it? The leader of Fall City Sword Sect, Yun Patian, Yang Yan said. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's vision turned black. Yang Yan's words were like a bolt from the blue. The thing he was most afraid of had happened. Yun Patian was a Master Realm expert. This was nothing. The most important thing was that he was one of the people who was most familiar with the hidden sect in this world. Fall City Sword Sect was the sect that had the closest relationship with the hidden sect in this world. Many people even thought that they were the representatives of the hidden sect. 200 years ago, Fall City Sword Sect was only a third-rate sect. They were not even in the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 branches. However, in the war with the evil ways, they were the most courageous and fearless. Their performance was very conspicuous. Moreover, the daughter of the leader of Fall City Sword Sect was coincidentally sent to serve the leader of the hidden sect. Hence, after the war, the leader of the hidden sect bestowed Fall City Sword Sect with a set of sword techniques, Boundless Heaven and Earth Sword. From then on, Fall City Sword Sect instantly grew stronger. In just a few decades, they went from being unknown to an overlord of the 9 clans. Hence, Fall City Sword Sect was also known as the sect that had the closest relationship with the hidden sect. Basically, no one dared to provoke them in the Tiando League. Now, the leader of Fall City Sword Sect, Yun Patian, actually came to Cloud Sky City to meet him. This was the worst news for Yang Dingtian. Meet him? It was very likely that he would be seen through and exposed. If he did not meet him, he would appear to be guilty. Chapter 196. Not meeting him. There was no reason at all. The Qing City Sword Sect and the Hidden Sect had such a close relationship. How could they not meet him? If Yang Dingtian insisted on not meeting Yun Patian, it would be equivalent to admitting that he was a fake. That was why he did not dare to meet Yun Patian. Coincidentally, Sect leader Yun Patian happened to pass by the northwest mainland and heard that the successor of the hidden sect had arrived in Cloud Sky City. He hurried through the night to meet you, Yang Yan said. Young Master Wu Ming, are you going to meet him or not? Instantly, Yang Dingtian felt that Yang Yan's tone had become sinister and unpredictable. This old fox had long suspected Yang Dingtian's identity. That was why his attitude was so explicit. I'll meet him, Yang Dingtian said directly. He did not even hesitate, because he could not hesitate. As long as he hesitated, it would arouse even greater suspicion. Once this suspicion reached a certain level, Yang Yan would test him. By then, the situation would be irreversible. Yang Yan was slightly stunned. Then he bowed and said, All right, young Master Wu Ming, this way, please. Then, Yang Yan led the way and brought Yang Dingtian to the meeting hall. Yang Dingtian pretended to follow casually. However, he was so nervous that he almost suffocated. What he was about to face next might be the most tense and dangerous moment in his life. That on the way to the meeting hall with Yang Yan, Yang Dingtian met many Cloud Sky City disciples. Although all the disciples bowed to him immediately when they saw him. However, Yang Dingtian still saw their doubtful gazes, even though they tried their best to hide it. It was not strange for people to doubt his identity. However, Cloud Sky City allowed such doubts to fester. That was very abnormal. Without a doubt, this was the indulgence of the upper echelons of Cloud Sky City. They even added fuel to the fire. As a result, when the Cloud Sky City disciples at the bottom saw him, they also looked at him with suspicion and forgot their deep respect. The meeting hall was in the largest castle in Cloud Sky City. It was a few thousand square meters and was enough for hundreds to thousands of people to discuss. When Yang Dingtian walked into the hall, everyone's gazes immediately turned to him. There were close to 200 people sitting neatly in the meeting hall. Before Yang Dingtian walked in, everyone was discussing animatedly. The moment Yang Dingtian walked in, there was complete silence. Greetings, young Master Wu Ming. Finally, someone took the lead and bowed. All of a sudden, more than 100 people in the hall bowed and saluted. However, there were two exceptions. A handsome and proud young man and a middle-aged man with sword-like eyebrows and a beautiful beard sat in the middle of the room. When they saw Yang Dingtian enter, their eyes shot towards Yang Dingtian like lightning. The middle-aged man's gaze was especially piercing. It was as if he wanted to see through Yang Dingtian's body. This middle-aged man with a beautiful beard should be the sect leader of Fall City Sword Sect, Yun Patian. That proud and handsome young man should be his son, Yun Wuxin. Yang Yan went forward and bowed. Sect Master Yin, this is the successor of the hidden sect, young Master Wu Ming. Yang Dingtian had an indifferent expression as he looked at Yun Patian. Oh! Yun Patian still didn't stand up. He scanned Yang Dingtian from head to toe and said, A successor of the hidden sect has appeared? Why didn't I know about it? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces were filled with shock and excitement. Then, everyone looked at Yang Dingtian. Sparks flew from the beginning. Yun Patian didn't hide anything and directly questioned Yang Dingtian's identity. Yang Dingtian frowned slightly. Yun Patian was too arrogant. Moreover, he called himself the hidden sect. It seemed that he had completely treated himself as the representative of the hidden sect in this world. In fact, Fall City Sword Sect had already gained a huge advantage. The Fall City Sword Sect's strength was not considered very strong. Their sect leader was only at the master level. Although they were one of the 9 sects, their strength was far from the Northwest Qin family. They were even weaker than Cloud Sky City. However, because of the hidden sect, no one dared to provoke them. Of course, this was also because they didn't infringe on the fundamental interests of the major sections. Yang Dingtian could clearly feel Yun Potion's strong hostility towards him. After thinking for a while, he instantly understood the reason for the strong hostility. The hidden sect was a huge resource. If the hidden sect had been hiding from the world, Fall City Sword Sect would have been able to monopolize this resource. However, once the successor of the hidden sect appeared in this world, the special status of Fall City Sword Sect would disappear. Therefore, although Fall City Sword Sect was greatly indebted to the hidden sect, they couldn't wait for the successor of the hidden sect to never appear in this world again. Of course, the moment Yang Dingtian appeared as the successor of the hidden sect, Fall City Sword Sect's first reaction was strong suspicion. They had never seen Yang Dingtian before, so they didn't have any relevant evidence. Their suspicion was only because of their own interests. They desperately hoped that this Wu Ming of the hidden sect was a fake. Now, Yun Patian saw the legendary successor of the hidden sect. He was a grandmaster-level expert, so he could faintly feel that Yang Dingtian's aura and energy didn't seem to be strong. He was instantly overjoyed, but his expression and gaze were even colder and sharper. He directly questioned, "How dare you impersonate the successor of the hidden sect and infringe on the interests of Fall City Sword Sect? No matter who you are, I will definitely send you to the 18th level of hell." Hearing Yun Potion's direct questioning, Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned. Yun Potion's face was even colder. He said, "Did you hear what I said? Why is it that Fall City Sword Sect doesn't know that the successor of the hidden sect has appeared? Please give me an explanation." Yun Potion's attitude was even more arrogant and presumptuous. He was even more superior. Instantly, everyone stared at Yang Dingtian to see how he would respond. Yang Dingtian frowned slightly and said coldly, "Who does Fall City Sword Sect think you are? Do I have to report to you when I'm out in the world?" As soon as he said that, everyone's expression changed. They didn't expect Wu Ming's attitude to be even more arrogant and cold. Yun Potion's expression changed drastically. Then he raised his head and laughed loudly. Who in the world doesn't know that Fall City Sword Sect and the hidden sect are as close as a family? If the hidden sect has a successor, how can I not know? Yun Patian said coldly. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, "You think too highly of yourself." Actually, in the hidden sect now, very few people even know what Fall City Sword Sect is. When I came out this time, I heard that Fall City Sword Sect was added to the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 factions. I couldn't help but be slightly shocked. You guys are like dogs who bully others by relying on their master's power. I will report it when I return. Presumptuous! Yun Patian shouted furiously. Are you courting death? You are obviously impersonating the successor of the hidden sect to achieve an ulterior motive. Hurry up and expose your disguise. Otherwise, I'll let you die without a burial ground today. Seeing Yun Potion's anger, Yang Yen smiled and said, "Sect leader Yin, calm down, calm down. This is a serious matter. We still need evidence." Yang Dingtian's words calmed Yun Patian down slightly. Then he looked at Yang Dingtian and smiled coldly. "All right, you say you are a disciple of the hidden sect. What evidence do you have? What keepsake do you have? In this world, not any Tom, Dick, or Harry can impersonate a disciple of the hidden sect." Of course, Yang Dingtian could refute him by saying that he was impersonating the successor of the hidden sect. What evidence did he have? Or, Yang Dingtian could say that his sword skills and sword were not enough to prove his identity. However, Yang Dingtian didn't say a word. He only looked at Yun Patian coldly, because the disciples of the hidden sect were definitely arrogant and reserved. How could they be reduced to arguing? Therefore, pretending to be disdainful was the best way to deal with it. You think it's okay to be pretentious and not say anything? Yun Patian said coldly, "If you are the successor of the hidden sect, your cultivation must be shocking and far surpass everyone here. Therefore, I only need to test you a little and I will be able to expose your facade." When he said this, Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly jumped. Yun Patian continued, "Of course, a small character like you is not enough for me to personally teach you a lesson. My son, Yun Wuxin, is a 1-star martial ancestor realm expert. Just nice. I will test you, you impersonator. Then Yun Patian looked at everyone and said, Everyone, today I will let you all watch a good show. Wuxin, go. Yes. Instantly, the arrogant and handsome youth jumped lightly and landed in front of Yang Dingtian as if he was weightless. He looked at Yang Dingtian with a sinister smile. My son, go expose his facade. Don't show any mercy. Yun Patian said calmly, Of course, don't kill him. Because we still have to take him to the Tiando League headquarters and kill him with the punishment of being swallowed by 10,000 snakes. Being swallowed by 10,000 snakes was the Tiando League's cruelest punishment. It was only used on those who had committed the most heinous crimes. Yes, father, Yun Wuxin said, after which she looked at Yang Dingtian and sneered, Impostor, if you admit your crimes now, you might be able to die a little more comfortably. Once I expose you, I guarantee that you will taste the most extreme pain in this world. It will make you wish you were dead, but you wish you were dead. Hearing Yun Wuxin's words, Yang Dingtian did not react at all. He still looked at him calmly. Haha, you're still pretending even now. Yun Patian shouted coldly, Do it! Yes. Yun Wuxin suddenly pulled out his sharp sword. Everyone instantly opened their eyes wide, waiting for the battle to break out. If this young Master Wu Ming was the real one, then he could easily defeat the one-star martial ancestor realm Yun Wuxin. If Wu Ming was defeated, then there was no doubt that this was an impersonator. The most dangerous and unfavorable situation for Yang Dingtian had arrived. Finally, someone directly attacked and exposed his facade. A one-star martial ancestor realm expert who was 2 ranks and 16 levels higher than Yang Dingtian. His cultivation was dozens or even hundreds of times higher than Yang Dingtian's. Even if Yang Dingtian was extremely heaven-defying, he still had no chance of winning. To put it bluntly, if Yun Wuxin attacked, he could instantly kill Yang Dingtian without any accidents. However, Yang Dingtian would not let him attack. Chapter 197. I don't care what your name is. Draw your sword. Yun Wuxin sneered. Yang Dingtian stood in front of him without moving or drawing his sword. You're just bluffing. Yun Wuxin said, Don't think that I won't attack you just because you're doing this. Then, all the profound energy in his body began to condense. Immediately, the temperature in the entire hall dropped lower and lower. The sword in Yun Wuxin's hand also gradually changed color. It went from clear as water to blue. It became bluer and bluer, and finally, the entire sword was emitting a fluorescent light. This meant that the profound energy in his sword had reached its limit. A one-star martial ancestor realm expert. This was practically the strongest opponent Yang Dingtian had ever faced head-on. A one-star martial ancestor realm expert's strongest profound energy was more than enough to instantly kill Yang Dingtian. This was exactly what Yun Wuxin wanted. He wanted to completely kill the impostor in front of him. Yang Dingtian still stood in place without moving. He still hadn't drawn his sword. Yun Potion's face immediately revealed a ruthless sneer. Meanwhile, everyone in the conference hall had practically held their breaths. Yang might have a smile on his face, but his gaze had almost frozen. He was looking forward to the scene of Yang Dingtian being instantly killed. Kill! Yun Wuxin shouted and slashed with his sword. An incomparably strong, profound energy was about to shoot out, but at this moment, all of a sudden, Yang Dingtian opened his eyes and opened his palms. Bang! A huge bolt of lightning fiercely struck Yun Wuxin's body. A mouthful of blood instantly shot out of his mouth. Yun Wuxin's entire body was charred black. He suddenly fell to the ground and his body burst open. Of course, he wasn't dead. He was a martial ancestor realm expert. Yang Dingtian's mountain split couldn't kill him. In fact, Yang Dingtian's mountain split couldn't really hurt him either. The reason Yun Wuxin was injured was because of the backlash from his own profound energy. He had gathered all of his profound energy into his sword and was about to slash fiercely at Yang Dingtian. Just as the profound energy was about to burst forth, Yang Dingtian suddenly struck out like lightning. Immediately, he was unable to release the profound energy that he had condensed to the extreme. It crazily surged back into his body through his profound veins, causing him to suffer a backlash. That was why he suddenly fell to the ground, as if he had been killed by Yang Dingtian. Of course, what Yang Dingtian was doing was extremely dangerous. If he had been even 0.01 seconds late, the one who would have been killed would have been Yang Dingtian. In fact, he couldn't have done it earlier because he wouldn't have been able to cause Yun Wuxin's profound energy to backfire on him then. Furthermore, with Yang Dingtian's current cultivation level, the Mountain Splitter's lightning was unable to truly harm Yun Wuxin, who was a martial ancestor realm expert. Therefore, the mountain-splitting lightning couldn't be released any sooner or later. Yang Dingtian was gambling with his life. He was walking on a tightrope. However, he had no choice. He was now the successor of the hidden sect. It was fine if he did not make a move, but once he did, unless his opponent was a martial honorable, he would definitely be killed in one move. Because he was the successor of the hidden sect, the future #1 person in the world. If he could not kill a beginner martial ancestor realm expert in one move, it would be a complete failure, and he would be questioned by everyone. Now, Yang Dingtian's risk had succeeded. He had used Yun Wuxin's backlash to kill in one move. At this moment, everyone present was completely stunned as they stared at Yang Dingtian in shock. Yang Yan was stunned. Yun Patian was also completely stunned. All of them stared at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. Lightning type, profound skills, lightning talent, 1 in a billion. Of course, it did not mean that one was the successor of the hidden sect just because they possessed lightning profound skills. However, a few hundred years ago, several generations of the hidden sect successors all possessed lightning talent that was 1 in a billion. Furthermore, the most important thing was that although one could only learn the superficial moves of the Pasha Calamity Crossing Sword, the effects of the attacks could be simulated with several times the amount of profound energy. Furthermore, those who possessed lightning profound skills might not necessarily be the successor of the hidden sect. However, to be able to perfectly execute the effects of the Pasha Calamity Crossing Sword and use lightning profound skills, there seemed to be no other possibility. He could only be the successor of the hidden sect. After recovering from his shock, Yun Potion's expression changed drastically. He was horrified. He had offended the successor of the hidden sect. The Fall City Sword Sect relied entirely on the hidden sect for survival. Now he had actually offended the successor of the hidden sect. Why was it like this? This nameless in front of him clearly had a very low cultivation level. How could he kill Yun Wuxin, the son of a martial ancestor realm expert? Someone reacted first and immediately knelt down and said, "Greetings, young Master Nameless." Instantly, almost everyone present knelt down and said respectfully, "Greetings, young Master Nameless." Just a moment ago, they might have been suspicious and perfunctory. Now they were completely in awe and fear. After killing Yun Wuxin, Yang Dingtian said coldly, "Fall City Sword Sect, Cloud Heaven City, what a good one!" When he said this, Yun Potion's body trembled violently. Yang Yan's face instantly turned pale. After saying this, Yang Dingtian immediately turned and left. If he didn't leave now, when would he? Yang Dingtian had used a lightning-type mystic skill, which was 1 in a billion, to stun everyone. At this moment, leaving in a towering rage was the best time. If he left any later, he wouldn't have a reason to leave. When the Qin family patriarch, Qin Wanchou, arrived at Cloud Heaven City, he wouldn't have a chance to leave even if he wanted to. Qin Wanchou was the overlord of the world and a martial Grandmaster Realm expert. Any disguise Yang Dingtian had in front of him would immediately disappear. Therefore, if Yang Dingtian didn't leave now, his little life would be lost here. However, In the eyes of Yun Poxin and Yang Yen, young Master Nameless left with an icy chill and towering rage. As he walked out, Yang Dingtian said coldly, Yun Wuxin has offended his superiors and is sentenced to death by being dismembered by 5 horses. The Fall City Sword Sect used the might of the Hidden Sect to intimidate others and tarnish the reputation of the Hidden Sect. From today onwards, he will be completely expelled from the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 branches. He will be completely expelled from the Tiando League. Yang Dingtian hadn't finished speaking when Yun Potion's face turned green. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the ground. The Fall City Sword Sect's foundation of more than 100 years was about to be completely destroyed in his hands. Yang Dingtian continued to walk out as he said, Cloud Heaven City harbored evil intentions and offended their superiors. From today onwards, hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Yang Yan's body trembled, and he suddenly chased after him like a madman. He grabbed Yang Dingtian's sleeve and screamed, Young Master Nameless, please forgive my Cloud Heaven City this once. I am willing to completely obey young Master Nameless orders and let Yang Dingtian participate in the martial arts competition for the position of City Lord. Yang Dingtian ignored him and continued to walk out. However, he no longer announced Cloud Heaven City's punishment and directly walked out of the meeting hall, out of everyone's sight. As for Yang Yan, he bowed and followed closely behind. Walking to a place where no one could see him, Yang Yan quickened his pace and walked in front of Yang Dingtian. He said with a trembling voice, Young Master Nameless ordered me to return Black Blood Castle to the Black Blood Cavalry. If I could make the decision, I would of course obey. However, the army stationed in Black Blood Castle is the Northwest Qin City's army. I am truly powerless. Why don't you directly ask the City Lord Qin? How is that possible? Once he saw the City Lord Qin, Yang Dingtian would be exposed and would immediately die without a burial place. Although he was unwilling, Yang Dingtian understood that he couldn't return to Black Blood Castle today. He could only wait for the martial arts competition for the position of City Lord 7 months later. Only by obtaining victory in the martial contest would Yang Dingtian be able to truly take back the Black Blood Castle and Cloud Heaven City. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's expression turned cold as he said, Did I say this to you? Yang clenched his teeth and took out a scroll from his chest. He offered it with both hands and said, Young Master Nameless, this is the 3rd stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. I am willing to offer it to redeem my crime of disrespect. He finally handed over the 3rd stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Yang Dingtian was waiting for this moment. However, why was there only the 3rd, 4th, and 5th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship? Instantly he frowned slightly and said, There is only this scroll. Yang Yan said anxiously, I have searched the entire Cloud Heaven City, and there is only this scroll. If I am lying, let my Yang ancestors not rest in peace in the underworld. At this moment, Yang Yan was terrified. He was afraid that Yang Dingtian would be enraged, so he immediately swore an oath on his ancestors. Yang Dingtian frowned slightly. He took the 3rd stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship and put it in his sleeve. He said coldly, If you had handed over this scroll earlier, I would have bestowed upon Cloud Heaven City enough for you to enjoy hundreds of years of blessings. Now that you have handed it over, you can only atone for your sins. There is no merit. You old man, you are really stupid. Yang Yan's face was filled with endless regret. He bowed and said, I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I deserve to die. All right. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, This way, Cloud Heaven City is innocent and has no merit. After saying that, Yang Dingtian continued to walk out of Cloud Heaven City. Yang Yan hurriedly bowed and said, Young Master Wu Ming, please stay. Cloud Heaven City will do our best to serve you to atone for our sins today. Yang Dingtian ignored him and continued to walk out. Yang Yan did not dare to stop him anymore. He bowed respectfully and said, I will send you off, young master Wu Ming." Just like that, Yang Dingtian left Cloud Heaven City. Although the process was not smooth and could even be said to be thrilling, he had completed everything in the end. Now, what Yang Dingtian needed to do was to immediately take off his mask and change his clothes after he was a few hundred miles away from Cloud Heaven City. Then he would make Wu Ming, the successor of the hidden sect, disappear from this world completely. This time, pretending to be Wu Ming was a close call. He was almost completely exposed and almost killed instantly. He was about to be completely smashed into pieces. In the future, Yang Dingtian could never pretend to be Wu Ming again. Otherwise, he would definitely die, even after Yang Dingtian left. When Yun Patian and Yang Yen carefully recalled the situation just now, they would have doubts about Wu Ming's identity again. If Wu Ming disappeared completely, then this suspicion would forever remain as a suspicion. If Wu Ming dared to appear again, then this suspicion would become a sword. Yang Dingtian rode his horse and galloped. He was getting further and further away from Cloud Heaven City. As long as he was more than 100 miles away from Cloud Heaven City, Yang Dingtian would completely make Wu Ming disappear from this world. 20 miles away from Cloud Heaven City, 2 Black Blood cavalry suddenly rushed in front of him. Black Blood cavalry greets young Master Wu Ming. Yang Dingtian frowned slightly and said, "What's the matter?" The Black Blood cavalry said, "Madame Shimin requests to see young Master Wu Ming." Chapter 198. Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. He really wanted to meet Madame Shimin and talk to her about many things, but he couldn't. Furthermore, he had finally swindled the 3rd stage of the pig-slaying sword art from Cloud Heaven City. Qin Wanqiu and Shimin Ju would be arriving soon, so Yang Dingtian only wanted to run as far away as possible. "I won't see her," Yang Dingtian replied indifferently. After saying that, Yang Dingtian immediately galloped forward. The 2 Black Blood cavalry didn't dare to stop him and bowed to send Yang Dingtian off. However, when Yang Dingtian galloped for another 5 kilometers, a beautiful figure stood in the middle of the road. It was Madame Shimin. Yang Dingtian instantly pretended to be cold and said coldly, "I said I won't see her." "What is the meaning of this, madam?" Madame Shimin turned around and glanced at Yang Dingtian with her beautiful eyes. Then she walked towards the dense forest on the right. Her speed was extremely fast, and she disappeared into the dense forest in the blink of an eye. Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned. He didn't know what Madame Shimin meant, but he quickly dismounted and chased after her. After chasing for a full 3 to 4 kilometers, he arrived at a completely desolate place. Madame Shimin's beautiful figure directly walked into a cave. Yang Dingtian didn't understand. After hesitating for a moment, he also followed her into the cave. After entering, Madame Shimin, who was dressed in a pink dress, stood in the cave and stared at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian asked, "Madame Shimin, why did you lead me here?" Madame Shimin's beautiful eyes trembled, and she said with a trembling voice, "Little Tian, is that you?" Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly trembled. How did she recognize him? Or was she just testing him? Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said coldly, "Madam, please stop before going too far." Before he could finish, Madame Shimin directly pounced on him and hugged Yang Dingtian into her arms. She cried, "Little Tian, it's really you, it's really you." Yang Dingtian was held in her arms, and his face instantly turned red. He was a little embarrassed and couldn't help but struggle a little. However, Madame Shimin hugged him even tighter. It was as if Yang Dingtian would completely disappear if she loosened her grip. Madame Shimin cried as she said emotionally, "Little Tian, my son, I really thought that I would never see you again." After a moment of hesitation, Yang Dingtian stretched out his hand and hugged Madame Shimin's back, gently patting and comforting her. After crying for a few minutes, Madame Shimin finally let go of Yang Dingtian. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Yang Dingtian. Her jade-like hands caressed Yang Dingtian's face as she gently asked, Little Tian, where's Yen Yen? She's in the netherworld sea. Yang Dingtian said, she saved me and stayed in the netherworld sea as a hostage. Mother-in-law, I'm sorry. No, I should be the one apologizing. Madame Shimin said, you shouldn't have taken on such a heavy responsibility. I'm very happy that Yen Yen can help you. Furthermore, I believe that you will definitely bring Yen Yen back. I will definitely, I swear. Yang Dingtian said, before the martial arts competition, I will definitely go to the netherworld sea and bring Yen Yen back to your side. I believe you, Madame Shimin said gently. Yang Dingtian looked at Madame Shimin's face. She had already lost a lot of weight, and she had also become haggard. Then, Yang Dingtian said embarrassedly, Mother-in-law, I thought that there were no flaws in my disguise as Wu Ming. Why were you still able to recognize me? What exactly is the problem? Madame Shimin said gently, silly child, it's not that there's a problem. This is a kind of feeling, you know. You are Yen Yen's husband. I treat you as my own child, as my closest relative. So, no matter what your appearance is, I will recognize you. For example, if Yen Yen changed her face, would you be able to recognize her? Of course. No matter what Yen Yen changed her face, Yang Dingtian would be able to recognize her. From her eyes, from her temperament, from her smell, he would be able to recognize her. Did you already recognize me yesterday? Yang Dingtian asked. Madame Shimin said, I just saw you yesterday. Because of my emotions, although I felt that your smell was somewhat familiar, I didn't recognize you. After I went back last night, your figure kept appearing in my mind. Recalling the details, I confirmed that it was you. Yang Dingtian was slightly shocked. Then will those people in Cloud Sky City recognize me as Yang Dingtian? They won't, Madame Shimin said. Qin Huayu is meticulous and cunning, but he has never seen your true appearance before. Although Yang Yen has seen you before, they have very little contact. Even Lai didn't recognize you. Mother is a woman. My mind is meticulous and sensitive, so I can recognize you. Hearing Madame Shimin's words, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but relax a little. But luckily, Shimin-ju isn't in Cloud Sky City. Otherwise, he would definitely recognize you as Yang Dingtian. Madame Shimin continued, this person is very sensitive and meticulous. He is very scheming. I have never seen someone like him before. Also, he will be accompanying Qin Wancho back to Cloud Sky City tonight. When I saw that you hadn't left Cloud Sky City, I became anxious, so I got people to stop you on the way. If you still didn't come out, I would have rushed into Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian smiled and didn't tell her about the dangerous situation just now. Then he said apologetically, I'm sorry, mother-in-law. Now, Black Blood Castle is being guarded by the Northwest Qin City's army, so I can't make them give it up. Madame Shimin smiled gently. It's fine. We have temporarily found a place to stay, although it's a little small. Also, we have waited for a few months, so we don't mind waiting a few more months. I believe that little Tian will definitely be able to take back Cloud Sky City and Black Blood Castle in 7 months. Then Madame Shimin said, Little Tian, what do you plan to do next? Mother's injuries have already healed. I can follow you and protect you now. Yang Dingtian shook his head. No, there are many things that I need to do with different identities. Also, the brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry need you even more. Then, Yang Dingtian looked at the sky. It was almost noon. Mother-in-law, I can't stay here any longer. I have to leave immediately. Qin Wancho and Shimin-ju are about to arrive at Cloud Sky City. I have to be as far away from them as possible. It's best for you to bring the brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry and leave immediately. Although they probably won't dare to do anything to you. Qin Wancho and Shimin-ju are too dangerous. You have to be as far away from them as possible, Yang Dingtian said. Okay, Madame Shimin said. Then she hugged Yang Dingtian tightly in her arms and said gently, Little Tian, Mother really hopes that I can live with you and Yen Yen one day. Wait for another 8 months. Wait for another 8 months. Yang Dingtian said, 8 months later, I will bring Yin Yin back and take back Cloud Sky City. Then we will live together as a family. Mother believes you. Madam Shimin said gently, from today onwards, you are also Mother's son. Yang Dingtian swore again and again in his heart. 8 months later, he would definitely take back Cloud Sky City and take back the home that belonged to Madam Shimin and Yin Yin. Then he would never lose them again. After rushing for a few hours, Yang Dingtian was finally 200 miles away from Cloud Sky City. In a secluded place, Yang Dingtian took off John Doe's mask, took off John Doe's clothes, and replaced John Doe's sword. He stuffed everything related to the successor of the hidden sect, John Doe, back into the space ring. From now on, the successor of the hidden sect, John Doe, would no longer exist in this world. He would completely disappear from this world. From now on, Yang Dingtian would never appear as John Doe again. Those who play with fire are bound to burn themselves. Today, he was almost consigned to eternal damnation. Next time, Yang Dingtian wouldn't be so lucky. Moreover, when Yang Dingtian acted like a tyrant as John Doe, he didn't feel comfortable at all. Instead, he felt extremely uncomfortable. There was an indescribable discomfort. That was because the power brought by this false reputation was unreal. It didn't completely belong to him. But overall, it wasn't too bad. Yang Dingtian finally tricked Cloud Sky City into learning the third stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. After completely erasing John Doe's identity, Yang Dingtian had to do 3 things. The first was to cleanse his marrow and meridians. Only after cleansing his marrow and meridians would the next breakthrough be much smoother. The second was to learn the third stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship and strive to break through to the martial mystic realm. That was because only martial mystic realm experts could refine the heart flame and the heaven and earth mystic flame. The third was to find a way to obtain the other half of the map of the heaven and earth mystic flame from the northwest Qin city. The first 2 things weren't too difficult, but the third was extremely difficult. Easy first, then difficult. First, cleansing his marrow and meridians. 3 days later, Yang Dingtian arrived at West Prefecture City, which was 2,000 miles away from Cloud Sky City. West Prefecture City was the largest and most prosperous city in the northwest continent. It had a population of over 1 million and was the location of the Tiando League's northwest branch. It didn't belong to any faction and was under the direct jurisdiction of the Tiando League. If the northwest continent was a country, then West Prefecture City would be the capital of the northwest continent. The reason why Yang Dingtian came here was because the northwest continent's largest auction house was located here. Whether it was cleansing his marrow and meridians or nurturing the ice and lightning mystic talismans, Yang Dingtian needed to purchase a large amount of medicine and crystals. Master, I want to cleanse my marrow and meridians. What do I need to prepare? Yang Dingtian asked. You're going to cleanse your marrow and meridians alone. Dongfang Minmi asked in astonishment. Yes, is there anything wrong? Yang Dingtian asked. That will be very dangerous. Dongfang Minmi said, the first and second stages of cleansing can be done alone. After the third stage, someone must protect you. Otherwise, you might explode and die. Yang Dingtian asked in shock. Master, is the probability of exploding very high? The third stage of cleansing, if there is no one protecting you, the probability of exploding is 50%. The fourth stage of cleansing, if there is no one protecting you, the probability of exploding is 70%. Dongfang Minmi said. 70%. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This probability was too high. He was about to undergo the fourth stage of cleansing. Yang Dingtian asked, Master, then look at my current mystic meridians. Are they heavily sedimented? After Dongfang Minmi checked Yang Dingtian's mystic meridians, he said, the sedimentation is not serious because your several major breakthroughs were completely pure mystic qi. There is not much sedimentation in your mystic meridians. Yan Dingtian asked. Then, if I don't cleanse my marrow and meridians, how much will my cultivation efficiency decrease? Dongfang Minmi said about 30%. So high? Yang Dingtian said in surprise. In other words, I practiced the third stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. I could have broken through 3 levels, but because of the sedimentation in my mystic meridians, I could only break through 2 levels. Dongfang Minmi said, that's right. Yang Dingtian immediately frowned. He had to break through to the martial mystic realm in the shortest amount of time. He was currently a 5-star great mystic martial master, so he had to break through at least 5 levels. Last time, when he practiced the second stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, Yang Dingtian only broke through 3 levels. So this time, when he practiced the third stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, his breakthrough would not exceed 3 levels. Now that 30% of his mystic meridians were sedimented, he could only break through 2 levels at most. Master, if I only break through 2 levels, it's really not enough. Yang Dingtian said. Dongfang Minmi said, maybe you should let Yang Peipei protect you. Her cultivation is just enough to protect you at the 4th stage of cleansing. Yang Dingtian said, it's not that I haven't thought about it, but she's a woman after all, and she's also my elder. It's really inconvenient. Dongfang Minmi immediately fell silent. It was indeed somewhat inconvenient, because those who cleansed their marrow and meridians were completely naked, and the protector had to tightly protect the cleanser's chest with their palms. Following that, Yang Dingtian suddenly thought of something and said, Master, if I cleanse my marrow and meridians to the 5th stage, wouldn't the breakthrough brought by the 3rd stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship be even greater? Chapter 199. Of course, the higher the level of Xian meridians, the higher the efficiency of Xian qi. With the same amount of Xian qi, the breakthrough will naturally be higher. Dongfang Minmi said, but now that there's no one to protect you, you can't even go through the 4th level of cleansing, let alone the 5th level. With your current cultivation, if you go through the 5th level of cleansing, the chance of your body exploding is almost 100%. That's right, it was like that. Generally speaking, martial artists in the world would only go through the 4th level of cleansing after reaching the martial mystic level, because the success rate was higher this way. If one's cultivation wasn't at the martial mystic level, even if there were experts protecting them, there wouldn't be any danger of exploding. But the failure rate was very high. Once the cleansing failed, the Xian qi cultivation would regress. As for how many levels it would regress, it was completely dependent on luck. Yang Dingtian was now a 5-star great mystic martial master, and it was already extremely dangerous for him to undergo the 4th stage of the cleansing of marrow and meridians, let alone the 5th stage of the cleansing of marrow and meridians. Just like what Dongfang Minmi said, the chance of his body exploding was 100%, and the chance of failure was 100%. Master, but I have a secret weapon. Yang Dingtian laughed in his heart. The holy water that I stole from the 5 elements Hall's secret realm. If I pour some of it into the cleansing potion, it might have a miraculous effect. Dongfang Minmi fell into a short silence. That's right. Yang Dingtian still had the holy water. It had the effect of reviving the dead. But no one can guarantee that the holy water will be useful for cleansing. Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian said, but it's worth a try, isn't it? Dongfang Minmi fell into silence, then said, okay, then we'll give it a try. But I only agree to let you go through the 4th level of cleansing. You can't try the 5th level. Yes, master. Yang Dingtian said, now you can tell me what medicine and crystals are needed for the 4th level of cleansing, right? You child. Dongfang Minmi smiled and said, the 4th level of cleansing requires 10 4th grade fire soul crystals, the fresh blood of a 5th grade fire-type demonic beast, 10 stalks of heaven-slain grass, and 3 tails of demon fire stalactite. Yang Dingtian, master, can I buy these things? Of course. Dongfang Minmi said. Although these materials are expensive, they are not very rare. In total, it's about 80,000 gold coins. 80,000 gold coins? Yang Dingtian couldn't help but exclaim. Of course, this number was not a lot for Yang Dingtian, but for most of the warriors in the world it was too much. Even if a wandering martial artist risked his life to earn money, he would only earn 1,000 gold coins a year. In other words, if they wanted to undergo a meridian cleansing, even if they didn't eat or drink, they would need to earn at least 80 years. At that time, they would have been long dead. Therefore, this world was too cruel to the weak. Yang Dingtian usually didn't carry much money with him, and it was too inconvenient to carry a large amount of gold coins with him. Generally speaking, a large amount of money would be stored in the Tiando League Bank, and then the Tiando League Bank's special crystal notes would be enough. But since Yang Dingtian came to this world for more than half a year, he basically didn't have the opportunity to spend money, so he only had a few hundred gold coins for daily expenses. In order to gather 80,000 gold coins to buy the materials for meridian cleansing, Yang Dingtian had to sell some things. There were many valuable things in Sister Ningning's space ring, and any one of them was priceless. Yang Dingtian's 2 Xian talismans couldn't be measured with money. But Yang Dingtian found that there weren't many treasures that he could sell. Sister Ningning's secret manuals, he definitely couldn't sell them. There were also things that Yang Dingtian didn't recognize, so he couldn't sell them either. After looking around, Yang Dingtian found that the only things he could sell were pills and the bloody black gold, or that he didn't need. Among these pills, almost all of them were 5th or 6th grade, and most of them were Saint Spirit pills and Xian gathering pills. Among them, there were 13 5th grade Saint Spirit pills and 19 5th grade Xian gathering pills. There were 5 6th grade Saint Spirit pills and 8 6th grade Xian gathering pills. These were all consumable pills, and although their grades weren't low, their prices weren't high. 5th grade pills were about 1,000 gold coins each, and 6th grade pills were about 2,000 gold coins each. Moreover, Yang Dingtian might need them in the future, so there was no need to sell them. Of course, there were a few 7th grade and even 8th grade Saint Spirit pills and Xian gathering pills, but Yang Dingtian might need them in the future, so it would be a pity to sell them. So after looking around, the most valuable thing was still the 6th grade Beast Soul pill. The Beast Soul pill could be said to be the most expensive type of pill, but it was also the rarest and hardest to find. When a martial artist reached the martial mystic realm, they would start to cultivate their martial soul. Almost everyone chose to tame a powerful demonic beast and refine it as their martial soul. At this time, they would need the Beast Soul pill. A 6th grade Beast Soul elixir meant that he could tame a 6th grade demonic beast and refine it into his martial soul. A 6th grade beast was equivalent to a martial ancestor realm martial artist. Of course, after refining it into a martial soul, its power would be weakened. But even so, a 6th grade martial soul was the dream of most martial artists in this world. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's 6th grade Beast Soul pill could be sold for a terrifying price. Moreover, this Beast Soul elixir was refined by Ningning. She was a genius beast speaker and alchemist, so this elixir still had a lot of room for growth. After all, Ningning had taken it with her for 3 years, and it had already reached the 6th level. As for the bloody black gold, or that Yang Dingtian didn't need, it was worth about 50,000 gold coins. It couldn't be compared to the price of the 6th grade Beast Soul pill. 99 pieces of bloody black gold could be used to forge a spirit sword. Therefore, 50,000 gold coins per piece of bloody black gold seemed to be very cheap. However, there were too few people who cultivated spirit swords in this world. Moreover, every piece of bloody black gold needed to be dug out by oneself. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's bloody black gold could only be used to forge a normal bloody black gold sword. A bloody black gold sword for 50,000 gold coins per piece. At least 20 pieces were needed. In other words, the most common bloody black gold sword would cost over 1,000,000 gold coins. This price was already very, very shocking. Yang Dingtian's Cho Youngling sword, if one didn't consider its powerful supplementary value, and purely based on the value of bloody black gold, it was worth at least 200 million gold coins, because the price of a 10,000-year-old bloody black gold was 100 times that of a normal bloody black gold. Moreover, it was absolutely priceless, and the Cho Youngling sword's powerful and mysterious supplementary value was more than 10,000 times the value of its material. Therefore, the Cho Youngling sword was completely priceless. It would not be excessive to use the entire West Continent city to exchange for the Cho Youngling sword. Of course, this was only a joke. The Cho Youngling sword was Yang Dingtian's lifeblood. He would not exchange it for anything. Furthermore, it had already recognized its master. It would not be of any use to anyone else. Speaking of the Cho Youngling sword, Yang Dingtian was slightly worried, because it was still in a deep sleep. It had eaten too much the last time. It had slept for almost half a month and had yet to wake up. Even though his master, Dongfang Minmi, kept saying that it was fine, Yang Dingtian could not help but be worried, arriving at the largest auction house in West Continent City. It was a huge building over 10,000 square meters. Inside, there was a Tiando League Bank, a consignment shop, an auction house, and a hypermarket. Pills, materials, crystals, ores, weapons, manuals, potions, poisons, etc. Everything was here. Furthermore, it was absolutely safe to trade here, unless one had reached the level of Duga Shao in the evil ways. Otherwise, causing trouble here would be the same as stirring up trouble in Tai's Way, courting death. There were no less than 5 martial, revered level experts guarding here every day. There were dozens of martial ancestor level experts. Furthermore, the person in charge of this auction house was a martial ancestor level expert from the Tiando League's Northwest branch. Arriving at the consignment area, there were more than 100 receptionists in the 1,000-square-meter hall. More than half of them were delicate and pretty girls. Just as Yang Dingtian walked in, a girl with curved eyes immediately came up to him. She was wearing a tight blue skirt that accentuated her curves. "Hello, may I ask what you need?" "I'm here to sell ores," Yang Dingtian said. "May I ask what ores are you looking for?" the female attendant asked. "A piece of bloody black gold," Yang Dingtian said. The female attendant's beautiful eyes immediately lit up. She bowed to Yang Dingtian and said, "Please wait a moment. You have a large transaction, so I'll have to ask our second manager to come and trade with you." Then the female attendant led Yang Dingtian to a table and made him a cup of fragrant tea. Then she went to find the second manager of the trading center. As she walked, she deliberately twisted her waist. Her perky waist and buttocks looked very attractive. This could be considered a benefit of a large transaction. Not long after, the second manager arrived. This was a middle-aged man wearing a green robe. His gaze was like lightning as he looked at Yang Dingtian. At this moment, Yang Dingtian had a completely different face. It was a face that he had never used before. It was filled with wildness and vicissitudes. He was about 30 years old and looked like a wastrel. "May I know your name?" the second manager asked. "Shin Lang," Yang Dingtian said. "Mr. Shin, do you have a piece of bloody black gold or to sell?" the second manager asked. "Yes." Yang Dingtian took out the piece of bloody black gold from his bag. Speaking of which, he was really lucky. This ordinary piece of bloody black gold was dug out the first time he went to the Red Wilderness. However, he later found a 10,000-year-old bloody black gold ore, so this ordinary piece of bloody black gold was no longer useful. The second manager took the bloody black gold ore and his eyes lit up. He weighed it in his hand and then sniffed it. After a long time, he reluctantly put it down. "I've made a fool of myself. Although we have all kinds of ores here, things like bloody black gold are very difficult for someone of my level to handle," the second manager said. "How do you want to buy it? Do you want to put it on consignment here, auction it, or sell it directly to us. Chapter 200. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be surprised. Even something like bloody black gold could be sold on consignment? What's the difference? Yang Dingtian asked. If it's auctioned, if you're lucky, you can sell it for 80,000 gold coins, but we'll take a 10% commission. If you sell it on consignment, you can sell it for 70,000 gold coins, but we'll take a 5% commission. If you sell it to us directly, you can sell it for 60,000 gold coins. The second level manager said, So expensive. Yang Dingtian was surprised. Wasn't it around 50,000 gold coins before? Recently, the demand for bloody black gold has increased a lot. The second level manager said, Which transaction would you like to make? I don't want to go through the trouble. I'll sell it to you directly. Yang Dingtian said. The second level manager was overjoyed. This was because Yang Dingtian's transaction was enough to give him a commission of over 1,000 gold coins. Even the beautiful maid behind him had bright eyes. This transaction was enough to give her a commission of over 100 gold coins, which was half a year's salary. Jinjin will accompany the honored guest here. I'll immediately go through the relevant procedures, the second level manager said. Following this, the pretty girl called Jinjin was incomparably enthusiastic. She was completely throwing flirtatious glances at Yang Dingtian. From time to time, she would take the opportunity to rub her delicate breasts against Yang Dingtian's arm. Even though this was a business of the Tiando League, they had nothing to do with the Tiando League. They were just hired commoners. Yang Dingtian really didn't expect that he would be treated like a boss here. Soon, the second level manager brought over a stack of thin crystal cards. There were 3 notes worth 10,000 gold coins, 5 notes worth 5,000 gold coins, and the rest were worth 1,000 gold coins. Yang Dingtian carefully examined these thin crystal cards. He found that the stripes on the cards were more complicated than the banknotes on Earth. Moreover, they had a special energy, so there was no possibility of counterfeiting them. These crystal cards were equivalent to the currency of this world. They were issued by the Tiando League. Now, Yang Dingtian had a deeper understanding of the Tiando League. If there was a political power in this world, then the Tiando League would be the highest political power in this world. Normal gold and silver coins could be produced and distributed by Cloud Sky City and other forces, but large crystal cards could only be distributed by the Tiando League. Since the Yin sect was in seclusion, the Yin Yang school and the Black Heaven sect had the final say in the Tiando League. Therefore, Dongfang Bingling could be said to be the most powerful person in the world after selling the bloody black gold. Yang Dingtian went to the big store. I need 10 4th-grade fire soul crystals, the fresh blood of a 5th-grade fire-type demonic beast, 10 stalks of heaven-slain grass, and 3 tails of devil fire stalactite. The shopkeeper's eyes suddenly lit up. It was another big business. He must have known that he was going to undergo the 4th stage of marrow cleansing and meridians cleansing. However, it was really strange. Generally, those who were able to undergo the 4th stage of marrow cleansing and meridians cleansing were disciples of medium to large forces. They could completely do it at home. Very few people would come to the auction house to buy materials directly. However, this had nothing to do with him. He only cared about making money. Yes, please wait a moment, the shopkeeper said. How much? Yang Dingtian asked. A total of 90,000 gold coins, the shopkeeper said. Master Dongfang Minmi said 80,000, but in reality it was 90,000. It seemed that there was a certain amount of inflation in this world. I don't have enough money on me. Prepare the items. Once I have enough money, I will immediately come and collect them, Yang Dingtian said. The shopkeeper's smile didn't change. He nodded and said yes. Then Yang Dingtian said, I want to sell a beast soul elixir. How should I do it? The shopkeeper's breathing stagnated. He said with a trembling voice, May I ask what grade the beast soul elixir is? 6th grade, Yang Dingtian said. The shopkeeper's gaze trembled. He then bowed and said, I don't have the authority to carry out this transaction. Please wait a moment. I will invite our head shopkeeper to discuss with you. Please follow me to the VIP room. Then the shopkeeper led Yang Dingtian to a luxurious VIP room. Inside there were two maids. They were both beautiful young girls in brocade clothes. They were so respectful that they didn't even make a sound when they walked. After a few minutes, the door of the VIP room was opened. A great beauty in a purple dress walked in. She was very tall, not shorter than Yang Dingtian. Her figure was also very good, not at all inferior to the Victoria's Secret supermodels on Earth. Moreover, the long dress she wore was somewhat of a uniform. It was similar to the Cheongsam on Earth. The slit was very high. She looked very attractive as she walked. I am the 5th shopkeeper of this auction house, Su Mei. I heard that Sir has a 6th grade beast soul elixir for auction? The woman said. That's right. Yang Dingtian took out the 6th grade beast soul elixir and said, May I ask how much is it? The lowest is 500,000 gold coins. The highest is 1.5 million gold coins, or even more, Su Mei said. Why is there such a big difference? Yang Dingtian was shocked. Sir, you must be joking. There are differences in 6th grade as well. The higher the level of the beast soul elixir, the harder it is to increase its level. Therefore, the price of a 6th grade beast soul elixir is many times higher than that of a 6th grade beast soul elixir. Su Mei said, Please wait for a moment. I will ask our beast speaker to evaluate your beast soul elixir. Then, I will give you the specific price. Okay, Yang Dingtian said. After a few minutes, the beast speaker arrived. He was so old that one couldn't tell his age. He was completely skinny. He was at least 80 or 90 years old. This kind of person could be called the treasure of the auction house. Senior Ning, please take a look at this 6th grade beast soul elixir, Su Mei said respectfully, even though she was the 5th shopkeeper. The beast speaker didn't say anything after he came in. He directly took the beast soul elixir, closed his eyes slightly, and used his mind to sense it. Suddenly, the charming Su Mei held her breath. The entire VIP room suddenly became very quiet. Suddenly, the beast speaker's facial muscles trembled. He showed an expression of disbelief. Then he quickly calmed down. After a few minutes, the beast speaker slowly opened his turbid and withered eyes. Senior Ning, what level is this 6th grade beast soul elixir? Su Mei asked. 6th grade, level 1, the beast speaker said. Yang Dingtian was a little disappointed. However, it could be sold for 500,000 gold coins, which was not a small amount. It was enough to buy the materials for marrow and meridian cleansing. However, the materials for ice and thunder talismans were a little lacking. However, its potential can reach 8th grade level 8, the beast speaker said. What? Su Mei exclaimed and looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. Potential meant that this beast soul elixir still had room for improvement. It could continue to be refined. The highest level it could reach was 8th grade level 8. An 8th grade level 8 beast soul elixir was already very scary. It could be used to subdue a martial soul of a master realm beast. In this way, it was a sky-high price. Ning Ning's talent was really amazing. She could actually refine a beast soul elixir with 8th grade potential. Senior Ning, how much is this beast soul elixir worth? Su Mei asked. I don't know. The beast speaker said, because no one will take out a beast soul elixir of this level to sell directly. How much it is worth depends on how much the person who wants it is willing to pay. This kind of thing can only be auctioned. Su Mei's beautiful eyes suddenly brightened. She said, That's great. In tomorrow's auction, we have the finale item, but we still lack a few important treasures. Then, Su Mei said, Mr. Shin, are you willing to put this beast soul elixir in tomorrow's auction? Yes. May I ask if there are any important treasures in tomorrow's auction? Yang Dingtian asked. He felt a little strange. since his beast soul elixir was so expensive and it was not the finale item. Then what was the finale item? What does Mr. Shin need? Su Mei asked. Weapons and magic skill manuals, Yang Dingtian said. Yang Dingtian only knew one magic skill now, which was the thunder magic skill, Devil Sky Split. However, this magic skill could not be used most of the time, because as long as he used the thunder magic skill, people would think of the hidden sect's disciple Wu Ming. So unless it was a last resort, Yang Dingtian would never use the thunder magic skill. Once he used it, he must kill the opponent. He must not let a second person live to see it. So, Yang Dingtian really needed a powerful magic skill. As for the weapon, first of all, Ah Chao's youngling sword was in a deep slumber. Yang Dingtian could not go without a weapon. Secondly, Yang Dingtian was playing the role of Shen Lang now. He was a wanderer who traveled the world. So, he needed a completely different weapon. Most importantly, Yang Dingtian wanted to use Shen Lang's identity to sneak into the northwest Qin city and find a way to obtain the other half of the Heaven and Earth Obsidian Flames map. So, this weapon had to be powerful enough. There is an 8th grade magic skill manual, Devil Flame Saber Art. Su Mei said, but that is the finale item. There will be a lot of people fighting for it. 8th grade magic skill. Yang Dingtian's heart jumped fiercely. Instantly, he felt like he was going to suffocate. In this world, magic skills and martial skill scrolls were completely different. They were completely unique. All high-grade magic skills were left behind from the ancient world. It could be said that one scroll after learning it was one scroll less. 6th grade magic skills were already extremely expensive, not to mention 8th grade magic skills. The auction house used this 8th grade magic skill manual as the finale item and did not choose Yang Dingtian's potential 8th grade beast soul elixir. This meant that the price of this 8th grade magic skill manual would be even higher. In the end, it would definitely be extremely expensive. Yang Dingtian really did not have the confidence to snatch this manual. He did not even have enough money. His money came completely from auctioning the potential 8th grade beast soul elixir. Moreover, with his strength, even if he managed to snatch this 8th grade magic skill manual, it would be very difficult to keep it. As long as he left the auction house, it was very likely that it would be snatched away by others. Mr. Qin, are you worried about your safety? Su Mei asked. Yang Dingtian nodded. Then you can rest assured. Tomorrow's auction will be completely anonymous. No one will know who will obtain the auction item in the end. Su Mei said, moreover, for tomorrow's auction, the Taiando League will send 4 grandmasters to oversee it. No one will dare to act recklessly. Moreover, our auctions have never had any accidents. If that's the case, then I can rest assured. Yang Dingtian said, then according to your estimation, will the money I earn from auctioning this potential 8th grade beast soul elixir be enough to buy that 8th grade magic skill manual? It shouldn't be enough. It might be far from enough. After all, this 8th grade magic skill manual is really too precious. Su Mei carefully worded her words. Chapter 201. It shouldn't be enough. It might still be far from enough. Su Mei carefully worded her words. It's not because your potential 8th grade beast soul elixir can't compare to this mystical skill manual. After all, your beast soul elixir still needs to be nurtured. Furthermore, with such a high-grade beast soul elixir, if used to subdue an 8th grade demonic beast and refine it into a martial spirit, there's still a high chance of failure. As for an 8th grade mystical skill manual, as long as one's mystic meridians are talented enough, one can directly learn it. It can completely allow a martial artist's cultivation to instantly increase by leaps and bounds. This woman's words were very tactful, but Yang Dingtian already understood. Wanting to use the money earned from auctioning the beast soul elixir to buy an 8th grade mystical skill manual was completely a fool's dream. Immediately, Yang Dingtian asked in his heart, Master, is an 8th grade mystical skill manual really that powerful? Dongfang Minmi was silent for a moment, then said, Little Tian, do you know what grade your Devil Sky Split Lightning Attribute Mystical Skill is? Yang Dingtian said in his heart, I don't know. It's 7th grade, Dongfang Minmi said. Immediately, Yang Dingtian was shocked. That Devil Flame Saber art was actually 1 grade higher than the Lightning Attribute Mystical Skill, Devil Sky Split. Its power could be imagined. Of course, Lightning Attribute Mystical Skills are incomparably rare. So even if it's only 7th grade, the Lightning Attribute Devil Sky Split's value is still many times higher than the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art. Dongfang Minmi said, but in terms of pure power, an 8th grade Mystical Skill's lethality is a full 50% higher than a 7th grade Mystical Skill. To put it more bluntly, if an 8th grade Mystical Skill manual is in Cloud Heaven City, only core disciples like you and Yin Yin can learn it. Immediately, Yang Dingtian sucked in a breath of cold air. This way, the hope of bidding for the Devil Flame Saber art tomorrow was even slimmer. However, Yang Dingtian was still unwilling. He asked, Young Lady Su, according to your estimation, what price will this Devil Flame Saber art reach in the end? I don't know, Su Mei said, but I'm sure that it won't be a fight for gold coins. After the gold coins reach a certain amount, it will be completely useless. The final price increase will definitely be precious materials, secret manuals, and top-grade pills. Then, Su Mei said, Mr. Shin, are you determined to get this 8th grade mystical skill manual? Yang Dingtian, I can't say that I'm determined to get it, but I really want it. Then I have a suggestion, Su Mei said. Go ahead, Yang Dingtian said. The price of that secret manual must be an astronomical figure, so I must have enough gold coins to enter the final competition. Su Mei said, according to my estimation, the number of gold coins should be around 100 million, which is equivalent to 1 year of taxes for a territory of 1,000 miles. As for your potential level, 8 Beast Soul Elixir, its final auction price should be around 50 million. To be safe, it's best that you put up a treasure of equal value to the potential level, 8 Beast Soul Elixir. Only then will you have enough gold coins to enter the final contest. Then, Su Mei said, of course there are 100 million gold coins. It's just enough to enter the final competition. I don't know how many gold coins are needed in the end. This was because there were at least 2 big shots in the Northwest continent who were determined to obtain this 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art. That's all I can say. If I reveal any more, I'll break the rules. When these words came out, Yang Dingtian felt even more hopeless. Of course, he had treasures that were more valuable than an 8th grade mystical skill manual, and more than one. In Sister Ningning's space ring, there were 3 or 4 scrolls of spiritual mystical skill manuals that were more valuable than this 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art. There were also ice attribute talismans, which were more than enough to buy 4 or 5 8th grade mystical skill manuals. Of course, this didn't mean that the ice attribute talismans were more powerful than 4 or 5 8th grade mystical skill manuals, but that ice attribute talismans were too rare. They were all left behind from ancient times. They were much rarer than mystical skill manuals. As for the value of Ah Chao's youngling sword, it was needless to say, it couldn't be measured by anything. However, Yang Dingtian couldn't take out any of these treasures to trade. Yang Dingtian even regretted taking out this potential level 8 Beast Soul Elixir for auction because he thought it was only a 6th grade Beast Soul Elixir. He didn't know it had the potential of being an 8th grade Beast Soul Elixir. And those 8th grade spiritual mystical skill scrolls in the space ring belonged to Sister Ningning. Yang Dingtian didn't have the qualifications to sell them, and he couldn't bear to sell them. So after picking and choosing, Yang Dingtian really couldn't find any treasures that were as valuable as the potential level 8 Beast Soul Elixir. I'll go back and take a look. Yang Dingtian said. Su Mei heard the meaning behind Yang Dingtian's words. She smiled and said, Then are you still going to auction your potential level 8 beast soul elixir? Of course, Yang Dingtian said. A promise is a promise. Do you need me to leave the beast soul elixir with you now? Of course not, Su Mei said. You can just leave it to us before tomorrow's auction. Yang Dingtian stood up and said, All right, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Mr. Chin. Su Mei said, You are our most distinguished guest, so you can stay in our most distinguished room with the tightest protection. Do you need it? Yang Dingtian's heart moved, but he still shook his head and said, No need. This auction house belonged to the Tiando League. Staying in a Tiando League house was too restrictive and inconvenient. Then he turned and left. Yang Dingtian left the auction house and returned to the inn. He only had 50,000 gold coins on him, so he didn't even buy the materials to cleanse his marrow and meridians. Anyway, as long as he had money, he could buy them at any time. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's heart was agitated by the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art, so it wasn't suitable for him to cleanse his marrow and meridians. 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art. Yang Dingtian had 9 Yangshan veins, so he could fully display the power of this mystic skill. With this mystic skill, Yang Dingtian even felt that he could kill a martial mystic realm expert. If he had learned this 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art, then he wouldn't have had such a hard time killing Qin Huaiju, who was impersonating him, on the sea, and he wouldn't have been riddled with scars. It was really tempting. Unfortunately, he could see it, but he couldn't get it. He had enough treasures to bid for it, but he couldn't touch any of these treasures. In this world, there was nothing more depressing and tangled than this. After returning to his room, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but flip through the interspatial ring to see if there was anything else he could use to trade. Moreover, he couldn't use it, and Sister Ningning couldn't use it either. Yang Dingtian injected his mental power into the interspatial ring and asked, Master, can you take a look at this interspatial ring? Is there anything else that is extremely precious but Sister Ningning and I can't use it? Dongfang Minmi borrowed Yang Dingtian's eyes to flip through the interspatial ring and check the other things. After flipping through it a few times, it was still the same. He couldn't touch any of the extremely precious items. The items that he could touch were far less valuable than the potential 8th grade Beast Soul elixir. Even the 8th grade and 9th grade Holy Spirit elixir and Mystic Gathering elixir couldn't be sold for more than 1 million. Although it was already an astronomical figure, it was still far from enough to compete for the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's gaze landed on the corner of the interspatial ring. In a pile of elixirs, there was a completely transparent elixir. Yang Dingtian flipped through the interspatial ring many times, but he couldn't find its existence because it looked completely invisible. Yang Dingtian immediately took out the invisible elixir and asked, Master, what is this elixir? Is it a top-grade elixir? Immediately, Dongfang Minmi cried out in surprise, Transformation elixir? Hearing his master's surprised voice, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask with hope, Master, what is the grade of this transformation elixir? Is it very valuable? Dongfang Minmi sighed. I'm really amazed at Shimin Ningning's talent now. She can even refine such a rare elixir, like the transformation elixir. Is it very valuable? Yang Dingtian asked hurriedly. Dongfang Minmi's voice suddenly became a little strange. It can be said to be valuable, but it can also be said to be worthless. However, this elixir is extremely rare, even rarer than your potential 8th grade Beast Soul elixir. Yang Dingtian was surprised. Since it was so rare, why was it worthless? Dongfang Minmi continued. The only use of this transformation elixir is that after taking it, you will completely change into another person. It's not a temporary change, but a permanent change. Not only will your face and appearance change completely, but even your height, bone structure, and skin will also change completely. This is nothing. The most terrifying thing is that after taking the transformation elixir, you can even change your gender. In short, after taking this elixir, no one in the world will be able to recognize this person, no matter how high their cultivation is. This is completely different from the illusion mask. Ah, Yang Dingtian was really completely shocked. Changing one's appearance and bone structure was already very shocking, but even gender could be changed. This was an Earth, and there was no sex change surgery. After taking the transformation elixir, even gender could be changed. This was really terrifying. No wonder Master said that this elixir was rarer than the 8th grade beast soul elixir. What kind of talent did Sister Ningning have to be able to refine such a rare and strange elixir? No wonder Master said that this thing could be said to be priceless, but it could also be said to be worthless. Master, after taking this elixir, will I definitely become more beautiful? Yang Dingtian asked. That's not necessarily true. Dongfang Minmi said, this is completely random. It's possible to become very beautiful, but it's also possible to become very ugly. It's possible to become taller, and it's also possible to become shorter. In short, everything is uncontrollable. Ah, Yang Dingtian was suddenly completely speechless. This transformation elixir was so terrifying, unless one was desperate or crazy. Otherwise, if this elixir was given to people for free, they wouldn't be willing to eat it. Therefore, although this elixir was extremely rare, its value was really hard to say. Next, Yang Dingtian looked over and over again many times and found that only this transformation elixir was considered rare and valuable. Although this transformation elixir was quite unreliable, he really couldn't find anything that could be sold. Little Tian, take this transformation elixir to auction. Everything depends on God's luck, Dongfang Minmi said. Chapter 202. Little Tian, take this transformation elixir to the auction. Everything depends on God's luck, Dongfang Minmi said. If God blesses us, it will be better if we can get the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art. Even if we can't get it, it's nothing. We can just wait for the next opportunity. Then Dongfang Minmi sighed and said, it's a pity that Master is no longer here. Otherwise, the Yinyang school would still have 8th grade mystic skill manuals. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, don't worry, Master. Although this 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art is powerful, it is completely different from the Heaven and Earth Mystic Flame. As long as I can refine the Heaven and Earth Mystic Flame and cultivate the Sword Soul, this 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art will not be so important. Of course, Yang Dingtian was just comforting himself. There was still a long time before he could cultivate the Sword Soul. During this time, the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art could increase his combat power by a few levels. If he could successfully refine the Heaven and Earth Mystic Flame into his Heart Flame, the Devil Flame Saber art would be even more powerful. It could be said that if he had the Heaven and Earth Mystic Flame, the Devil Flame Saber art's power could be magnified many times, and the Devil Flame Saber could be reborn again. But now, Yang Dingtian really could not take out something of the same value to exchange. He could not really use the Ice Mystic Talisman to exchange. When he fought against Dongfang Bingling in the future, this Ice Mystic Talisman could play an amazing role. Moreover, the rarity of this Ice Mystic Talisman really surpassed the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art. The next morning, Yang Dingtian rushed to the auction house. Su Mei was already waiting in the VIP room. Mr. Shin, can you find a treasure of the same value as the 8th grade Beast Soul Elixir? Su Mei asked. After hesitating for a while, Yang Dingtian said, does the transformation elixir count? Transformation elixir. Su Mei suddenly forgot to be reserved and exclaimed. Then, she looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. The transformation elixir could be said to be the rarest elixir in the world, and also the most difficult to refine. For a very, very long time, it was just a legendary pill. Not only was it difficult to refine, but the most important thing was that the materials required to refine it could only be found by chance. The most important ingredient for the transformation pill came from the void spirit demon. This type of pure energy, demonic beast, was much rarer than the lightning millennium owl. Moreover, it only existed in the void cracks at the edge of the world. Although it was called a demonic beast, it was not a living creature at all. It was a pure energy life form that did not have a physical body. To be honest, Yang Dingtian had no idea how Shaman Ningning could refine such a pill. He couldn't even imagine how Sister Ningning had managed to capture the void spirit demon. The potential rank 8 Beast Soul Elixir was already extremely rare, but Su Mei did not lose her composure. Now that Yang Dingtian mentioned the transformation pill, she really lost her composure. If it wasn't for her professionalism, she really wanted to ask who Yang Dingtian was, and why he even had a legendary pill, like the transformation pill. Therefore, in terms of rarity, this transformation pill should be the most valuable item in this auction. However, rarity did not mean that it was precious. In the eyes of most people, the transformation pill was really worthless. After the shock, Su Mei smiled bitterly and said, "I'm really curious about Mr. Xinlang now. I've been in the auction house for almost 10 years and have seen many rare and precious items, but this is the first time I've seen a transformation pill. However, I really can't estimate its value. Does Mr. Xin not have any other precious items?" Yan Dingtian shook his head and said, "I really don't have anything else." Su Mei said helplessly, "All right then, let's try using the transformation pill. However, I can only say that you shouldn't have too much hope. This transformation pill may cause a commotion, but there are almost no people who are willing to pay for it. For most people, it's completely useless. Instead, it's a disaster." Yang Dingtian said, "I'm really at my wit's end. To be honest, I don't have much hope in competing for the rank 8 Devil Flame Saber art now. I only hope that I can buy a powerful weapon." Speaking of weapons, Su Mei's expression suddenly became a little strange. "What's wrong, Miss Su?" Yang Dingtian asked. Su Mei said, "I really don't know if it's heaven's will. This morning, someone sent a weapon to the auction house, the Sky Devil Flame Saber." Yang Dingtian asked, "Is this weapon very strong?" "Very strong. It's a weapon left behind from ancient times, and its mystical chi increases by 23%. Su Mei said, "It was indeed very strong. However, Yang Dingtian's youngling sword, Cho, was only a youngling sword, but its mystical chi increase had already exceeded 39%. Moreover, this Sky Devil Flame Saber did not have the primal divine sense, so it could not refine any saber soul." Su Mei said, "Of course, if it's just like that, the price of this Sky Devil Flame Saber would not exceed 3 million gold coins. However, other than the mystical chi increase of 23%, it also increases the power of Devil Flame type mystical skills by more than 30%. Yang Dingtian was completely shocked. No wonder Su Mei had a strange expression and said that it might be heaven's will, because this Sky Devil Flame Saber and Devil Flame Saber art were completely compatible, as if they were a match made in heaven. Originally, the lethality of this 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art already exceeded that of a 7th grade mystical skill by close to 50%. Adding the Sky Devil Flame Saber's 23% mystical chi increase, and the mystical skill's power increased by more than 30%. In other words, if Yang Dingtian obtained the Devil Flame Saber art and the Sky Devil Flame Saber, then his battle power would increase by 1-fold. This number was too shocking. Su Mei said, "If there was no Devil Flame Saber art, then the price of this Sky Devil Flame Saber would not exceed 3 million gold coins. At most, it would be 5 million gold coins. However, with the Devil Flame Saber art, I don't know how high the price of this Sky Devil Flame Saber would soar." Immediately, Yang Dingtian could only fall into deep silence. Originally, it was already difficult to compete for an 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art. Now, with the addition of the sky-high price of the Sky Devil Flame Saber, it was even more uncertain. After a long time, Yang Dingtian asked, "Then what's the order of the auction?" Su Mei said, there are a total of 5 finale treasures. Your Beast Soul Elixir, Transformation Elixir, Sky Devil Flame Saber, and Devil Flame Saber Art are all among these 5 finale items. Other than the Devil Flame Saber Art being the finale item, the order of the other 4 treasures will be decided on the spot. There were a total of 5 finale items, but Sume only mentioned 4. There was still one that she did not mention. He did not know what treasure it was, but it was actually on par with the 8th grade Beast Soul Elixir and the 8th grade Mystical Skill Scroll. However, since Sume did not mention it, Yang Dingtian did not need to ask. In any case, he would know during the auction later. Moreover, Yang Dingtian's attention was completely on the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber Art today. It was hard for him to care about other things. I would like to ask you one last time to confirm. Are you sure you want to participate in this auction with the potential 8th grade Beast Soul Elixir and Transformation Elixir? Sume said, I am sure, Yang Dingtian said. Immediately, Sume took out 2 ice jade boxes and opened them in front of Yang Dingtian. She said, you can place the treasures in these 2 jade boxes. During the entire auction, we will definitely not touch your treasures. Yang Dingtian immediately placed the potential 8th grade Beast Soul Elixir and Transformation Elixir into the 2 jade boxes. Then an old man walked in from outside. In front of Yang Dingtian, he placed the 2 jade boxes in the box and took them away. We will take your treasures first. Sume said, the person who took your treasures just now was a consecrator of a master-level expert from the Taiendo League. Therefore, you don't have to worry about any mishaps. Even if there is a mishap, we will compensate you with items that exceed the value of your treasures. The 2 treasures that Yang Dingtian called out were very precious. If they were placed in any other forces, they would not be handed over to others. However, the auction house of the Taiendo League did not matter. To them, their reputation far exceeded the value of Yang Dingtian's treasures. Then Yang Dingtian was brought to the auction hall where the auction was held. The entire hall was very large. It was at least a few thousand square meters. However, it could only accommodate 100 people. This was because each person did not have a seat, but a private room. In order to protect the privacy of the honored guests, no one could see the faces of the guests when they called out bids. This was the highest level auction hall in the entire auction house. An auction of this level was only held once every 6 months. To enter this auction, the value of the treasure sold by the seller must not be less than 3 million gold coins. The buyer's reserve must not be less than 3 million gold coins. A force with a territory of 100 square miles might not even have 3 million gold coins in a year's taxes. In such a high-level auction, Yang Dingtian's 2 treasures were the 2nd and 4th items in the finale. Therefore, no matter how many setbacks Yang Dingtian had in this world, he would always be at the top of the pyramid point 2 hours later. Yang Dingtian was brought to a private room in the 5th row. There were a total of 10 rows of private rooms in the auction hall. Each row had 10 private rooms. Each row was higher than the other. It was like a movie theater, ensuring that everyone in the private room could clearly see the auction items on the stage. When Yang Dingtian entered the auction hall, it was completely silent. The hall was completely dark, without any light. He did not know how many people had come or who they were. Half an hour after entering the private room, the auction hall suddenly lit up. Countless pearls, crystals, and the sunlight from the sky lit up the entire auction hall. At this moment, Yang Dingtian realized that the doors of every private room were made of special crystals. From the inside, one could see the outside, but from the outside, one could not see the inside of the private room. Therefore, everyone in the private room could clearly see the stage and the auctioneer, but they could not see the situation in the other private rooms. Soon, the auctioneer entered and walked onto the stage. Today's auctioneer was actually Sume. At this time, she was dressed even more luxuriously. The long dress inlaid with gold silk wrapped around her body, accentuating her delicate curves. This woman's status in the auction house was not low, and even in West Prefecture City, her status was not low. It was unknown what her family background was. Without any greetings, without any opening, without any embellishment, Su Mei directly announced the start of the auction. Note: Brothers, please give me a few monthly tickets.